bona fide sports-mad Australians. Snakes alive. Is that the time? Yes, green and gold freaks, it certainly is. It's time for the Sporting Probe. With two diamond pythons twirled around the tree of knowledge across the nation.
Boys and girls.
Well, a young man ain't got nothing in the world these days.
The Sporting Probe leading the charge up the eucalypt. With extra chili on the stick is the in-and-out maestro, rampaging Roy Slaven. And coming from behind is the heavy lifter with both feet on the ground, H.G. Nelson. Unleash the grunt and poke H.G.?
Yes, TF Much, gentleman Jim Daniels in the golden guy in the TSP soundproof booth in downtown Cringilla this morning or this afternoon, wherever you're listening. Look, if you are out of probe supplies, you know, sticks, chili, all that sort of stuff, pop in and see Jim and he'll fix you up. There's a lot of merchandise, probe merchandise available, T-shirts, caps, make the probe great again, all that sort of gear. It's a terrific shop that we've got going now where Jim pops up to do his booth announcing. Probe-sters, H.G. Nelson getting the Sporting Probe away. Thanks very much, Bruce McAvaney, for another set of 7. Well, what a week. Oh, an incredible week. A week when too much sport is barely enough. Tremendous to have you with us on board the probe train this morning as we probe forward and push through the stallage of the week's sporting action. A week of massive collects, and our charity partners today are again the Blinkered Knights of Balaclava, who do such tremendous work with all victims of the punt. Whether they put in, whether they took out, whether they started or whether they finished. But dial up their website, look at the facts, and if you do have a big win today, why not cut the Blinkered Knights of Balaclava in for a slice of your massive collects once the final hooter sounds. Now, to get us underway, let's lock horns with a man who has a message of real hope today, and he has agreed to step into the ring and referee Bolt v Fuzz. That's right, Bolt v Fuzz bout as part of the July 2 undercard on Horn v Pac-Man. Now, Fuzz obviously is an old-fashioned head-in-the-bag bout. Roy and I know who it is. Bolt, obviously, he's done enough now in the training in Lygon Street during the week to declare himself absolutely ready. And this undercard is now starting to take shape, and it has Australia licking the lips in anticipation. That man is rampaging Roy Slaven. Roy, can we get the TSP bunny in motion simply by asking what were the highlights that caught your restless eye this week, Barrow?
Yes, thank you very, very much, H.G. Nelson. Wonderful, wonderful week to be in Australia. Now, just cutting straight to the chase, should time-wasting in tennis be policed with more consistency? I noticed Rafa and Murray, that's Andy Murray, they blew up after both being pinged for time-wasting this week. It's something I've been wanting for so long. I've sent many missives to Minister to try and do something about it. Nothing has come.
The missives to?
Who? Him! Nothing's happened. No surprises there. Can the bloke speak? Now, questions asked about Novak Djokovic's sanity, and that's something we've been prosecuting for some time now. Look, I don't think the bloke's the full quid. I've said this for a while. And if we looked at his behaviour, many were saying, well, he's just tanking. No, it's not as simple as that. It's a psychological problem that sometimes tennis players get. It's called madness. Pure and simple. Goran Ivanisevic.
3 of us out there.
The master of mad. That's right. There were 3 Gorans, you'll recall. One of them won once. One of them won Wimbledon, remember?
I do.
The other 2 can't remember it. Now, young tennis gun Kokkinakis is taken to court by Kellogg's over the use of the name Special K. Young Kokkinakis wants to put out a lot of clothing, which looks terrific, I must say. Those T-shirts look very, very, please wear me. And it's the Special K label that he wants to be able to use. It's funny, isn't it? I mean, he could use cornflakes, couldn't he? I think anyone can use cornflakes. Mm-hmm. Don't know about rice bubbles. I don't think he might be able to say snap or crackle.
Cocoa Pops with a K.
Pop in there.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, is that right?
Well,
with a K?
Well, I think with a K you could get away with
Cocoa
that.
Pops.
Yeah,
K-O-K-O.
Correct.
Well, that's something you could work on. Either way, I'm going to buy them. I love them. Now, especially the shoes. Now, John McEnroe expresses interest in coaching Nick Kyrgios, calling him, quote, unquote, a nut job. A lot of nut jobs in tennis at the moment. We've got Djokovic, certified. Ivanovic, gone. And obviously now... and Kokkinakis, of course, questionable with his Special K nonsense. You know, wouldn't it be better to win a couple of tournaments and then people might be interested in buying the gear rather than put the gear out there before you've hit a ball?
Yeah, but look, we're old
That's
school.
Kokkinakis. Oh, I know, we're old school.
Yeah, it's all social media, Roy. You got to put a name out there and put a foot there and a racket, and all of a sudden you're making fortune.
That's right. Now, George Kambosos, the world's number 9 lightweight boxer from Sydney, he's flown out to spar with Manny Pacquiao.
Oh, I don't like this.
Nor do I, to help him defeat the fighting primary school teacher. Now, this isn't right. Aussie should be... Why isn't he up helping the primary school teacher?
In Brisbane.
In Brisbane. Why has he gone to the Philippines to spar with Manny Pacquiao? This is something where Mr. Hunt could have stepped in.
Or at least
with just a travel ban.
Yeah, Dutton.
Or Dutton, yes, him.
He's the man.
He's a no-nonsense sort of type.
He's got grunt and poke.
Well, I'd love to see Minister Dutton step in. Eh? Mind you, he'd be tramping on the shoes of the sports minister. But then so what? Dutton's got big feet. He knows where to plant them.
He's old-fashioned plod.
He's no-nonsense. You. What's your name? Kambosos. You're not going anywhere. Can I go to Brisbane? Nope. Oh, hang on. Yeah. All right. Now, code hopper, I love that term. Carmichael Hunt.
Yep.
Interestingly, he could be a Special K too if he worked on it. Couldn't he?
Yeah.
Special K. Special K Carmichael Hunt. He's called up for test duty with the Wallabies.
How does that work?
How does that work?
I know Wallabies travelling well.
They are when they're having to rely on Special K. Man, are they in trouble? Now, despite big win this week by the Swans, I'm just putting this out there. Are the Giants emerging as Sydney's favourite AFL team? I think maybe they're a little bit in front, the Giants. I see more people talking Giants than Swans at the moment.
And jumpers?
Even at Swans matches. Which is disturbing. Now, and just finally, HG, Gilly, that's Gilly, and I like Gilly, I trust Gilly.
Ah, yes.
I trust Gilly.
Adam Gilchrist. Former keeper.
Yes.
Opening bat.
Yes.
Him.
He calls Cricket Australia's offer to the cricketers, quote, a very fair deal. Now, when Gilly talks, I listen. Whereas Warner says it's full of half-truths. Make of that what you will.
Yes, Probe-sters. It's Roy and HG here doing the in-out work and the heavy lifting. A couple of quick things to get us underway, Roy. That undercard on the Horn Pacquiao fight, I mean, I've heard no news.
No, I have no news either. Is a couple of footballers fighting? Is Paul Gallen going to step up?
With Sonny Bill?
Yeah.
I mean, that's the one we want to see.
Yeah.
And are you worried that, in fact, the undercard should have featured a couple of ex-footballers or, footballers? Well, what would be great is a clash of the codes. Now, I think Sonny Bill's turning out for the All Blacks, or aiming to turn out. I think he played with the Auckland Blues this week against the Lions, and they lost that match, the Lions, so they're in real trouble. But then Gallen, representing rugby league, I'm just wondering if you get a cricketer versus, say, a table tennis player, something like that.
Yeah. It's a couple of exotics.
Exotics, exactly right. Now, are you seeing this as a night where...
A celebration. It's got to be a celebration of fighting, hasn't it?
It has. Would you accept a UFC bout as part of it as well?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
Why not? A sort of novelty one, a feet only.
Feet only. Well, I was going to suggest, how about, say strictly, I'm not sure how to do it, but jiu-jitsu versus karate.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Australian champ jiu-jitsu versus, Australian champ karate.
Sure.
And both men and women.
Yes,
now,
that's good. Why not a sort of intergenerational one? Why not get Aussie Joe, be a fair age now, Aussie Joe, and probably can't fight very well, put him up against a 12-year-old. Something like that. Something that's going to get people talking.
Now, can I suggest you and I get there about 6 on the night? I haven't done it because I haven't seen the card yet.
No.
But expect to get there about 6 and think that the Horn Pacquiao bout would be on...
10 o'clock that night?
At least, I would have thought about...
4 hours of
fun.
Yeah.
And I've got to say is that it should build, the Joe v. the 12-year-old. I mean, I don't want to...
No, he'd be one of the early ones, wouldn't
Exactly.
it?
I don't want to downplay the skill that Joe brings to it, or the 12-year-old.
Yeah.
But that would be an early one. And then you move on to Gal v SBW.
Yep.
That might be the pre-match.
Yep. And then the Special K event. You get Kokonakis v Carmichael Hunt.
Is that certain now? The special
Only
case
if Kellogg's will sanction it.
Now, can I also ask, I don't want to reduce this to sort of a joke.
No.
Royal Rumble.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe 20 in the ring at once and off they go. I haven't seen that in boxing, but that's a firm favourite of your WWF style events.
Oh, okay.
In the last one in the ring, it's usually a predetermined winner.
Really? Yeah. Okay. Well, I don't mind that as long as I can get a bet on.
Well, you'd be able to get a bet on. And then the other thing I was just wondering about is I think in this day and age, we need to open it up to both men and women to participate in equal numbers. So,
What about some sword fighting?
Sword fighting? Yes, the Probe with Roy and HG rolls on. The in-out work continues. Now, one thing Roy bobbed up last week, which we didn't get a chance to talk about, whether in awarding votes in, footy polls of players where journalists are asked to contribute to the range of votes or commentators are asked to contribute.
Sort of man of the match style.
Man of the match style.
Oh, yeah.
There's some suggestions that you have to be liked by the people awarding the votes. So, in fact, if commentators have a set against you, you're never going to get a vote. Firstly, is that true?
Yes.
And secondly, what can be done about it?
Nothing. I've often been asked to decide or cast a vote for man of the match in rugby league fixtures, naturally enough. But I always make it clear, I say, look, there are certain players, no matter how well they play, I'm not going to vote for them because I don't like them. Simple as that.
Have you met these players?
Yes.
And you somehow...
Well, sometimes I haven't. I still don't like them. I don't like them. I don't want to meet them because I don't like them. Because probably if I met them, I'd probably find out I like them. And I don't want to like them. I want to continue my prejudice.
Are you...
Because I enjoy prejudice. I'm old-fashioned in that regard, and I'm honest about it. I think if you're honest about your prejudice, that's fine.
Now, are you talking about grubs here?
Yeah, grubs.
And is it because the grubs...
Oh, people who are up themselves.
Yeah, nigger merchants.
You get a set against a player, you think, oh, good, he's up himself. Not voting for him, even if he scored 10 tries. 10 tries, I don't care. He's not getting a vote from me because he's up himself. Simple as that.
And when you put your match report in, I'm not going to vote. This might be a bit old. Oh, well, Josh Reynolds take us, because I know you don't like Josh Reynolds.
No.
That's a public fact.
It is.
You went to court recently and said, I don't like Josh Reynolds, my lad. So what?
Yeah.
And you got let off with a community service order.
That's right.
Now, when you put your match report in, do you write, I hate Josh Reynolds because he's a grub, signed Roy Slaven? Is that what your match report is?
No. There'll be no mention. Even if Reynolds had played the house down, there'll be votes for others, usually in the team opposite.
Yeah, or James Graham, for instance.
Yeah, James Graham, yeah.
Might have dropped the ball three times and knocked
doesn't
on.
Matter.
Doesn't matter.
No, I like him. He's going to get a mark.
Yes, probing on punters with Roy and HG. And, the tennis, obviously, all eyes on Roland Garros. And, Roy, it's a terrific, been a terrific fortnight, really. With the final, you're pleased with the way the final turned out, as in, obviously, Rafa and Stan?
Yeah, look, I fully expect Rafa to win this HG. Stan struggled in the semi-final, 4.5 hours out on court. He's going to be pretty tired legs, whereas I think Rafa had a much easier run through. So you'd expect this to be his 10th, I think, which is quite a phenomenal achievement, really.
It is
remarkable.
Although,
if I was voting man of the match, I've already got Wawrinka 3. And
you hate Rafa.
Yeah.
So there's a big problem.
Yeah. Well, I hate the time wasting, actually. I hate the fiddling, the fidgeting.
He's got to do so much before he's got the ears.
I know, he's got to pull a bum crack out. He's got a bloody...
Those shorts that light up, I know.
Man,
and the repetition, surely I can understand at the start of a game or something like that. But between every point...
I know.
And between every...
It wears you out.
It wears you out to watch it, let alone live it.
Yes.
And time wasting, do you think...
Well, he's got to be mad, hasn't he? He's got to be mad.
Well,
with all those ticks. They're nervous ticks, aren't they? They're ticks.
Can I ask, is the time wasting...
Deliberate?
Well...
Of course it's deliberate. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I understand that. What I was going to say is the time wasting? Look, if he won every match all the time, you'd probably accept it.
Right.
Do you understand it? Because you could see, well, that's what he does to win. But he doesn't always win.
No.
Do you know what I mean? And so you think, well...
Why do it?
Exactly.
Yeah, why
It
do it?
doesn't help.
Why do it? Well, it was up to Uncle Tony to weed this out of his game at an early age, because it's been getting more and more frantic, hasn't it?
It has. It's gotten weirder and weirder.
It's all the eyebrows work, it's the tugging of the earlobes, it's the flicking with the hair, it's the pulling of the bum, it's...
You know, he must have enormous trouble finding a pair of shorts that will do that consistently for, say, 5 sets. You and I have tried.
I know.
We've tried making our own that ride up there so we can pull them out.
I know.
A bit more
it's very
time.
hard to control. A hungry bum, you got to train it.
Now, look, it wasn't a great...
Mind you, I hate to imagine what he gets up to in the smallest room. Can you imagine? The paperwork, the folding, the special angles,
the work behind the ears, and
before he
the
wipes.
eyebrow work. You know, I mean, it is a burden, isn't it? Once you get into it,
He must be impossible to live with.
He would be,
because he must have these frantic rituals with every aspect of his life.
Imagine cutlery.
Yes. Going for a drive with him. He'd be sitting in the car warming up for an hour and a half while he fiddles.
Now, wasn't a great tournament?
Lights on and off, windscreen wipers, dick.
Open and close the door.
Yeah, seat, up,
window
down, up, down, forward, back, 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 forward. Stop!
Boom, boom, off we go. Now, it wasn't a great tournament for Australians, and one particular person I'd like to focus on, if we could, is Bernard Tomic, the tank.
Oh, yes.
How about this? This is, sadly, Leo Schlenk, the greatest tennis rider of all, didn't get this, but the Murdoch Press got this. Here's the opening paragraph from Conor O'Brien. Tennis great Todd Woodbridge.
Oh, hang on.
No, tennis great Todd Woodbridge. One of the Woodies.
Great.
I know. Now, let's get this. Doubles, Australia's doubles, might be our finest doubles combination ever. Nobody remembers them now. Mark Woodford and Todd Woodbridge.
Yes.
The blood nut and obviously the smaller bloke.
Yeah. The Woodies.
The Woodies, that's right. The Super Woodies for some time.
Were they? Or were they the Super Max?
The Super Max, they were. Yeah. Anyway, that Todd Woodbridge, tennis great, says Bernard Tomic's form slump has put him in danger of losing his aura in the locker room and plummeting to the point of no return. Now, several things about this. The point of no return and locker room
aura. Yeah, what's that? Oh, well, some players do have an aura about them, when they go into the locker room.
Rafa
does, because he's always up to something, fiddling with this.
Racket in, racket out, spins it round, back it goes.
Likes to organise other players' equipment, If a racket's placed in the wrong spot, he'll put it back where it should be, that sort of stuff, which is fair enough. A lot of people enjoy that. Oh, Raf, can you...
Move it?
Yeah. Can you fix my shoes? I've got a bit of trouble here with the laces. Oh, yeah, not a problem. Yeah, he's great that way.
Can I borrow your
Bernard
shorts?
Tomic, he's just when he comes into a room, he's likely to smash something or vomit or, just something antisocial is what you get from Tomic. Now, you can bear with that if the player can play. But when you've got someone coming in who's just losing all the time, throwing their weight around in the locker room, doesn't go over well.
It doesn't. Now, look, just setting this in context, Tomic has won 5 singles matches this year and crashed a meek first-up loss to Dominic Thiem, who got all the way to the semis.
He did.
Put out by Rafa
I think so.
Overnight.
Yeah.
At the French Open during the week. Now, obviously, he's had a run of outs. Todd says he'll be going, thank goodness the clay season's over. Bernie's game style is a throwback to 30 years ago.
Wow.
When there was a distinct clay court and fast court style of play. Most players can play pretty well on all surfaces, but he's looking for grass and greener pastures hopefully can turn his year around. What I worry about this is, how much of it, the locker room aura, how important, obviously you had enormous locker room aura in your day, how important is it? And which, obviously, you'd have to say the Joker, Djokovic has had it up until recently. Yeah. You'd have to say Andy Murray's got a fair bit of aura. Or does it go with lesser players being able to win a lot more than they should? Do you understand what I mean?
I do. I know exactly what you mean. If you can get the psychological edge on someone in the locker room, HG, it does pay dividends out in the middle. For example, if you know there's a player who's, a little bit weedy, you can go up to them when there's no one else about and just say something like, "Listen, Weed, I'm putting you away today. And I tell you what, I'm going to win out there as well. Because if you think you're going to win, and let's say you do win out there, which you're not, when we get back in here, I'm going to sort you out. All right? Mm-hmm. Have you got your doctor's number? Because you're going to need it."
Yes, the probe punches on with Roy and HG. Roy, are you calling for separate rooms, separate locker rooms, and in different parts of the stadium where they played? Roland Garros, obviously fantastic, have to be remodelled a bit, but maybe we can have caravans set up outside, for each of the players. Obviously there'll be a fair few there.
A bit like a movie set, HG, where stars have their own caravans.
With facilities in them, including showers, and if they do a bit of makeup, then put that on.
Yes.
And, finding the correct pair of shorts that really do get into that wedgie area.
Sure.
Now, can I ask, do you think this would improve the game, or do you believe that fundamentally some aspect of tennis is, as Conor O'Brien is suggesting, is won and lost in the locker room? Do you understand what I mean?
I do. It would
drama.
create a cultural difference, HG. That's for sure, because many of these games are won and lost in the locker room, as we know. Mm-hmm. Now, this is going to change it completely. It'll be like having, say Manny Pacquiao and the fighting school teacher sitting in the dressing room together. Well, that's a recipe for disaster, because these things can very quickly get out of hand. You can have the bout begin out in the dressing room, and
some of the best punches thrown.
Exactly, and the spectacle is denied to the viewers,
paying public.
Yeah. So either we can have the public involved in the dressing room. You might be able to buy special tickets, and sit in the dressing room with the players and just see what goes on in there. That could be fun. It offer real insight. Television cameras, make it a reality show. Yeah, have commentators going through it, explain, like Todd Woodbridge, experts who know what's going on. Obviously here comes Rafa. He's come in and look at that. He's fiddling with Stan Wawrinka's shoelaces now. And why would he be doing that, Todd? Oh, well, obviously Stan's got them the wrong way around, or blah, 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 whatever the story is. That could be an interesting aspect to the whole game, and there might be more interest in locker room than the actual game itself.
Well, certainly losing his locker room aura, that would be great to see.
Yes.
A
what a great name of a show. Losing locker room aura.
Fantastic. Now, the other thing about this article is that do you believe Bernard Tomic is in danger of plummeting to the point of no return? And what does the point of no return look like?
Well, I suppose the point of no return, HG, is where someone shows you a tennis racket and you don't know what it is.
Probing on punters with Roy and HG, and we haven't talked about Nick Kyrgios, but this week he had a pretty good.
He did.
Roland Garros fortnight.
Yep.
This week it cost him about $8,000 in fines after officials docked Kyrgios 30. Well, how they arrive at these numbers, I'm not sure, but $3,380 for racket abuse. Now that must be in francs. That must be a round number of some sort.
8,000 francs.
8,000, yeah.
Okay.
And then he had.
Or would it be euros?
Euros, probably.
Yeah,
I made a mistake there. Yeah, unlance they've overnight somehow gone to francs.
Back to France.
Yeah, to francs instead of euros. Anyway, then there was $4,740 for unsportsmanlike behaviour. His single earnings for this Paris outing was $100,000 though, so he's only lost.
He's well ahead.
He's miles ahead. He said he was obviously having trouble putting good training together for the last couple of weeks, trying to manage niggles. Haven't really had any structured training in the last 5 weeks. He's hoping to get to Queen's Club in Wimbledon. Said, he thinks he's got enough time to put it all together.
Right.
He's referring new coach Sebastian Grosjean. He knows things have been difficult for me, but he knows firsthand that I haven't, done enough work. The surprising thing is I was in a winning position today, and I could have won it. It doesn't even matter how underdone I was. I could have won, and that's it. Yeah. He was in a remarkable position.
Yeah.
Absolutely remarkable position.
He beat himself, really, didn't he?
He was reduced to asking the audience for beers at one stage.
He did. He was. Yeah, and they weren't happy. They didn't want to give him a beer.
No.
Understandably. I mean, buy your own bloody beers.
The difficulty is they didn't want to encourage players to come out here and treat it as a joke.
Yeah, true. There's that aspect to it as well.
People want to pay money to see good tennis, and Kyrgios was dishing up great tennis in the first set and a half, as near as I can tell.
Yeah.
The racket abuse. Roy, what I've got to ask is, admitting that rackets destruction relieve pressure. Kyrgios said he never had a chance to reach the second week, referring... anyway, racket abuse and relieving pressure. Does it? Does it help? It didn't seem to help him at all.
Well, look... A bad tradesman blames their tools. I think the same applies here, that he, being a tradesman, felt that the racket had let him down. He hadn't let the racket down. He's a bit Trumpish in this regard. It was the racket's fault. The racket was evil. The racket was doing bad things. And you know what I mean? Some rackets just get a personality about them, and you can't stop looking at them. You think, stop looking at me, racket! Come here! And so you take off and you smash the bloody thing and you feel a hell of a lot better. You feel as if there's some evil left your life. You got more control of your life. So you pick up the next racket. Feels all right. Then you do a dud shot and the rackets let you down again. Now, I don't know what Grosjean can do about this, but I don't know how good Grosjean's English is. And I know that... Nick doesn't speak much French apart from croissant and oui.
Yeah, cabaret. Yeah. Voulez-vous coucher avec moi?
Yeah. So they can get through a menu together, and end up with food in front of them. They look absolutely competent in that regard. But when it comes to the fineries of which racket is evil or not, Grosjean's completely mystified.
Yes, now, changing subject entirely, the World Rugby League Cup, which is something that's going to hove into view fairly quickly, is already gathering a lot of chat.
Isn't it ever?
And I've got to say is that, let's face it, we're blessed with so much great sporting possibilities. The Socceroos are going incredibly well now that they've got over the hump of Saudi Arabia. And, of course, the All Blacks versus the Wallabies is the highlight of the rugby union year, so much so that Carmichael Hunt has been called up, as you mentioned in your opening comments. And we've got, obviously what would I call it, the home and away series to get through the AFL, going incredibly well this year.
Giants travelling well.
Giants, etc., all that sort of stuff.
Yep.
And the World Cup, the World Rugby League Cup, involves a lot of nations who you don't normally connect with rugby league. Let's face it,
North Korea,
which we've got some news on later. But great news this week is that Brad Fittler plans to immerse himself in Lebanese culture after being named Ivan Cleary's replacement to coach the Cedars of Lebanon in this year's World Cup.
Brilliant.
Now, this is a tight fit. Brad, in his very own, in his own words, knows very little about Lebanese way of life. But what Fittler does possess is an unrivalled rugby league knowledge and a passion to help the game grow in developing nations.
Good. Oh, I didn't know he had that passion. Really? Developing nations? Well, Where's he been? Where's he been? Planting rugby league seeds? Where's he been doing
Ecuador?
that? Has he?
No, I just made that up.
Right.
The one thing is, would people
I thought he went to Bali a couple of times, and if anyone was happy to go up and talk to him about rugby league, he was happy to. But by and large, he wanted to be left alone.
Well, and
is that what he means?
Well, I can't picture Indonesian rugby league at all.
Nor me.
In fact, apart from a couple of pacey backs, I think they're really stuck for a team.
I think so.
Look,
if you asked me to name my top 5 Indonesian props, I couldn't do it. I'd struggle.
Honestly, you'd be going better than me if you got one. Now, the other thing that worries me is, would the Lebanon be considered a developing nation? Would that be insulting to Lebanese people? Right. I just throw that out there because I've got no idea. No. Lebanon's a fairly sophisticated place with many competing ambitions.
Oh, indeed. Indeed. The politics there is arcane. It's almost impossible to get to the bottom of. The person to speak to would be Eddie Obeid. I think Eddie was running for mayor at one stage while he was a member of the bloody parliament here. Getting a few things sorted
out.
Yeah. Or you can speak to Moses Obeid. Any of the Obeids. They know Lebanese rugby league. They know Lebanon. They know the culture. They know what to order in a restaurant so you don't look stupid.
Now, other than some friends who are Lebanese, I don't really know much about the Lebanese community. No. My eyes will really be open to this in the coming weeks. Uh-huh. I'll work out what makes the joint tick.
Wow.
Now, that is some ambition.
Man, people have been trying to sort out what makes
For
Lebanon
1,000
for
years.
thousands of years.
It would be negligent not to. You certainly would.
God almighty. Who's he going to speak to?
Well, apart from the OBs, not sure. I spoke to Ivan, and he was very confident.
Does Ivan Cleary know how Lebanon ticks?
So
I don't think so.
he was about the setup. That's a rugby league setup. He felt like it was organised. Some of the other emerging nations wouldn't have the same support. The fans are awesome, and they'll get into it. He's got a pretty good team to select from Australians. He says Lebanon play Australia and England in their pool matches.
Right.
Be embarrassing if they beat Australia, wouldn't it? But
Lebanon?
yeah, Lebanon. That would be a real tick for
Yeah.
emerging nations rugby league. There's enough really good players to be competitive. Being an emerging nation is about turning 5 NRL players at the moment into a team into 20 in say 10 years. I didn't realise that was the ambition. Turning 5 into 20 in 10 years.
Wow. How does that work? And how many local, when I say local, how many Lebanese players, Lebanese base players, and I have no idea what teams are in Lebanon or what the standard of the competition is or how often, what the season is, who won the grand final last year between South and North Lebanon. I don't know. Do they have a state of origin?
Referees, touch judges.
Yes. Do
Are
they have all that?
making
Do they
the
got
same
the
mistakes as-
infrastructure in this regard?
Do they have a
Are their
bunker?
touchies any better than ours are? Because ours are rubbish.
Yes, this is the Probe with rampaging Roy Slaven and HD Nelson here for the best part of another hour with, what I describe as the facts. The facts. Now, of the week. A warning here. This is a warning that, listen, I was unaware of until it broke this week. And this is the unfortunate story of a rugby league player who played for the Newcastle Knights and had his career cut short by a very unfortunate incident. And we're talking about Jared Mullen, the now banned Newcastle Knight. And I, put this out as a warning to footballers everywhere, people interested in sport generally who may be tempted to seek help outside the norms, club-approved norms for injuries or wanting to get back on the park a little bit quicker.
Yeah.
Now, Jared Mullen has spoken for the first time this week about an injection from a rogue physiotherapist that has ruined his life.
Wow.
They're the bald facts. A rogue physiotherapist that has ruined his life. You and I have worked in let's face it, you and I have worked in the sports science, medical science for many, many years now, and I've never heard of a rogue physiotherapist before. People accuse Stephen Dank, who piloted the Essendon Bombers to such enormous success a few years ago, as being a rogue physiotherapist.
But he wasn't a physiotherapist.
No, I don't think he was.
He was a sports scientist.
And there's plenty of rogues in that area who have wheezes, often suggesting injecting the fur based on what grows on rabbit poo helps you. It doesn't.
Doesn't it? I thought that one worked. Man. Because I had some of that this week.
Have you been prescribing that to people coming into the clinic this week?
Kids in particular, because they're interested in it, because it's, rabbit poo, who isn't interested? And they say, what's that growing on? And I say, try it. Doesn't taste too bad. Now, go for a run, see how it's... Yeah, it's great.
Yeah. Are you making that into a sort of tea, or are they smoking it, or are you injecting?
Well, I don't mind how you can... If you've got a sore, you can rub the scab off and rub it into that. That's, I found, the most effective way of...
And, a sprained ankle, which is maybe niggly, tennis elbow sometimes called, you've had success with it for that?
Yeah. You've got a sprained ankle and you've got a sore on you somewhere. I just scrape the scab off and rub the poo in. And
the poo. Yeah. There's enough fur based on the poo.
Based on the poo, yeah. Then they say, gee, my ankle's better. Get out of here. So easy.
I know, pus oozing out of the sore now. Win-win. Now, Mullen said he was...
Well, there you use maggots.
To clean it up.
You squeeze a blowfly onto it then, and that gets rid of the...
Are you all natural therapists?
Yeah, as much as I can. I tell you what, I love a cow manure poultice. That always works. People...
Comfrey leaves in the cow manure?
Yep.
Ooh, brilliant. Now, let's pushing on with the Mullen story here for a minute. Mullen says he was naive. He's naive rather than a steroids cheat. From the rogue physiotherapist that he ended I think he played about 200 plus games of rugby league.
He's a very good player.
an excellent player and a great club
Well, a great ambassador for the Knights.
rugby league.
Yeah.
Yes. Now, battling hamstring injuries for several months, Mullins sought treatment from a rogue physio, outside the Newcastle Knights last season. I trusted the bloke. I'd known him for 10 years. He tossed up amino acid injections to help, obviously the healing. After the injection, I tore my hamstring 2 weeks later, so whatever was supposed to go in there didn't work anyway. When I did the interview with Asada, they knew it was an accident because you need to be taking 5 other different things masking agents for it to do anything.
Right.
I didn't know that.
I didn't know that. What,
Are
if you're given a steroid, it's not going to work until you take 5 masking agents?
Well, not
Is
so
that
much
what
the
he's
masking
saying?
agents, 5 helpers to get it in there. I made the bit up about the masking agents.
What, you need 5 people to administer
I wasn't
the...
meaning the helpers, as in that sense, 5 other substances that go in the system as well.
So it's a cocktail.
A cocktail, yeah. I think that's where Dank came into his own.
Well,
He
Dank
cracked
was
that.
brilliant with the cocktails, wasn't he?
He was.
Yeah.
If I was intentionally going out there to improve myself, get bigger and faster, stronger, I'd be happy to cop the 4 years. It's just ruined my life. Mullen reveals he refused to dob in the physiotherapist despite the possibility of having the suspension reduced to 2 years with the
Is
Asada
that
ban.
because he's a mate?
He's a mate, yeah.
He's
said,
loyal. That's your
pick and
anti
stick.
spirit, isn't it?
It
Pick and
is.
stick.
That's why we went to Gallipoli.
That's why we went to Gallipoli.
He's-
We didn't win there, did we?
No, doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
No, we did it because we wanted to be able to
yeah.
subsequently allow people like Mullen not to dob in their mates.
That's right.
His ban
It's
would,
un-Australian to dob, isn't it?
it's completely un-Australian to dob. His ban would have been reduced for 2 years if he named the physio. I just want to say and take full responsibility for what happens.
Yeah.
I'm not here to blame anyone else.
No.
If someone is saying to you, I'm going to inject you with a steroid as a professional athlete, you've got to say no. No way in the world. Stay in your system for 6 months. 6 to 12 months, you get tested every week. So it's a big problem there. 211
You'd
games.
think if the physio was a mate, though, you'd think the physio would dob himself in.
Yeah.
He'd report to police and say, hello, I'm the mystery,
rogue physio.
rogue physio. Are you the rogue physio, mate? Yeah, I'm the rogue physio. You got any gear? Come and have a look at the boot.
Yes, the probe. The in-out work continues here with Roy and HG. Now, rogue physiotherapy, Roy, do you need a ticket?
No.
As in, do you have to go to a website and Iowa University and all that sort of stuff? Is that where you get your ticket from? Or is it just a matter, let's face it, you and I have done courses
Yeah.
before we open up the clinic and sports medicine's our go, I think.
Sure.
Obviously
Look, you got to know. You got to know certain facts. You got to know a little bit about anatomy, HG. Anatomy, enough to fool someone. Enough, so you know the difference between an arm and a leg. You know the difference between a bone and a muscle. That sort of stuff. And you can relate to a lot of things yourself. If you've bruised yourself, you know what a bruise looks like. If you've ever scratched yourself, you know what a scratch looks like. If you've got a lump, you know what a
you've
lump
sawn your
looks
hand
like.
off.
Yeah. So you can relate to people in that way. G'day, mate. Sit down.
Where's your hand?
Yeah, show us your hand. Yeah, good. It looks all right.
Now, where's
Now,
you?
Yeah. Now, could you just come over here? I'll fiddle with your chin. How's that feel? Oh, it hurts. Good. Sit down.
Now, what I'm interested in is the idea that people might be thinking about.
Getting into it.
Well, yeah, they're kids in school.
Oh, yeah.
They think, what am I going to do next year? I've heard so much about this rogue physiotherapy.
Yeah, I might become a rogue physiotherapist.
Yeah.
Is that what you're thinking? That kids will be thinking?
Well, that's,
Because it works so well for the Mullen bloke.
well, I was just thinking, obviously, Mullen's alerted me to the, and I see him as the tip of the iceberg person.
Yeah.
That they're underneath the iceberg, there must be plenty of people setting up clinics with "R physiotherapist" written on the plaque
I
out the front.
suppose. Yes, yeah.
I mean, do you think that people, the Minister of Health, whose name escapes me for the minute,
Oh, yeah.
completely escapes me. Yeah, go on. I should crack down on this.
Of course. Well, what, no name? Minister no name.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Look,
Can
I've
I-
often said to you, HG, that physiotherapy, it's a rort. An absolute rort. I've seen people, putting plaques out saying, I do Bowen method. Bowen method. What's that? So people come in, g'day, how are you? I'm here for some Bowen method. All right.
We know what you want.
All right, lie down.
Yeah.
I'm turning the lights out.
Yeah, jab.
I'm going to come back in 20 minutes. If you're still here, you'll be fine. All right? Oh, I'm a bit scared. Don't be scared. I'm not doing anything. All right, lights out. Tick, 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 20 minutes. All right. Wake up. Are you there? Yeah. You feeling better? Yeah. Get out of here. That's your Bowen method.
Now
anyone can do that.
Can I point out before listeners inundate this radio station with complaints about we don't know the Minister of Health, because who is the Minister of Health is? Yes, the heavy lifters here and the in-out man. That's H.G. Nelson and Rampaging Roy Slaven with the Probe. Now, still with the drugs theme, and this is very disturbing. It was a very bad week for drugs in sport in Australia this week. How about this? The Murdoch Press got this. Swimming Australia's reputation as world-leading anti-doping campaigner now has a black mark firmly against its name after Rio Olympian Thomas Fraser-Holmes was yesterday slapped with a 12-month ban, yesterday being Friday last week. Mm-hmm. Fraser-Holmes breached WADA anti-doping code by missing 3 drug tests over a 12-month period.
Wow.
Fellow Rio Olympians Madeline Groves and Jared Port also have strikes against their names. They're awaiting their fate. I haven't heard any updates on that.
No.
Now, the 3 top Australian Olympic swimmers are on 3 strikes for missing drug tests has given our rivals, who are they, the right to be suspicious of our anti-doping procedures. Now, as we know, the Rio drug testing was just outstanding. Mm-hmm. I think at least half the samples that were taken have been tested. Mm-hmm. That's a great achievement for the IOC generally.
Yep.
Swimming Australia has a crisis on its hands because it's aware of several other elite swimmers who are on 1 or 2 strikes, unnamed so far.
Right.
Now, questions
is that because they're travelling, HG?
They're travelling and they're
travelling.
elsewhere.
They're busy people. They've got places to go. And, if you're in Uzbekistan, I suppose, having a holiday, a caravan holiday, it's pretty hard to organise a drug test.
It is.
They don't have the facilities there. I mean, they have a lot of rogue
physios,
but they're not going to be able to test you properly.
I know. That's one problem. That's an excellent point, Roy, because you have to be ticketed to take the drug test. Yeah. It's not as though you and I aren't ticketed to do it. I know you've done a lot of amateur work in this area successfully.
I have.
Amateur work, and warned a lot of people that
especially
they're very
with
close
dogs. So, with greyhounds. I've had enormous success with greyhounds with putting things in them and making them go quick.
I was thinking more that you've done a lot of amateur work testing. Just ask people to, drop them and have a spray. That sort of work, and then had a look at the results. Mm. And you've warned a couple of people that they're skating they're on pretty thin ice.
Yes.
And I think they've thanked you for that.
They have, because of the colour of the urine. Often if the urine is bright red, I think, ooh, man, what have you been eating? Oh, I just beetroot. Oh, that's okay then. Yep. Right, next.
Now, questions must now be asked of not only swimmers, but Swimming Australia's hierarchy, that's CEO Mark Anderson, Chairman John Bertrand, Head Coach Jaco Verheeren, and High Performance Director Wayne Lomas on why there has been a spate of top swimmers missing drug tests.
Wow.
Now, these men are combined over $1 million a year. Why have these swimmers missed their tests? Is it laziness, a mistake? There's talk of technical fault, whereabouts systems, app, website. There's too much. There's a suggestion that a drug tester who went looking for Groves in the US didn't look hard enough for when she couldn't be reached by phone, just gave up. That's Madeline Groves.
Right. So there was a drug tester looking for her.
Exactly.
Are these drug testers all around the world just roaming about looking for people to... Are they?
Want a sample from?
Yeah.
I assume so. Whatever reasons the 3 swimmers haven't been reached and now they're in the bad books. It may not be that they're doing anything wrong. Now,
have these swimmers been able to be contacted, HG, to say, why did you miss your test has been looking for you? Where have you been?
I don't think
John Bertrand been able to get to the bottom of it?
I don't think so,
What a mystery. Don't we got to get the police involved?
Well, the difficulty is it's a shocking look for Swimming Australia and its sponsors. Management seem to have no other action plan other than lecturing the current crop of swimmers heading for world championships about, anti-doping policies, suggesting legal advice for the swimmers facing bans. Do we have to adopt Moscow rules here?
Yeah.
Where are you going and have a drug test to follow them all the time on the off chance that tick, 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 time's up now for another long Jimmy in the nearby bushes?
Yeah.
Or is it, ankle bracelets?
Oh, Lord, surely some of the money from this lottery we got that Minister has organised, this lottery money, surely it could go to appointing people who make sure our swimmers turn up for drug testing.
It's
like a police force.
It's an amateur hour.
Yeah.
To joke. Wonder, do you have...
these kids are usually pretty responsible, aren't they?
They are. Has Minister Got too much on his plate? Now,
But
coming
he's
back
got
to
a fair
that...
bit,
Good.
and he doesn't do anything. I've never seen him touch the plate, talk about the plate, point at the plate. There's no indication that he knows what a plate is.
Yes, this is the Sporting Probe, and if you want to get in touch with us, use the couple of cans and the piece of string called the Mojo Wire. Direct your mail to roynhg@thesportingprobe.com.au. That's roynhg@thesportingprobe.com.au. Roy, some people have this week. It's been a great Mojo Wire mailbag. Where do you want to start?
Well, I've got a concerned parent who's got in touch with us, HG.
Have you, Roy?
And this is a very sober...
Sorry, I didn't mean to laugh.
No. It's a very, very sober subject. The concerned parent says, it occurred to me whilst listening to the show last week that there seems to be an inverse correlation between the level of punting in a sport and the presence of the devil.
So
Now,
I thought.
women's tennis, for example, not much punting, and the devil is everywhere. We know this. Margaret Court has assured us. Dog racing, on the other hand, punting everywhere, no sign of the devil. It's an interesting point, isn't it? It never occurred to me, but there's so much truth to this. Absolute truth. It's well known that the devil is no good with numbers, the concerned parent goes on. That's why he uses 666. It's easy to remember. Talking odds and exotic bets is like holding a cross out in front of you. Wow. As a concerned parent of a rugby league supporter, has Minister taken into consideration what devilish behaviour kiddies could get into before 8:30pm if punting is removed from the TV screens?
It's a hell of a question.
It's a hell of a question, isn't it? And one that needs answering. I mean, it does removing what concerned parent is saying. If you're not encouraged to gamble and bet, and if you're not being
Bombarded
stimulated,
with the odds.
yes,
Stimulated, I think is the word. Yeah, sorry, I cut you off
stimulated
there.
in this way, does that allow the devil to creep into your life?
And
Creates a space. I mean, a negative space. I mean, the devil's always going to fill up a negative space, actually. Always. I mean, evil hands make light work, don't they? And
what would disturb me even more is if people got out old videos of tennis matches, women's tennis matches, and then started deciding that women's tennis was where they wanted to be.
oh, yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Oh,
I don't want to
yes.
encourage more cross-dressing that's in the community at the moment.
Right.
But women's tennis...
Should Minister be having a royal commission into women's tennis, HG?
I think he should.
International women's tennis?
Has this bobbed up at
in
COAG recently?
relationship with the devil? Is the devil there? What's the devil up to?
Mm-hmm.
And how long has the devil been present in, well, presumably, mid-last century is when the devil crept in, when
Mid-last
Margaret Court
century.
was playing.
It's very, very
I
disturbing.
wonder if Margaret herself was a magnet for the devil.
Well, she's the one who's alerted us to.
Yes.
And isn't the, what's that great saying about the devil? The greatest trick the devil ever pulled was pretending he wasn't there.
Yeah. Yeah.
So...
We're calling him out, aren't we?
We are.
So, concerned parent, I agree with you.
Now, and
Gambling is
saving us from the devil.
saving us from the devil.
Now, can I point out that all these suggestions are being pushed through to the highest level of, government.
Of course.
So far, there's no evidence that anybody in the highest level of government can read. But that's a separate issue. Now, Tim's been on the Mojo Wire. He said recently back, catching up with the podcast, he says, have we any information on North Korean rugby league forward packs or rugby forward packs? Now,
Not much.
Sadly,
There's not
remember
much.
the two guys who were going to go to North Korea? I think there was an English one and an Australian one, rugby players in their downtime, i.e. the summer season, which is now. They're off to North Korea to show some green shoots.
Yep. I don't know what's become of that. There's been very little coming out of Pyongyang vis-a-vis
Rugby.
rugby.
Plenty about rockets.
Oh, yeah, a lot of rocket work going on. Quite a few this week, I think.
I
Just
understand.
short-range stuff.
A new one.
Yeah.
I don't know quite what they've done that's different, but be that as it may, that's up to the techno.
Yeah, these are surface-to-sea missiles, weren't they?
They were.
Not surface-to-surface.
No.
Surface-to-sea.
Now, he also suggests, could Rugby League employ Joel Selwood from Geelong Cats to advise on concussion tests? Mm-hmm. He says he observed Selwood playing last weekend with half his brain hanging out after his clash with the Crows, so he's adept at avoiding or somehow passing the tests.
Wow.
It's a hell of a thing, isn't it, to
Yeah,
suggest
yeah,
a
yeah,
cross-code
yeah.
pollinisation like that.
It's a bit of a mystery, the HIA testing, isn't it? I mean, they just disappear into the dressing rooms and suddenly a thumb goes up or down or they reappear. I don't know what they get up in there. Has anyone ever... I mean, there aren't rogue people in there doing these testings, are they? Are they genuine, qualified, ticketed medical people who know someone who's concussed?
What worries me is, are you worried about the standard of, or the level of concussion testing, as in, it's all very well to sit people in a room and point out, this is what you're looking for,
Yes.
Blurry eyes, clutching at, pulling the shorts out of the bum crack, all that sort of stuff. Dead giveaway that the bloke's mad or concussed.
Yes.
Are we seeing a standardisation of all those things across the AFL or the rugby league, or is everybody got their own nuanced?
Well, I think the latter. I mean, I don't know where to start with this, with someone being concussed. I mean, when we saw that footage of Tiger Woods the other day, you'd have to say, fair chance the bloke's concussed. Mm-hmm. But in the end, it's the player themselves who know the best, aren't they? So if we take Royce Simmons, remember, when Royce was famously concussed and...
Couldn't remember a thing about the game.
One man of the match. There's a lot to be said. See, there's so much we don't know about concussion, and maybe it's something we've got to control. If we can control concussion, and certain players can, certain players improve their behaviour once they're concussed.
They're freed.
They're freed. They're liberated from the burden of consciousness and thought. So that, I've often said to myself, gee, if Royce is that good playing footy, wouldn't it be great if surgeons could concuss themselves? How good they could operate.
Yes, the probe punches on, and one final email for the week. Roy comes from Sam Holt from my end. Yeah. One solution to the funding woes of Sick Sid et al. Could simply be to send old rugby league players out to talk to schools. I think this has been going on for some time, and nothing talks the benefits of staying healthy and keeping on the right side of the tracks than a big buff-headed ex-rugby league player. This is a bit harsh from Sam, I think.
It is, isn't it?
Although there's some truth to it.
Yeah.
He suggested Lottoland could sponsor the weekly envoys, which could provide an added benefit about educating the kids about the punt. The real vote winner for Minister and ticks a lot of boxes. Roy, do we need to up, the number of rugby league players appearing at schools? I mean, if, would they have a powerful message about not playing tennis?
They'd have a more realistic message, HG. I don't want to talk down the people we've got in schools now, these pastors, these ministers that are doling out advice in school. I mean, they're doing a terrific job, I'm sure, filling a moral vacuum, especially when the devil is about.
Which he is. Or she.
Yeah.
That's
fine. But if you had a rugby league player there, I think that would be just as good. I mean, you'd get moral direction, you'd get what you shouldn't be doing, and they'd be able to pass on a few skills as well, and general advice on how to live, what not to do. Don't be like me. That'd be the lesson, wouldn't it? I'm here a living example of what you shouldn't do, kids. I've been living with the devil all my life. Look what he's done to me.
Roy,
he's turned me into an idiot.
Yeah. That's right. Remember, of course, is that I wouldn't want to see students in primary schools or in early years of high school thinking this was a joke.
No.
Now, Healthy Harold and Sick Sid, people don't see them as a joke. No. They see them as a means of communicating a message. Yeah. Whereas if you sent, say, Disher Dowling out or Backdoor Benny Elias have to do 20 schools between, say, Monday and Tuesday, then all of a sudden it just looks as though it's token.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? They're not taken very seriously, and we just got out of a music lesson or something like that to hear a rugby league player talk.
Yeah. Okay, look, I take your point, but if Disher Dowling was there 5 days a week,
different
just sitting in a room, just sitting there waiting if anyone's got a problem.
Mr. Dowling?
Are you available now?
Can I talk rugby league? Yeah. Come in. What do you want to know?
Forward passes.
Why do they call you Dishhead?
Look, this raises a question.
Get out!
Get out! Yeah, that's right. Now, look, this does raise a question
Mr.
concerning...
Door, why do they call you Backdoor Betty?
It's a long story.
Yeah, how long you got,
How long
son?
you got?
Yeah,
Start in a hammer tail.
Yeah, that's right. I might bore you with this. Now, Disgruntled Canterbury supporters will get a chance to this is not any Mojo Wire work, the Fairfax people got this.
Oh, yeah.
The disgruntled Canterbury supporters, I didn't realise there were disgruntled Canterbury supporters.
No
This
idea.
is Canterbury Mansdown Bulldogs.
Yep.
They get an opportunity to grill Des Hasler after the premiership winning coach made himself available to face tough questions at a fan forum next week. Now, Hasler was accused of ducking frustrated fans after failing to front a scheduled meet and greet session after the devastating 38-0 loss to the Panthers. Now, obviously, the boss of the Bulldogs said on behalf of the Canterbury Bankstown Bulldogs, I'd like to invite you to the Bulldogs Members Forum to be held from 7 p.m. till 9 p.m. this Tuesday, the 13th of June, in the Blueberry Hill Room.
Blueberry Hill Room.
Sounds good, doesn't it?
Doesn't
The Blueberry Hill Room.
Hope it's a big room.
At Canterbury Leagues Club. Due to space restrictions, attendance will be only the first 300 members to RSVP. I'm sure many of you will have seen the media suggesting Des deliberately avoided members' function. This is not correct. He'll be at the Members Forum next week alongside Ray Dibb, who might be the boss of the Dogs, and Aidan Tolman, one of the front rowers, and ask you questions. James Graham, unfortunately, will not be able to attend due to TV commitments. Oh, typical of Graham. Now, Roy raises a question. Are these fan forums any good? Surely, to goodness, there's only one answer to the problem of fans, i.e. start winning. Did you grass stomper Mick Benson before he went missing ever have to do a fan forum for the Shamrocks?
We did.
And if so, was it a help?
Oh, look, I don't know if it was much of a help at all, HG. We weren't travelling all that well. It was, middle of the season, injuries and what have you. We weren't, So the fans got upset and started gobbing off, gobbing off.
Did they call for Grassy's resignation?
They did.
Grass has got to go.
Well, yeah, Grass has got to go. And Grassy, give him a due, he took umbrage. He did. He stood up and he said, look, I know all the years are bagging me at the moment, and let's face it, the players are rubbish at the moment. Now, shut up, Roy. You're not playing very well. And I know you've got a broken leg, and that doesn't help. And I know, Mick, I don't know where you are. Well, I can't find you half the time. You don't bloody turn up. Look, the problem is you, the fans. And I know you're the problem because I've heard your confessions. I know the state of sin you're in. I know the muck that you get up to, you lot. You come in here and gob off at me and gob off at the players. Look at yourselves. Go to a mirror and look at your sins. I know all of your sins.
Yes.
And if you don't shut up, I'm going to broadcast them.
Yes, it's Roy and HG for a final burst of the probe for this week now.
I should just add as a corollary, actually, just so the last comments I made sense, that Grassy was a practising priest. So he threatened to expose or break the confessional seal. That's how strongly he felt about his rugby league.
Can I say that what I think was disturbing, and I've seen some Super 8 film of these events, was his early accusation of the role of a lot of the fans and women's tennis. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That he felt as though in the community there was a fair bit of women's tennis going on, and this was distorting people's perception about what was happening with the Shamrocks
I
and the
think
rugby
that's
league.
true. He did scream that out a few times, yeah. What would you know? What would you know? I've seen you playing women's tennis!
Yeah, I know.
I know what you're up to!
I know.
With your filth!
With your filth
And you come and talk to me in the dark and expect me to get off with it? Well, I'm not going to forgive you. I mean, if any of you playing women's tennis come and talk to me about sins, I'm not forgiving you.
He was a harsh...
He's a very hard man.
And very, very...
Stern.
Stern, that's the word I'm looking for, stern. Now...
But he could be sympathetic and understanding by turn.
Yeah, I know, of people who are interested in rugby league.
Oh, of course.
Of
course. I mean, if you saw him and you did have your sins, if the first thing you said was, blessed be Father, for I've sinned, I love rugby league. And he'd say, stop there. You're forgiven. Get out.
And what was great was, I remember a court case where he appeared for somebody who obviously was up on the charge of murder and said, I know nothing more than this person loves rugby league. And that was the end of the matter.
That was the end of the matter. Case dismissed.
Now, look, speaking of crime, and this does round up a rather difficult week concerning, drugs in sport.
Yes.
A thoughtful piece by Andrew Webster of a week or so ago in the Fairfax Press concerns drugs and rugby league, which has seemed to be underpinning this week's program. He says, obviously, since a bad weekend a couple of weeks ago, since the weekend I've been told about an international who's been kicked out of 3 eastern suburbs establishments for using cocaine, much to the amusement of teammates who believe they would have earned harsher sanctions if it had been them. And he's been repeatedly told about another international who's 5 minutes to midnight, his terms not mine, away from an offence that'll let surely end his career. Now, what disappoints me about this is nobody's named here.
No.
So he tars the whole game of rugby league, and especially at the international level, that is the Lebanon level, World Cup level, as being corrupt and on drugs. And I don't think that's right,
I don't
Roy.
think that's right.
I don't think that's fair.
I don't think it could be right. It could be right. Although we did see, didn't we, after the last game between Australia and New Zealand, it might have been, didn't a couple of players go a little bit silly with powder?
They did.
On that occasion?
It was in Canberra.
Yeah.
And then, of course, Damien...
But that doesn't happen very often.
No. On that
And
same...
just because one or two are doing it, it shouldn't besmirch the whole...
community.
The rugby league community, who,
no, I
by and
agree.
large, are decent, law-abiding citizens, aren't they?
They are. And the fact that a club president or chairman and,
that's
a
true.
former... and a rugby league separate incident,
Yeah.
another rugby league player were caught on the job as well.
Well, that's true. Just because you've had a CEO and several players...
Bonafide sports-mad Australians. Snakes alive. Is that the time? Yes, green and gold freaks, it certainly is. It's time for the Sporting Probe. With two diamond pythons twirled around the tree of knowledge across the nation.
Boys and girls.
Well, a young man ain't got nothing in the world these days.
The Sporting Probe leading the charge up the eucalypt. With extra chili on the stick is the in-and-out maestro, rampaging Roy Slaven. And coming from behind is the heavy lifter with both feet on the ground, H.G. Nelson. Unleash the grunt and poke H.G.?
TF Much, gentlemen, Jim Daniels, the golden guy in the TSP soundproof booth, located in the pop-up studio out front of Toak Park in Orange. He's got all the merchandise there. He's got the TSP Urban Turban, which I've seen so many people wearing. It's a terrific, when the committee said to me we should put out an Urban Turban with TSP on it, I sort of scratched my head and thought, it'll never work. But it has, because it's the fashion item, the fashion accessory that is making the Everest the toast of the world today. And can I start, firstly, by thanking Peter Volanders and the whole ATC community for taking the Geo block off the streaming of the big race today. So many people have been on to us this week, Roy and myself, from Scandinavia, where they love their horse racing, from Russia, from Asia, obviously, from across America, from across, the Arab-speaking world, including Iran, which I know doesn't speak Arabic but speaks Farsi. They're interested as well. And it's a tremendous credit because this race has captured the imagination of the world. The Urban Turban as well I see the Urban Turban as leading that capturing of the imagination. Probe-sters, patriots, pilgrims, punters, H.G. Nelson getting the Sporting Probe away for another set of 7. And thanks very much, Bruce McAvaney. Bruce, gonged this week as part of the Don ceremonies. Remember, Jeffy Horn won the Don of the Year. Love to see a boxer taking out the Don. Bruce got Loomer of the Year for 2017, so that's another feather in his trouser, and that trouser is very full of feathers. Bruce McAvaney away. Thanks very much. And what a week, what an incredible week. A week when too much sport is building up. Tremendous to have you with us as we prod forward and push through the solidly backed up stoolage of this week's sporting action. A week of massive collects. I mean, did you get on Nick Kyrgios round one? That was an obvious one to get. That was a very easy one to get. The Hotham at Ballarat. What a great wheeze that was, the Ballarat racing community. I got my hat off, my pants off to them because Everest, obviously, Hotham, they ran a race called the Hotham. Obviously, one in the eye for the Everest people. Hotham being a mountain I use that word advisedly, in Victoria. Get it? Everest, Hotham. Do I have to spell it out for you? And look, Timmy, did you get Timmy's 2 on Tuesday? Look, I knew it was on. I had the word early, obviously took those odds. They didn't know whether he'd played. I got on before they announced that he was going to be part of the team. Comes on and gets 2, 49 and 50. And the Horn is the Don. I mean, that's massive, massive collects. But to get us underway, let's lock horns with a man. Well, 2 big things this week for this man. He was, and I think this is a tremendous feather in his cap, he was asked to set the rugby league questions for the big quiz, Is Donald Trump a Moron? What a great honour that is for this man. He obviously, it was a rich field. There were so many people there. They could have gone to anywhere in the world, of course, because as we know, it's a global game now, rugby league. But this man is setting the questions for the Is DT a Moron quiz. And the other one, he lobbed at Everest Base Camp to promote the big one at Royal Randwick this week, only to discover there was no betting facility anywhere on the hill or anywhere nearby. And that he found that 500 million people, that is 500 million mile-high punters, had no idea you could cash out mid-race. Meaning that if you thought, oh, well, Chautauqua, it's not going to do it, I better get off here. No idea you could mid out. He stepped up to the plate with his 2bet organisation, and he's included that option and many other options we know and love, you know, the quadrilla, the pick 4 in any race, you know, Quinellas Exotics, all unavailable to billions upon billions of people across that fabulous part, that roof of the world, as we call it, Everest. And his work this week was acknowledged and awarded with the UNESCO Award for International Punting Excellence on the subcontinent. So that man is rampaging Roy Slaven. Roy, can we get the TSP bunny in motion simply by asking what highlights caught your restless eye this week? Right.
Thank you very much, Ashley Nelson. Wonderful week to be in Australia, as it normally is. Bigly. Thank you very much. A bigly week. Now, Socceroos hold on to the World Cup dream. Just. Honduras next. Can I just say Honduras actually look pretty good? We're going to have to bloody, I know Ange is a bit under pressure. I don't know what's going on with Ange. He looks a bit down in the dumps. He doesn't look his happy self. Normally when I see Ange, he's, hail fellow, well met, big smiles, grins, humorous anecdotes, bit of a joke. Did you hear the one about? None of that from Ange at the moment. It's all down in the dumps. Don't look at me, don't talk to me. Get out of my way. Sorry, Roy, can't talk. Not like Ange at all. Not the Ange that we've come to know and love. Let's hope that Ange comes back. And I tell you what, a win over Honduras just might do it. Nick Kyrgios suffers a Shanghai Open meltdown. No surprises there. Don't know if we'll have time to unpack. I don't know if we care. We know what the problem is. What? Stupid? Is that it? Attitude problems? Physical problems? Mental problems? Bigly problems? Something's not right. The wiring's not right. That's what I've heard, that Nick Kyrgios is suffering a wiring problem. Don't know who you go to solve
wiring?
That. Wiring, yes.
What, you got cheap
No,
training?
yeah, well, cheap, something wrong in the head. Wiring in the head. You know how your head's full of wires, connections, little electrical impulses with dopamine, sort of thing as a carrier. That's my understanding of how the brain works. I mean, I might be wrong, but Nick,
Can I ask, is
working.
that little Leighton talking? Or is it somebody
no.
like, I don't know, one of those McEnroe types or the Cockalichi Kid or...
No, I'm talking about, I was talking to a brain scientist.
Oh, I thought you might have been talking to an electrician.
No, brain scientist who does a bit of, he was fixing my toaster at the time. I suppose he does qualify as an electrician of sorts. Because he said the toaster always just like the brain. If it's wired up properly, it works. I said, all right. How about we put a couple of bits of toast down my ear and see if we can cook something? He laughed. Ange didn't. He left. Now, the Everest, as HG has mentioned. Oh, what can we say about the Everest? More to come. Now, Bathurst provides another fairy tale. Oh, God, does it ever? Dave Reynolds, who would have thought? Bloke from the bush, just brought his car in with a mate. Didn't expect to win, didn't expect to finish. Didn't expect to be in the race, but won. And how refreshing it is to see a name like Dave Reynolds up there with Frosty Winterbottom. Who would have thought? In days gone by, Frosty Winterbottom, hell of a lot of daylight, then Dave Reynolds.
Other way round.
Other way round now. Dave Reynolds! Daylight.
Crickets.
Frosty Lil. Frosty. Frosty Winterbottom. Big loser. As was Van Ginsberg. God, I love seeing Big Bird lose. New Zealander. I was going to say New Guinean. Might as well be. New Zealander, Van Ginsberg. Now, Pat Cummins has told the English to prepare for a bumper war, a bouncer war. Can you believe it? A bouncer war? How long since we've had one of those? Could I suggest 4 years? Roughly? 4 years ago? Now, the 2019 President's Cup. Now, we're breaking this story here and now. That is the golfing President's Cup between the United States and the rest of the world. That's to be held in Melbourne in 2019. Now, the Gold Coast obviously didn't have its eye on the ball. There'll be some inquiries there. And Roger and Rafael, that is, on course to meet in the Shanghai Masters. And that may well determine the world number one at the moment. Make of that what you will.
Yes, this is the good ship Probe at the wheel with a knife between the teeth and the patch on the eye. The bosun rampaging Roy Slaven and walking the plank, the peg leg himself, H.G. Nelson. Roy, a lot of people have contacted me during the week wondering if Henk Doot could be the answer to the Socceroos' coaching problems. Yeah. Look, can I just say this program has been very supportive of Ange and everything he's done. Yeah. Very limited playing group, and he's squeezed that lemon so beautifully for so long. Yeah. And look at the drama he's managed to eke out. We're still there. We're still not out of the World Cup. Match after match after match, we're there teetering on the very brink of delirium, John Aloisi style. Yeah. Remember when he put the ball in the back of the net, penalty, etc. Teetering on the very brink of disappointment, yet somehow we're still in it.
I know.
But people are worried now that Ange is going to pull the pin after, I think, the Honduran thing. And are we developing a fait accompli here, if that's the right term, meaning that he will then be seen and boxed into a corner saying, well, I said I'd do it and now I've done it.
Now I've done it and walks away. I hope he doesn't walk away. Mind you, there is, as you say, the Doot option. Doot, I think Henk Doot was an assistant to Aussie Gus Hiddink, wasn't he? Now, is there any talk of maybe Gus coming back to assist Henk Doot? Should Doot be approached by
Powers of
Football Australia? Yeah.
What an excellent idea. You mean in reverse the roles?
Yes.
Because let's face it, I think the main thesis of the Doot hitting golden generation, as we call it, was that Doot was the brains, and Gus or Hus, Aussie Hus, did the man management, if I can put it that way.
His man management was terrific. Henk Doot was a bit standoffish. Now, he refused to talk to players often. But as you say, he was the brains. He came up with that terrific Aloisi strategy in the end. That got us through to the World Cup last time. And who can forget? Was it Kaiserslautern?
Kaiserslautern,
yes. Well, the memories.
And the Cafe Kuchen and all that sort of stuff.
Cafe and Kuchen, I'd nearly forgotten.
I remember the bus that couldn't get into the motel.
All of that. I mean, wonderful memories.
Yes. Yeah. Now, look, when I last, the listeners will know this, but obviously Aussie Hoos, I think was Russie Hoos for a while, but I'm not sure whether he's still at the helm of the mighty Soviet bear. Soviet's the wrong word, obviously.
The Russian bear. The red bear.
Yeah. Look, I wonder if he's still there.
I don't know. I hope he hasn't been taken away and shot, which can happen, in Russian football. It's a pretty...
Brutal.
Yes.
Crazy.
Yeah. If you don't get success, I mean, you're really buggered.
And I was just wondering if we could, like the Premier League, the EPL has a lot of big names coaching it at the moment. I'm wondering if maybe one of those who may not have national duties we could get a loan of, like, Jose Mourinho, the special one. I'd love to see him come. Arsene Wenger. Could they come out? Because let's face it, I think Arsene's been here this year.
He
would
has.
Run the eye over.
He knows Australian conditions. What, just offer a contract for a month maybe, just to take Australia?
Into the World Cup.
Should Ange say,
get them
valet, and good luck whoever takes over. You mean get him out here or with the Australian squad just for a month?
Well, imagine the media. Yeah. Imagine the interest worldwide. I mean, these are international figures. We don't see this from Australia. I mean, it's all very well for Popovich to swan off to, Turkey at the start of the season.
Right.
But you've got no idea how many people across the world know who Arsene Wenger is. And imagine Australia securing that
Yes.
That mind. Sure, the Arsenal team isn't going that well, but I'm
it's
just
not.
using him as an example.
Yeah, it's just an example. What, to support
Henk Doot.
Henk Doot.
Yes, this is the Probe. Let's talk communications, and that's what we're doing. Doing the deals on data, rampaging Roy Slaven and overcharging on your OS calls, the hack man himself, H.D. Nelson. Now, Roy, today, obviously, all eyes are on Royal Randwick, where a royal hasn't been seen in several generations.
They say, HG, I've done a little bit of work on this, that Her Majesty the Queen visited very briefly Royal Randwick in 1954.
As part of her original, and some say the best royal tour.
Yes.
54?
1954, yes.
Wouldn't that be great to see that vision, as say, on the big screen
Yes,
there today?
I don't know if Cine Sound or any of those took video or film of it, HG. I suppose they would have done, and we might check the archives on that. Maybe at YouTube they might have those archives.
Well,
It'd be great to see, though. And there were whispers that I heard this week that at the last minute there was the possibility that Princess Eugenie and Princess Beatrice
They're coming.
might make an appearance. Yeah. That would really give it a lift, wouldn't it?
It certainly would, because they know how to wear hats, those two.
They do. They
We
do.
saw
And if
them in
you
action.
happen to be in the lucky marquee where the Royals swanned in,
Oh, no.
can you imagine?
I know. Well, look, obviously celebrity hat makers are having the time of their lives. I noticed Nerida Winter, celebrity Middleton, said Everest is gearing up to be the most glamorous race day in the world.
In the world.
I think she means in the calendar year, not just today, because I'm not sure what the competition would be today. There'd probably be some races at Albury, for instance. There'd be some races maybe at...
Maybe the Vasey races might be on. Something. Maybe.
Yes, that would be the case. I'm sure there's something in Perth. Maybe they've moved from Belmont back to Ascot already.
Yeah.
They'd be terrific. Anyway,
So she's saying it's the most glamorous race
day in the
in
world.
the world that is today.
No, I think she means full stop.
Full stop.
Ever.
Right.
She says...
You'd have to go look at Ascot, for example.
Well, that's what worries
God
me.
Almighty,
I know, it's
people dress up
beautiful
for
there.
Ascot.
I know.
You know, we've been through this.
We're not
Morning
allowed- I
suits,
know.
all of that,
We're not-
top ants.
We feel embarrassed there. I mean, I go
Yeah.
often in shorts and thongs, and they look at me askance.
Yes, of course.
As they should.
Yes.
Now, then they see my wallet and let me in.
course.
Now, the key trend, according to Nerida, is for headwear is, we've been through this as well, wide-brimmed hats, boaters. Boaters for women are great looking.
I love a boater.
Yeah.
Yes, who doesn't?
A turban.
Yes, well, look, Jennifer Hawkins, HG, she's a terrific model and knows her fashion. She was saying that headbands and florals are all the go today.
Exactly. I was going to get to that because turbans, bows, berets. Berets not my favourite.
I don't like a beret.
No, neither do I.
I think of the French and I think of cowardice and cheese.
Now, floral headbands are there as well, as Jennifer Hawkins spotted. I think you're going to see some pretty spring colours, pinks, reds popping up this season.
Pinks and reds.
And this is one thing I like is while the nudes and metallic hues are still about. So if you've got something nude, as in flesh-coloured, or with a metallic brim, hat brim, or something like that.
All right. I thought for a moment that you were suggesting people could turn up nude with a beret and get let in.
Well, I'm not sure that you couldn't.
Depends how the berets.
Yes, yes.
How it draws the eye.
Exactly. So as if the rest is not noticed because
Yes.
the beret with a metallic trim, I think you're in. Now, embellished trimmings such as pearls, applique or diamantes are in vogue too, so that's fantastic. Blokes, fedoras. You know, Nerida loves a fedora on a man. The metal band touches that off that rock and roll vibe of the 80s and 90s. The Panama is one of those pieces that has stood the test of time and can still be worn with jeans or leather trousers or just nothing downstairs.
True.
So it's a fantastic sort of
So you
open...
can go with a fedora and, say, a shirt and a blazer and nothing underneath.
Exactly,
Nude,
trouserless.
nude from the waist
Yes.
down.
The problem is, where would you put the winnings?
I suppose there'd be a pocket in the coat, in the
where
jacket.
the phone would go as well as
Yes,
the winnings.
yes.
Now, look, one thing that sort of does interest me about all of this is the problem that, now that we've set out what to wear, the problem of that Campbell Brown, the former AFL star, famous Hawthorn player and racing identity,
Yes.
he's accusing bachelor contestants of angling for a mission to this year's exclusive spring racing carnival parties. So around a big event like the Everest or in the Melbourne Cup and the Caulfield Cup, there are always these great parties you can go to almost every night of the week. Lunches, of course.
Wonderful parties.
There were wonderful lunches yesterday right across Australia, especially in Vasey, where they were really building up and gearing up to the turban look of today. He said the Hawthorn Premiership great launched into a heated rant against social climates and influencers who pop up during the carnival and rob regular racing industry members of their rightful spot in the best parties in town. So he believes that a lot of these events should be for racing industry people only.
Yes.
You know, people who work at the TABs, who do the strapping, who are owners, trainers, breeders, you know, because let's face it, I think I'm right in saying that Australian racing is now our biggest employer.
Just about, yeah. Just about.
Across the whole...
Probably the education industry, HG. There's quite a bit of employment there, but probably horse racing would be next and then dogs. And I think that's right. And he's right, of course. I mean, I've known friends, personal friends that I won't name because I won't embarrass them, who own millions of dollars of horse flesh, millions of dollars, who really put into the industry, yet cannot get into a party.
I know. And yet Jeffrey Edelston, who has nothing to do with horse racing, as I can tell, but just wants to big and note himself, is welcomed every spring carnival to whatever he wants to go to. In you come, Jeffrey. Yeah. Campbell said he is irate about the conversations and behaviour he has witnessed this year. This is what gets on his goat, I think. From Fairweather, supporters who want to get into these parties. He says this time of year, and it's a fantastic time of year, there's always going to be spring carnival breakfast, there's exclusive parties and lunches and marquees, and the rooftop at the QT invite sort of stuff. David Jones Myers, etc. But you get a bunch of social climbers. They're Moeen Shandon sipping, caviar eating sycophants. Oh dear. That's what they are. Influencers, they call themselves. They couldn't influence me to go to Vegas on my next holiday, which is a borderline impossible. They get to do in all these functions. I have mates with millions, as you point out, of horse flesh, probably the same mate. They can't get invited. And I overhear conversations where media bloggers call gelding she.
Oh, no. Oh, dear.
I mean...
Oh, dear. That can't be right. Is that an accurate reportage? Or is that...
Well, I don't doubt Campbell Brown. No. I've heard the same thing myself.
Yeah.
People should just red card those people and send them out.
Yes. Frog march straight out of the marquee.
That's right. Into the car park and straight out of the car park. I mean, you don't have to be brutal about it. I mean, sure, give them a boot up the date to go on with your your R.M. Williams riding boot or whatever it is, to let them know that you're in the industry.
Yep.
Now, I mean, they've got no idea what they're talking about. They wouldn't know the difference between a good 4 and a heavy 10.
Yeah, that's true.
Do you reckon we'd see him at Dunkeld or Stony Creek? I love Dunkeld.
Yeah, Stony Creek's no slouch. I love Stony Creek.
Don't think so. And the lifeblood of the industry, the owners, the strappers and the punters that put their money through, they don't get invited. It's just something that really frustrates me. They do it for the love of horses. This is the people who, support it, obviously. The thrill of the chase, the sheer enjoyment, and all those social climbers who ... He didn't go on. All bachelor contestants, their claim to fame is they go voted off a reality. I could go on. You understand what I mean?
I see where he's coming from.
They hire PR crews.
How many bachelor or, contestants, losers, so to speak, are they? How many hundreds of them are there, HG, going to the races? And how exciting is it for those genuine race fans who get into a marquee and start sipping the Moe and Shandon or whatever it is? Suddenly there's a bachelor contestant there. That must be exciting for them. Can they take a selfie? I mean, is there anything you can engage? Can you engage with them?
You can.
How do you behave with them?
Yeah, well, that's the thing is, how do you behave with them?
It's pointless talking horse racing.
Because they know nothing about it. How did it feel when you got dumped?
Lost?
Yeah. But remember, of course, we live in a world where there's so many great possibilities for people to get a start in show business, through shows like Survivor, The Block, You're the Voice, or whatever that show,
Australia's Got Talent
has at What. You've got your Renault show. I think there might be 3 or 4 of those. Cooking. I haven't got started on the Cooking MasterChef. Imagine if you saw, never mind the contestants who are heroes and heroines, but you saw Matt Preston coming in.
Is Matt going to the race today?
I think so. Sticking a fork into a canapé and shoveling it in.
Yes.
That's your selfie there.
Yeah.
I want to be in the shot with the fork going into Matt's mouth.
Well, who doesn't?
From Melbourne's mean streets.
You could say this was the murder we missed.
A story you'll have to hear to believe.
He said he was a 200-year-old vampire.
Why was Shane Chandra's abbot gunned down before giving evidence?
2 men shot him down. It's a mystery within a mystery within a mystery.
Listen now to this untold true crime story from Adam Shand. The Trials of the Vampire at podcast1.com.au or download the app.
Yes, this is the Probe Centre for Climate Science. What a week for climate science this week. Dipping another frog into near boiling water. The Prof, rampaging Roy Slaven. And down in the basement, stoking the furnace with briquettes, the coal man, H.G. Nelson. Now, just a couple of things before continuing with the Everest theme.
Yeah.
Did you get a tip from the Minister of Sport?
No!
This week he's been silent.
He's working on trying to get kids to buy health insurance.
I don't, not a hope in hell, but he could have come out and said, look, obviously everybody's thinking Everest tomorrow. These are my selections.
Yeah.
As Minister of Sport, I feel as I have to be involved in the sporting issues of the day.
Yes.
And now health.
Now health.
Yeah.
See, it seemed to me, HG, if you want to encourage kids to get into health, getting private coverage, sugarcoat it somehow. So say you do go with Bupa, someone like that. If Bupa's offering you, say, free bets, like $10 a week or something like that, just some token thing, so that it sweetens the deal. Yes, you get health cover, but also you get a chance to win, well, today, $10 million. See, if you can pick the first, you can pick the 10 in order, you can win 10 million.
What a great idea.
Yes.
I hadn't thought of that at all.
No.
How far would you see that extending? Like, obviously, the Everest is only on once a week.
Cox Plate.
Cox Plate. Big deals on health and Cox Plate.
Caulfield Cup.
Caulfield Cup, yes, next week. Caulfield Cup.
Melbourne
then the Cox,
Cup.
Melbourne Cup.
I mean, it goes on and on.
The
Not
Villiers.
to mention your harness racing.
And your dogs.
Your dogs.
You nominate the race.
Yes.
The pick 10.
Yes.
Oh.
What do you think?
It's an excellent idea. I don't know why that, I don't know why we're so blinkered using a horsing term and not seeing how to do this thing, because that sort of language talks to kids.
Talks to kids.
I mean, people...
Let's imagine you join, you get your health cover, your plastic card arrives, encoded in it is your $10 bet.
Obviously.
Plus entry to 3 rugby league games that are being played in the country, for example, plus maybe a chance to go and watch the Barbars playing the Wallabies, plus get into the Australian Open round 1, on Margaret Court Arena or something like that. Just some cocktail that says, I'm getting value for money.
I know, what an excellent idea. And let's face it...
Because a lot of kids don't feel sick. They don't. There's no incentive to get health coverage because they don't feel sick.
Can I point out that health cover and rugby league have the same problem?
Yeah.
That's getting numbers up to go to the things.
Yeah.
And what a tight fit. I'd never noticed that before. The Margaret Court Arena, obviously, round 1, Nick Kyrgios will pull them and fill that.
Yes.
Because it will be a short match, obviously,
Sure.
but, he'll be there. Yeah. And hopefully Bernard gets the wild card, so maybe you can get, a double up.
Kyrgios versus
Tomic.
You might luck into that with your health card.
See, this is what we need to do. We need lateral thinking and jumping from one thing to another. And remember, of course, is that, let's face it, getting the health card is something you look forward to in the mail.
Yes.
Should it come that way, you may be able to download it. I'm not sure. Anyway, then what you need to do is to replace that card with another card with your next 6 events on.
Yes.
So as you, being an early adopter, you get access to those next 6 events at a discount rate.
Exactly.
People coming in later have to pay your, initial startup costs.
Sure.
Joining fee, so to speak.
Of course.
Brilliant idea.
No, that's all good. And I think too, HG, for kids who do get sick, they should get extra gambling opportunities.
While they're sick.
Give them something to look forward to. You're lying there, you're not feeling so well. You're sitting there on the bowl with a bucket. You think, well, what can I do? Oh, hang on. I can phone up and put some bets on. The harness racing in Young tonight on a Friday night. You beauty.
Now, can I ask, do you see NIB, if that's a health insurance one?
Might be, yeah.
Do you see NIB and TAB joining forces here?
Wow.
I know.
NTIABB.
Yes, this is the Book of Probe with the Reverend R.R. Slaven in the pulpit wearing the frock and the puffer wind at the back door. Yours truly, H.G. Nelson. Now, people do want to get in touch with us from time to time, and they can do so at royanhg@thesportingprobe.com.au. That address again, royanhg@thesportingprobe.com.au. And Nathan Cripps got in touch with us concerning the Everest.
Oh, yes.
Nathan, regular correspondent. You know, he thinks that the David Koch Gold Coast Chinese Sun's legacy is writ large today.
At the Everest?
At the Everest,
Right.
yeah. Tens of thousands of punters, including dozens of high rollers, are expected to set new attendance records at Royal Randwick for the TAB Everest. That's today.
Yeah.
Do you understand what I mean? You know, Asian high rollers, TAB.
Yeah.
You know, the glitzy 1,200-metre sprint with a total of 10 million in prize money up for grabs, well documented. Chinese billionaire Mr. Zhuang, whose company Yulong Investments has bought one of the 12, slots, 600,000, is expected to fly dozens of associates for the race, in part to learn how to run big turf events in China. I mean, this is an export industry that's just waiting to happen.
Isn't it ever?
I mean, that's what the Everest is all about, is taking, exporting our knowledge, our agility and innovation in not only putting races together, but in how we make horses go faster, what we're looking for in a breeding program, artificial insemination, all that sort of stuff, taking it to the world.
How does what's the Central Committee's view, HG, on citizens, Chinese citizens, coming to Flemington today to bet money?
I think they take a fairly dim
clarification.
There's no
on this?
clarification.
No.
But can
Is
I
there
point
any
out?
difference? Are they going to go to one of the casinos while they're here?
Well, wait a minute. We'll get to that in a minute.
Right.
I'm just going to say there's a general meeting, I think, of the Central Chinese Committee coming up this week or next week.
That's right, yes.
And I think horse racing and what I call wagering on the Australian TAB is high on their agenda.
Yes.
They've got a lot to get through, obviously, the Spratly Islands and, what's happening in North Korea and
South
Donald
China
Trump,
Sea,
South China
all of
Sea,
that.
all that
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah,
Anyway, that's fairly low down on the agenda.
Right.
And whether high rollers can spend drop 100 million in Australia every other week is high on their agenda. In an extraordinary arrangement, Mr. Shuang has teamed up with 19 owners of this year's fairy tale Golden Slipper winner She Will Reign, including a builder, a housewife, a carpenter, coal miners and other ordinary Australians to enter the race.
That's right.
Now, I've left his Mr. Shuang Zhang is the name of the person in charge of Yulong Investments. Now, so Mr. Yu Shuang, and all these people have teamed up. He bought the slot for the horse and will split any winnings with the fillies' connections. Now, I didn't realise this was the case. I hadn't sort of thought this through myself, is that if you own a slot and your horse wins, who has the money? Now, up until now, I thought the owners would get the bulk of the money, but it doesn't look as though
the
that's...
slot owner, I think,
know.
HG, can determine with some prior arrangement, should the horse win, how the division will go. I think that's the way. And the other great thing, I think, is that the slot owners for the original race, that is today, have an option to pick up that slot for the next 2 years.
Correct, that's right. And they're already selling the fourth year.
They are.
Now,
Yeah.
the Star Casino is also planning to fly about 40 high rollers from overseas to spend a week in Sydney and enjoy the festivities.
Good.
I hope these are knowledgeable people and not just blow-ins, because I hate Campbell Brown to unload on a lot of unsuspecting visitors who may not be used to the Aussie banter, as we call it.
Oh, true.
What are you looking at?
These high rollers
that's...
who are going to Star Casino, are they going out to the Everest as well as part of the package? If so, what parties are they going to? And are any of the bachelorette or bachelor contestants going to be there for them? I don't know.
I know, these are excellent questions.
Yes. I mean, it's some package, isn't it? I mean, you can imagine there you are in Chengdu thinking, a bit of a quiet weekend coming up.
Wait a minute.
Hang on. Bachelor contestants?
Count me in.
Everest?
Yes.
Star City?
I know.
Books?
Yeah, books. Now, what happens here is that I think in the implicit in Nathan's comments here is we're not saying where these visitors come from, because I think I'm right in saying that if you were in China at the moment and you thought you had 100 million that you wanted to drop on the Everest, it'd be fairly wise to keep that fairly quiet and have had the books sent ahead.
Yes, oh, definitely.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
so,
definitely.
You might walk out just with 10 yuan, if that's the right currency, in your pocket.
That's right.
So where are you going for the weekend? Well, we're going to look at some bachelorettes.
Going to the Gold Coast. going to the Gold Coast just to have a look around with the Commonwealth Games. You could come up with some wheeze.
You could. Obviously, they're inventive and agile people.
Yes,
Look where they've got.
Yeah.
Now, I see the Murdoch press understands the typical high rollers gamble between $1 million and $30 million on a single overseas trip.
Good.
$1 million, $30 million. Now, how many are coming? 40.
40.
By 30 million.
Wow.
Gives you an idea of where this is going.
Yeah.
New South Wales boss Peter V'landys said the international interest was most pleasing aspect of the publicity generated by the Everest. So we've covered that already.
Yeah.
The Star Entertainment Group has purchased a slot been overwhelmed with the attention from Asia.
Right.
It may not be quite the Melbourne Cup yet, but the Everest appeal has grown quickly in China, Hong Kong and Macau.
Any mention of North Korea, HG? Any of Kim Jong-un's
Relatives.
entourage or anything coming out?
No. But I've got to say it won't surprise me to see pictures tomorrow of a North Korean airliner landing and Mr. Un stepping lively towards the bachelorettes.
With his sister.
Yes, this is the Probe Butchers, the country killed specialist, the head slaughterman wearing the metal glove rampaging Roy Slaven, and the man in the box with the stun gun, H.G. Nelson. Now, we're dealing with emails. If you want to get in touch with us, Roy and HG at thesportingprobe.com.au. Roy, have you got one there?
Yes, Janet has been in touch, HG. She says, I was both flabbergasted and delighted to hear informed listeners about the Bend Motorsport Park in, of course, Tailem Bend. Now, world-class indeed, she says. What makes it world-class? World-class? I do. I live here, heading up the Murrayland Sporting Probe chapter, which includes the innovative Murray Bridge Post Office, now stocking urban turbans. I didn't know that.
Wow.
Doesn't surprise me. Ready for Christmas. In any case, more than happy to keep you updated on all things Bend. Now, we have a post office in Tailem Bend for all your books needs.
Yeah. Mainland China.
Yes,
connection.
as well as a newsagent stocked with scratchies. And the news agency is for sale if you're interested.
Oh, I hope they haven't been driven out by the problem of people not buying scratchies. Remember we broke that story last
we
week?
did.
People
We
get
did.
involved in online,
That's
not
right.
lotteries, but in the results of online lotteries.
This is
A derivative.
Lottoland style.
Yes, Lottoland style.
Right, yeah. Anyway, Tailem Bend's there. If anyone would, a young couple or something like that, is interested in getting into small business, there's a news agency there, and you could settle into Tailem Bend. And what with the Motorsport Park going ahead, the biggest one in Australia, I think the Bend's going ahead, isn't it?
Can I point out that in the photo,
Yep.
should I say, supporting evidence here, Janet's written on the bottom, excellent progress so far as you can see and plenty of parking.
Yes.
The only thing you can see there is room for cars.
room for cars.
There's nothing else but the sign.
Yeah.
And I've got to say is that there's a fair bit of work to be done if they're going to, I think this time next year they're hoping to have their first
That's right.
race there.
That's right.
And does it worry you that maybe this is a 50 million plus
Investment.
Does it worry you that it's only used once a year? I mean, it's a unique track where
Well, it
people
is.
drive on
But I
both
tell you,
sides
it'll
of the
be
road.
A big weekend, HG. I mean,
Would it be Everest style?
Well, it'd be Bathurst style. You've got to imagine how much was brought into the Bathurst economy last weekend. It would have been in the tens of millions, I would have thought, to watch the Dave Reynolds fairy tale.
Yes, this is the Probe House of Cards, holding all the aces, the King of Diamonds, rampaging Roy Slaven, and on the other side of the table, a man with a fist of nothing, H.G. Nelson. Now, a big weekend in Byron Bay this weekend, Roy. We broke this story some time ago that the Byron community had nicked the Nude Olympics
From the
Gold
Gold
Coast.
Coast. Yep.
The one that got away from Peter Beattie, and he's still smarting over it.
He is.
And the Nude Olympics are at Belongal Beach this weekend.
Yes.
The organisers are already planning events for next year.
Good.
But the Shire Council may get in the road as they're having a sort of debriefing meeting, wondering whether they give permission for it to go ahead on October the 26th. Now, oddly enough, I didn't realise, but the rules of nudism vary from area to area in Australia.
Yes.
As I understand it, in Queensland, nudism is a state government issue. In New South Wales, it's a local government issue.
Yeah.
So as if the Randwick Council, who, let's say, is responsible for the Royal Randwick area, said it could be nude at Randwick today, people could go nude with confidence.
Right. Right.
Now,
Whereas on the Gold Coast, you'd have to get state laws.
well, you'd have to
governing
get, yes, well, you'd probably,
You'd have to go to Palaszczuk, to the Premier, I suppose.
for a dispensation for the Nude Olympics.
Yeah.
You don't want people breaking the law unnecessarily being involved in sport. We want to encourage people being involved in sport, not, them to ending up in jail because they didn't bring their shorts.
Sure.
Just before we leave the dress code, you did come up off air with a wonderful suggestion. This is in preparation of the show, that for the call to go out, and I hope it's not too late for some people to get involved in this, the call to go out to come as your favourite jockey today.
Yes.
Dress as your favourite jockey.
Just for the Everest. I thought I'd just an homage. The jockeys get very little, when it comes to celebrating and recognition of their excellence. But if people say turned up, dressed as
Huey Bowman,
with the colours, all of that.
Fantastic.
Which you could personalise in some way.
Yeah, like what'd be lovely is I think he's on Clearly Innocent, and so you might have a sticker saying "Go Red Zell," which he's not riding. Yeah. I think Kieran McAvoy might be riding Red Zell. So something personalised like that would just give Huey, something to think about.
It would, and you could put a fascinator on top, or a crown, or a beret, or something like that at a pinch.
Urban turban,
something
certainly.
that doesn't mock the jockey. We want the jockey celebrated, not mocked.
And, of course, if you were a bachelorette or, somebody had made their name in Survivor or The Block or had been on MasterChef, wearing the silks would be a great homage to say, I'm with you, bro. Yeah. If I can put it that way.
Yes.
I'm thinking of you. I know. Sure, I may not know the difference between a good 4 and a heavy 10.
Well, that's right. And it may assuage the anger a little bit of Campbell Brown.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I'm thinking. Obviously Campbell might be a bit askance at seeing all these jockeys, all these people dressed as Hugh Bowman and wondering, geez, you put on a lot of weight lately. Might get off Clearly Innocent.
Sure.
When we go to the cricket, we often see, especially say at Sydney, where people, dress as Richie Benaud, seeing several thousand in the crowd.
That.
It's fantastic. Yeah. And people wearing the watermelon hats. That's just great. People dressing up as the same thing is just fantastic.
Yeah, uniform. We crave a uniform.
Yeah, joining something, simply through wearing the same dress.
Yes.
That's great. So the Nude Olympics.
That's why it's like seeing, say, the parade, the Nude Olympic parade. Mm-hmm. It's a perfect uniform. Seeing all those nudes
lined up,
3 abreast, marching along the beach in preparation. It's
a tremendous sight. Now the card, would you think they'd, have a full Olympic card? Hurdles.
No, there'd be some events that wouldn't be there. HG.
The javelin.
I don't know if the hammer throw's there anymore,
or the pole vault.
Obviously, and there will, I suppose, be, I don't know, some events that are nude specific.
Ah, yes, of course.
Of course. The dragging of the bricks.
Yeah, that's right. Yes, indeed. Look, it's going to be a terrific weekend for everybody involved. And I think you were saying
I think with the relay, HG, the baton
is obvious.
Is wedged.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
Now, what would be interesting here is the...
Which makes the handover
even more interesting.
People love it.
I know. Well, wait till
You've got to back
into
the bloke,
That's right.
and make sure the wedge is right before you...
off you shoot. Now, can I suggest also that I think you break the story that this would attract 20,000 people.
Or at least.
And so the economy of the
20,000 sickos, apart from people who are genuine... nude buffs.
Yeah, that's right.
You'd have to imagine there'd have to be
a lot of pervs. You mean?
Well, you think
with
so.
The binoculars up the back.
Yes, who come with a different view.
Yeah, that's right. And it's hard to imagine what the
wearing raincoats and that sort of stuff.
That's right. Look, it's hard to imagine the loss.
Mind you, that can look good too. You put 20,000 people in raincoats and they look.
Yeah, they look
uniform.
Right. Yeah, they look right. Look, can I just ask the big loss to the Gold Coast, isn't it, with their preparation for these events they've got coming? Yeah. Do you think Peter Beattie would be thinking again at the moment about where he sits with the Nude Olympics?
Well, he would be looking at himself in the mirror, I would have thought, actually, because he was premier for a while, and he could have changed the law to have made it legal for the Gold Coast to run the Nude Olympics. See, as it is, they're worried that someone's going to complain about it.
Exactly, that's right.
Some couple of people in raincoats turn up at the police station and say, I'm outraged.
Yeah, that's right. I'm Campbell Brown.
Yes.
Well,
that's not going to happen at Byron because the police are just...
say, well, get alive.
Get alive. Go to the Gold Coast.
Hi, I'm Mark Bouris. Every single day in Australia, people are busting their guts in starting and running their own businesses. It's a big deal. 60% of Australians are hired by small to medium-sized business owners. These guys are doing their bit, buying stock, hiring people, and paying their taxes. So what is it like to start your own business? How do you go from just running a business on the side after work to owning something much bigger? How do you make it your future? Join me on The Mentor, a weekly show on Podcast One where I speak to Aussie business owners who are working through just that. I find out what makes them tick. I help them work out their next steps for their growth and for their future.
The Mentor with Mark Burris. Listen now at podcastone.com.au or download the Podcast One app.
Yes, this is the Probe House of Blues on the Fender Strat, Slow and Roy Slaven, and stirring the 12-bar soup, H.C. Nelson. Roy, look, this story concerning the World Rugby Cup, which keeps the rugby league season going on for an extra few months in the manner that the international competition does for the AFL. I think they announced this week the team to play Ireland.
That's right. And I think there might be four Brownlow medalists.
Yes.
Yeah.
And Dusty Martin said he wouldn't play. But
No,
as
he's
you pointed
himself out. Yeah.
5 Brownlow medalists would be something to see.
Something to see, yeah.
Now, we know, of course, that a number of rugby league players who nominally thought they might be playing for New Zealand, or the public thought they might be playing for New Zealand.
Well, the New Zealand coach thought they were playing for New Zealand, more
Correct,
importantly.
he did, yes, that's true. He's the only member of the public that really matters in this matter.
Yeah.
He's a bit shocked by players playing for Tonga in particular.
Tumalolo was a shock, I think.
He was, because he obviously thought that playing for Tonga would be more interesting to him than playing for New Zealand. Not sure why, you'd have to ask him. Now, former New Zealand Test coach Graham Lowe demanded every player that defected to Tonga be banned from wearing the Kiwi jumper again.
Wow.
Graham Lowe, you may remember, of course, was a Manly coach.
He was.
For some years, might be 15 or so years ago.
At least, yes.
Yes, he does have a lot of credentials.
Yep.
In a scathing attack on the group of Kiwi World Cup hopefuls who jumped ship to suddenly ignite Tonga's tournament hopes, Lowe declared, "Could you ever imagine an All Black doing this?" Meaning playing for the rugby union as opposed to the rugby league.
Yeah.
I think we broke the story that 8 players eligible for New Zealand had turned their backs on the famous Kiwi jumper to play for World Cup rivals Tonga. Their stance had shaken New Zealand rugby league to its core, and the Kiwis had to delay announcing the team until they found, obviously 17 fit blokes who could turn out in the All Black strip for the what would I call it,
For the Shaky Isles.
For the Shaky Isles. I was trying to think in the World Cup coming up.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not sure exactly who's in their pool. The players who jumped ship made a pact to switch nations a couple of weeks ago, represent their Tongan heritage, but also in protest to New Zealand coach David Kidwell's decision to sack Jesse Bromwich and Kevin Proctor from the World Cup squad for mid-season disciplinary reasons. Now, this has got to go back to about the middle of the year when, Kevin and Jesse were caught, I think, in a Canberra nightclb.
They were.
On the sniff.
Yeah.
And so for disciplinary reasons, I think they were both available to play, never mind rugby league is a redemptive game, we know. I think one of them at least played in the grand final and won a premiership medal. I'm not quite sure what happened to the other one. Maybe he was injured.
Yeah.
The player's decision has infuriated Lowe,
Yeah.
who was New Zealand Test coach between 83 and 86, so 30 years ago, who called on the 8 players never to be considered for New Zealand again. At a time of desperation in a tournament which is a bigger duel than Origin, these players have pulled out.
Yeah.
Now, a bigger match than Origin. That is a big call.
That is a big call, isn't it?
Cometh here, cometh the man. Well, the man, etc. Anyway,
I tell you what, the Tonga v New Zealand game
it's going to be willing, isn't it?
That will be huge.
We may get to that in a minute because go back to the players. Lowe stressed former New Zealand players who spilt blood for their jersey will be gutted. You should know Olsen Filiplina comes to mind.
Henry Tartner.
Mark Graham.
Mark Graham. Gee, how must they feel?
Well, he said he was going to, this is the coach, former coach, Lowe, said, I'm going to a Kiwi reunion last Saturday and I'll guarantee the talking point will be about how many blokes don't want to wear the Kiwi jersey. Half those blokes at the reunion will be hobbling in on crippled knees.
Yes.
Hands that you can't shake properly because they're so withered with arthritis and broken bones. Injuries from wearing the Kiwi jumper.
Yeah.
They were guardians of the game for a period of time, and they are perfectly entitled to think that current players are guardians now, and they're not.
Yeah.
It's left a dark mark on a great career concerning Jason Tamalolo. He handled it very poorly. They must be under pressure. These boys are from somewhere, etc.
Yeah.
On and on it goes.
Yeah.
How do you feel about that, Roy? You know, I mean, you've obviously played in a similar period, and you know, when you go to reunions, you must see people hobbling in.
I do.
And there you miss their hand because it shakes so much.
My heart bleeds.
Yeah, doesn't it?
My heart bleeds for them.
And then to see this snub of the jumper that these blokes had spilt blood for.
I know. I mean, some blokes, you know, got hit harder than others.
Yeah.
And some put in more than others. You know, some often, you know, they were hurting, but they didn't let on to coaches they were hurting, and they still played, and they got hurt even more. I know the particularly brave blokes that should have been given medals, but they weren't. Should have been recognised by the, you know, rugby league community, but they weren't. These were heroes to my mind, and I let them know that they were heroes. You know, even though they often couldn't see me very well anymore or hear me very more. You know, because often they'd be deaf. They've lost their sight, and all you could do was, you know, try to. On one occasion, I'd just try to write on the chest of a bloke to see if he could understand. HELLO, Roy here, I'd write, and he'd dribble. And I thought, you know, you've put in, fella. I can't do any more than that. But great to be there. I gave him a hug. Yeah. And he didn't know who I was.
He didn't care.
He didn't care, I don't suppose.
He was
beyond caring. He'd even given every bit of care he'd given to the game.
Now, I don't want to rate...
These are heroes, you know, and no one wants to talk about them, but I do. Yeah. You know, you see that old bloke dribbling in the corner and you think, oh, he's nothing, he's rubbish. He put in rugby league. He played tests for Australia.
I know. It is a sobering tale you tell. And I don't want to wave a red flag in front of you, but, of course, Lowe, former Coach Lowe, is talking about New Zealand players.
I know.
Have you got a special word for them?
They're rubbish.
Yes, this is the Probe Carpet Emporium, laying the Axminster, the man who knows his rugs and runners, the wonderkin, rampaging Roy Slaven and knocking them out for a song off the back of the Wizard of the Weave, H.G. Nelson. Rugby League, as we point out, has a wonderful golden sort of sunset, an Indian summer with the World Cup.
Yes.
And it does generate a lot of talk and interest, and people are already thinking about next year. This week, for instance, the Rugby League announced its fixtures for next year already.
Wow.
And, you know, matches are going to be played as far away as Cairns and Perth. I think there's a double header in Perth, opening the new stadium in, you know, obviously that magnificent new, I was going to say building, I suppose it's a building, a sporting venue there. And look, Mudgee coming into it, obviously Bathurst and so on. Yeah. I know you were disappointed that Lithgow didn't
I
get
was
a look
disappointed, actually. I thought the showground there at Lithgow was a world-class facility, or to my mind it was.
Still is, probably.
Certainly it would hold in the stands at least 400 people.
And
you can watch a lot of it from the car, which is the great attraction.
A great joy.
Yeah.
Now, you know, your website, hashtag Go Lithgow, you know, it's had about 400,000 hits already.
It has.
Demanding rugby league return to Lithgow.
Yes.
Do you think this is going to put pressure on the...
I hope so,
you know, the big names?
Yeah. I'm hoping it's not too late
on?
for a World Cup game to take place. I'd love the Kummels to play in Lithgow. I know Lithgow people would welcome the Kummels with absolute open arms. There are a lot of Kummel freaks in Lithgow. Say Kummels v, I don't know, Great Britain. That's one of my favourite matches.
It would be wonderful to see that. Now, I don't want to get stuck on the World Cup. And so this is great news at this time in this golden Indian summer that Rugby League has.
Yes.
Sam Burgess has launched his own pizza. Now, Sam Burgess is a player who could be selected for the English team.
He will be.
He plays for the South Sydney Rabbits.
He does.
And now he's branched out into pizza work.
Good.
He's got a Sam Super Supreme available. The pizza features tomato base, cheese, pepperoni, chorizo, Roma tomatoes, rocket, buffalo mozzarella. I love that. Roasted capsicum, and is finished off with parsley and a light drizzle of chili oil.
That sounds fantastic. Now, is this Sam's own concoction, HG?
I hope so.
Good.
And it worries me that concoction for a pizza topping hasn't been done before.
Yeah. I'm amazed.
I mean, what's the ingredient there that's hard? So
well,
it's
the
tomato.
chili oil's a surprise. That's a talking point, isn't it?
And would you think that pepperoni and chorizo on the same
Wow.
pizza? I mean, it's a bit meat heavy, but
It is,
he's a
isn't it?
rugby league forward.
Yeah. Now, is there any talk of his brothers bringing out their own pizzas?
Well,
after
George
Tom?
and Tom, I'd love to get a Tom.
Yeah.
And I'd love to think that the majority of rugby league players would have a pizza in them, if you know what I mean. A
Well,
pizza.
rugby league and pizzas go.
I know.
It has, since time immemorial.
Since 1908.
Since 1908. Well, 1907, in fact, the first meeting where they discussed the cheerleaders. What was served that night? Pizza.
Yes, it's the Probe School of Science with the prof, a rampaging Roy Slaven fiddling about with fusion, and the inspired amateur on artificial insemination, H.G. Nelson. Creating a pizza, which we were talking about just briefly.
Sam Burgess pizza.
Sam Burgess pizza. Do you walk in and ask for the Sam?
And can you go to anywhere and get the Sam HG? Is it a Domino's sort of thing? Or
No, I don't think it's Domino's. I think it's...
Has he got his own sort of outlet? Has he got his own franchise?
Well, he appears to be. Sam
Burgess pizzas.
Yeah, and peaches.
And
Pizzas.
can you order them online and
Well, I
Sam will
hope
come
so.
around?
On the Uber
Deliver
Eats. That's right.
Thanks for the pizza, Sam.
Yeah. Good luck with them rabbits. Sam Super Supreme, apparently you go to somewhere... there's Bondi pizza outlets.
You've got to go there to get one.
Well, look, I think that what worries me now is we've given the recipe.
Yeah, everyone can make them themselves.
You can make a Sam at home now. There's no genius in making a pizza in terms of...
So there's no secret ingredient.
A hero of the dish.
Yeah.
Look, can I point out that...
Well, you're suggesting the chorizo is, although I'm seeing that oil.
Yeah, I know, I understand that. So we've got two pylons holding up the pizza.
Yeah. And do you know if it's thin and crispy? Or...
Oh, it's thin and crispy. What are you talking about? Of course it's thin and crispy. Look, what...
Has it got that cheese inside?
No, in the crust. No,
Yeah.
it's got none of that rubbish. No, so I'll give it to you again so you can make your Sam at home this afternoon or tonight. I'll make it in time for the race. Tomato base, cheese, pepperoni, chorizo, Roma tomatoes, rocket. Well, there's an ingredient you don't often see. It doesn't cook well, rocket, but buffalo mozzarella, roasted capsicum, and finished off with parsley and a light drizzle of oil.
Yeah.
Now,
could I suggest that you'd put the rocket on after it comes out of the oven?
I think
Otherwise,
that's what you'd have to... It'd just be
carbon. Just wouldn't it?
Look, can I...
Is that the only one he's got? Is there only one Sam pizza? I mean...
You know what
surely...
I'm seeing is, how about the Clemmer?
Oh, Clemmer.
You know what I mean?
That'd be mince base.
And with a lot of chili.
With a lot of chili.
And hard hitting.
Yeah.
Well, I just picked that as an example.
Yeah, it's one you'd eat sitting on the bowl.
Yes, the Shadow Probe on the pull in the cool store, rampaging Roy Slaven and legless in the driveway. The 30% off a mixed dozen man, H.G. Nelson. Now, obviously the race is dominating all our thinking today, what we're wearing, what we're betting on, what we're eating, who we're going to boot out of marquees.
Yep.
And generally this program is supportive of the racing industry, and they're the forgotten...
We try to be, actually.
Yes,
we try to be
forgotten
even
heroes of
yeah.
racing. We don't want to see...
Look, can I say the elephant in the room, actually, with the Everest this afternoon? Well, there are two elephants in the room. One is, why isn't Winks running? And the second is, why isn't it considered a Group 1 race?
Well, they're two excellent questions, and I can answer one of them. I mean, are you suggesting the connections of Winks should put the horse in races that it's not very suited for? Which is not a bad idea.
It's
I mean,
not
that's
a bad
something new
idea.
in
But
racing.
let's see Winks outside the comfort zone. Let's see Winks having to work a little bit.
Okay. It would really have
let's
to
see
work.
Winks, not being able, not sitting back in the pack,
And then
but
zooming
leading
home.
the pack.
Yeah. Now, look, could I...
Yes.
when you first raised this with me earlier in the
Yeah.
week, I had to go away and think about it because my instant reaction was, wouldn't it be great for kids to see Winks on track?
Yes.
Maybe in a place where they could climb onto Winks and sit on Winks.
Right. Or even if the clerk of the course
was on Winks.
was on Winks.
And maybe getting rid of the red jacket, something new, wearing Winks' colours, the blue.
Yes.
Okay. Now, all those sort of things I
Yeah.
think are great. So as people think, oh, what's the clerk doing? Oh, he's on Winks, you beauty. They stand and applaud, as they would any champion anywhere. Now, I think all that's good. I think the connections are sensible enough to not overburden the horse with stupid races or novelty events, with the big ones coming up, and there I'm including the Cox,
yes.
you know, the finest weight parade race in the world. So I am mindful of that. Having said that,
so we think
Winks
is pretty well Cox-centric
at the moment.
Yeah,
all it's thinking
is Cox.
Yeah, and Winks, let's face it, is a very adaptable horse.
Well, that's what I thought.
But 1,200 metres
Winks herself would put the hand up or the foot up for the Everest.
The hoof up. Can I say that I think she'd do it for the racing community if she knew? If she knew?
Yeah, if she knew. I don't think she's been told.
No, and I think they got her out of town pretty quickly.
They did.
Too quickly, for the obvious reason of she'd want to be there.
She'd want to be there.
She'd want to be there for Republic.
For Australia.
For Australia. And I reckon she could maybe do the double, the national anthem, and run in the race. Never been done before, of course, but if anybody could do it, Winks could do it.
Winks could do it. Yeah, I would have thought, and it would look... I think Winks could have won today, could have won the Everest and the Cox. You know. Never been done and probably would never be done again.
No, true, it's a once-off. Just coming to...
but the Group 1 business, actually, that troubles me.
Yeah, because the difficulty is that this is a
confection.
A confection, it's a business.
Yeah.
It's a business. You buy your slot, you know, if your slot wins, you own the money, etc. Can I ask, though, on a more, basic thing... Serving pizza in the marquee, where do you stand on that? Because obviously...
I'm all for it, if it's a Sam Burgess pizza.
How about an Ennis?
A Michael Ennis? Wow. One that bites back.
Yes, this is the Gardener Probe with the head botanist rampaging Roy Slaven, a man who's brutal with begonias, and the box on rolling down the road, H.G. Nelson. Roy, we've been talking punting, and Lottoland comes back onto the agenda. And Lottoland, obviously, we used to know it as Fortress Brookie. Yeah. We used to know it's the home of the Manly Seagulls, the human face of bowel cancer. Yeah. And now it's known as Lottoland. Yeah. And what's incredible is that, as I point out, or have been pointing out, the two big things that are going on in sport at the moment are obviously three big things: Ireland v Australia in the AFL modified rules, the Rugby League World Cup, and this incredible twilight area, the Everest and the twilight area that is Rugby League. And now Manly / Lottoland is exploring the prospect of building a centre of excellence at its home ground at Brookvale Oval, now known as Lottoland, as part of a new push to redevelop the suburban venue. Now, the ambition is to finally give the ageing suburban ground the upgrade it so desperately needs, including an addition of undercover seating and a commercial element of up to 7 stories at the southern end.
Wow. So you could live there, apartments.
Exactly, on the backs of on the back of Pittwater Road. Right. Imagine saying that I live in Lottoland.
Yeah.
And are you thinking that on the front of the 7 stories up would be some sort of grandstand? So it'd be a hell of a way to get to see rugby league. 7 stories up, you get a completely different view.
You would. How exciting is that?
Now,
imagine what money you could get on that, on, say, Airbnb, renting that out.
Somebody looks at the fixtures.
Yeah.
I mean, your algorithms would go through the roof, wouldn't they? Because when, let's say, Manly played traditional rivals, the Parramatta Eels,
yes,
you couldn't probably, you wouldn't have enough money.
Love no money, wouldn't buy you that.
Chinese people would have to come.
Yes, the Chinese would come, definitely. With a library.
That's incredible. And when Manly played, say, West Tigers there, again, the same thing.
Yes.
The rest of the time, bit cricketish.
Yep.
But nonetheless, you'd be able to, maybe Thursday night was training night.
Yep.
Imagine having it Tuesday and Thursdays throughout the season.
Wow. So you could rent your place out for people who are training freaks, people who just like watching players train. Yeah.
Well, it's incredible. It says here, it's not just the rugby league club benefiting, it's the community benefiting it as well. Now, this is that's a quote from the mayor of the NBC, Northern Beaches Council.
Right.
For resolution on the 24th, obviously community consultation, what's that? Expressions of interest, contracts attended. It's going to be a hell of a thing.
It is. And is the public behind it, HG? The Lottoland public? I suppose they're behind it. I mean, they're quite happy to see a 7-story apartment block put up beside Fortress Bookie, as long as it doesn't change the spirit of Fortress Bookie.
No, that rather unique heady mix of rubbish and ordinariness.
And undevelopment, which people love.
And sitting out in the rain.
Yeah.
Look, I would hope that there would be an area there.
Bonafide sports-mad Australians. Snakes alive. Is that the time? Yes, green and gold freaks, it certainly is. It's time for the Sporting Probe. With 2 diamond pythons twirled around the tree of knowledge across the nation.
Boys and girls.
Well, a young man ain't got nothing in the world these days.
The Sporting Probe, leading the charge up the eucalypt. With extra chili on the stick is the in-and-out maestro, rampaging Roy Slaven. And coming from behind is the heavy lifter with both feet on the ground, H.G. Nelson. Unleash the grunt and poke H.G.?
Yes, TF Much, gentlemen, Jim Daniels in the TSP soundproof booth in downtown Malvern. We've had to move it around a bit lately because of just commitments. So many commitments at this time of year. Probe-sters, H.G. Nelson getting the Sporting Probe away. Thanks very much, Bruce McAvaney, for another set of 7. Well, what a week. What an incredible week. A week went too much, but it's barely enough. Today, it's not our annual, but certainly our inaugural Winks and the Resurrection special. Have a look at the blog. There's about 500,000 words there why Winks and the Resurrection, well, I can't get a cigarette paper if I'm a smoker between them, or a struck match between them. There's no daylight between Winks and the Resurrection. And can I point out that the PM's Easter message is a heartfelt message this year. Drive carefully, don't drive too long, take a break at least every 2 hours. This is the PM. You can see he's thought about this. He's in India at the moment, I think, obviously schmoozing people who want a lot of our coal. Anyway, he's over there and he's thought about us back here, on the long weekend. He says, drive carefully, don't drive too long, take a break every 2 hours. If you're running late, be patient, don't speed. And then the real, well, what I call the stinger in the tail, your loved ones would rather welcome you a few hours late than not at all. That's sobering, isn't it? A sobering message from the PM there. And that's a terrific Easter message, and I can't add anything to it. Tremendous to have you with us as we prod forward and push through the rubbish of the week's sporting action. A week of massive collects. #GoMassive. It's incredible, the action there. None bigger than the Good Friday Rugby League Pick the Margins treble. And I threw in a fourth leg of a quaddie last night. Bulldogs, that is the Premiers in the AFL, clobbering the hapless North Melbourne by 3 points. So Dogs by 15, Roosters by 18, Broncos by 2, Bulldogs by 3. It just paid, well, massive to get us underway. Let's lock horns with a man. This man, not because of the time of year, let me stress that. Any time of year, he loves his chocolate cake. His favourite is a gooey chocolate cake with raspberries, and at this time of year, a couple of Easter bilbies cemented with cream to the top of the icing up top. He maintains a couple of large slices of gooey chocolate cake with raspberries and the bilbies, etc. Helps focus the mind when you're about to drop the big ones. It certainly does. That man is Mr. Egg, rampaging Roy Slaven. Roy, can we get the TSP bunny in motion simply by asking what were the highlights that caught your restless eye this week? Goodbye! Row!
Yes, thank you very, very, very much, H.G. Nelson. Happy Easter, everybody. And can I just suggest people take a little bit of care when they're driving this weekend. I know it's difficult to raise, but because Aussies love cars and Aussies love driving, and Aussies love driving quickly, and Aussies, generally speaking, are really good drivers.
Mm-hmm.
I often think a lot of the accidents we hear about are caused by people from overseas who are driving, who don't know our conditions as well as Aussies do.
And do you recommend people take a break every 2 hours?
Every 2 hours, yes.
And would you?
Yeah.
When it comes to loved ones, they'd rather you didn't turn up at all.
Exactly.
Than arrive in a hearse.
Yes, exactly. I don't mind being late. Mind you, I like getting there early. Having said that, I've got to be honest. I've got to be honest with you. If the inside lane's there, I'll take it. I'm an Aussie. We know our conditions.
Roy,
we know when it's safe to pass on the inside. A lot of people don't. Now, it's a wonderful week to be an Australian. Now, HG, some are suggesting that Australia's population is not big enough for so many sports and so many teams. Can I just say this is rubbish? I want to knock this right on the head right now. I think we have a shortage of teams. This has come in the boil over to do largely with the rugby union debacle that's facing us this week, with speculation that a team is going to be dismantled, done away with, maybe the Western Force. Good luck with that, ARU. Good luck with that. See you in court.
Who's saying we don't have the population to support this team? So I hope it's not the Minister of Sport, Greg Hart.
Well, it might be. Who would know? Who's heard anything from him? Hey? He's had his tongue cut out since he's become Minister of Sport. We're talking about Greg.
Does he drive at Easter?
Well, I certainly hope he drives safely. Now, the PM meets the Little Master. This is in India. And they talk of closer ties in sport between the two nations. A little bit late for that, isn't it? Eh? Pity Coley and Smith and the ACB and the BCCI weren't there at that particular meeting. Makes my blood boil. This nonsense that's going on, talking of rapprochement between India and Australia. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Certainly not in the cricket field. Oh, no. I mean, we'll remember Coley, and we won't forget you.
And notice no talk of rugby league or AFL?
No.
I put that down to a problem with Hunt's office.
Of course it is. Has he got an office?
I think so.
News to me. News to me. Now, Sergio, that is Sergio Garcia, does it for Sevi Garcia, and to a lesser extent for Jose Maria.
Who?
Jose Maria.
Was he a winner?
Now, Brett Ogle, who knows Sergio very well, and he, that is Brett Ogle, says that he, Sevi Diaz, no, he says he, Sergio, is a rude dickhead. That's what Brett Ogle said.
But isn't this rich coming from Ogle when Sergio wins? He could have said it any other time in the last 15 or 20 years. But he chooses Ogle.
Chooses to tell me when he won a major.
When's your major? That's right.
Now, I haven't met Sergio Garcia, but I have met, before he left us, so untimely, Sevi Diaz, and he thought Brett, that is Brett Ogle, was a dickhead. Well, that's golf, isn't it? That's golf.
In a nutshell.
Yes. Now, 3 good news stories, HG. Good Easter stories. The South Australian Lawn Bowls has returned to the top of the national ladder after a long time.
Isn't that fantastic?
Can I just say welcome back, South Australia, on the bowling green. Good to see you back. Secondly, Justin Hodges, that is what I call the Prince of Nigglers, and he was the Prince of... I have enormous amount of respect for the bloke. Anyway, he's been appointed coach of the Queensland under-20s, which is great news for they'll all be niggle merchants now. I mean, no one was better at it than Justin Hodges.
Hodges is coach of the Queensland under-20s? Yes,
and this has come at a time when the quiet man, that is Wayne Bennett, is calling for a removal of niggle. I mean, fat chance. Get real. What world are you on, Wayne? Wayne's world. Now, and the fighting school teacher, that is Jeff Horn.
Yeah, Horn.
He's officially thanked the Queensland government for its support in his bid in getting the contract signed with Manny Pacquiao. Now, some have started calling Jeff Horn the Hornet.
Whoa.
Ooh.
Bit weak, the fighting. I thought he had a strap. The fighting school teacher.
I know. But Pacquiao has been referring to him as the Hornet. Now, and Pacquiao has promised to, he's going to get really fit and train really hard, and he's promised to knock the Hornet out. Make of that what you will.
Honest Australians. Is there something whiffy about your club? Is a fully invasive bi-nozzled shafting intruder required? Send your concerns to the Sporting Probe. Ryan HG at thesportingprobe.com.au. Full discretion is assured.
The Probe with Roy and HG. And Roy, look, a blast from the past bobbed up this week. And I know you carried a torch for this man for many, many years, the forgotten man of Australian golf, Mark Hensby. And I think you kept the nation informed for the best part of 15 years about Hensby's position on the rankings, often, well, in the 300s. Let's not beat around the bush, occasionally up to the 200 and so on.
That's right.
He's back in Australia, got back last week. He watched a game of rugby league and can't believe how big and fast the guys are now. Toughest guys in sport.
Wow.
That's a big call from Hensby.
It is, isn't it?
And so it's great to know that Mark's still swinging and Mark's still thinking sport.
Well, the most important thing, I think, is that Mark is still relevant, HG. Remember, he feared all those years ago of becoming the forgotten man of Australian golf. And, well, mercifully it hasn't happened. Well, it almost happened, didn't it?
Well, sadly, can I say, since you stopped reminding me each week about where he was in the world rankings, I've forgotten all about him. But now that he's talking rugby league, suddenly relevance is the word.
That's right. Is there talk of Channel 9 taking him on as a commentator, HG? Maybe someone on the sideline? Let's cross to Mark Hensby. Mark, how are you seeing it? Geez, they're big, aren't they? Geez, they're big. Thanks, Mark. Something like that?
I think that's an excellent idea.
Just to add a little bit of colour, to get the golfer's perspective on rugby league, because how often do you see that? Never.
Exactly. And this time of year, it's so easy to think there's only golf and rugby league, rather than the marriage of the two, which Hensby does so beautifully and elegantly.
He does. And he could do AFL.
He could.
How are you seeing it? Geez, they're fast, aren't they? Thanks, Mark.
Back to you, BT. Now, look, on more serious matters, the Australian Turf Club, well, they haven't had the best of weeks, but there's good news and bad news. Let's go to the bad to start with. It's discussed semi-permanent measures, such as a lighting or a siren system, to be installed at Randwick within weeks in order to prevent a repeat of the bizarre Sydney Cup confusion last Saturday. Now, this has been talked about a lot in the media, but for those who may have been on Mars all week, the Sydney Cup, some say the premier event, distance event on the Sydney calendar, had to be called off because of a unfortunate accident on the first lap. 3,200 metres, obviously, down the straight, round, etc. People know the story. One horse sadly had to be put down, our Mooncliff. God, did we see the best of our Mooncliff? I don't think so. And another horse was, sort of certainly shaken up by it. Who shot the barman? A couple of jockeys fell.
Did who shot the barman see what happened and that upset him? Was it a psychological?
I think it was.
Yes.
Look, the real problem was that a number of horses, very, very valuable horse flesh, were participating in the race, continued to participate in the race, and it looked as though a really unfortunate incident with people out there, the screens, etc., horse ambulances called and so on, and all of a sudden extreme issues could have arisen very, very quickly. The club obviously has been canvassing now opinion from jockeys, trainers and so on. They're going to rerun the race on April the 22nd.
That's good.
And I'm not sure. I think new horses that weren't among the original acceptors will be able to nominate for the race. Those at the start of the race, obviously, or the other day, will be given preference in the rerunning on the 22nd.
Good.
Now, the ATC, this is the Turf Club, is determined to explore whether it can install a lighting or siren system at 3 or 4 different points around the track in lieu of a drama-charged running of the event, which had the clerk of the course and barrier officials, wait for this is the 21st century I'm talking about here. It's not 1540 or something like that. It's not, the new market of 1812. They had clerks of the course and barrier officials screaming at the jockeys that the race had been called off as they approached the 800-metre mark.
Because they still thought the race was on.
And
they weren't to know.
They weren't to know because they were concentrating. They were counting their measures to make sure their horse wasn't going too fast. They were doing what they had the position. They were thinking about how where they should be on the point of the turn, etc. All that sort of stuff. That's easily understandable. I mean, I point to the Tour of France as a long-distance event, a very long-distance event, takes 21 days, but they have what they call race radio. All the riders are listening to race radio as they go along. Sure, their teams can tell them other things as they want to, but they can listen to the main call or the main cast of the race. Now, surely today, in this day and age, all jockeys should be on some sort of ATC approved, obviously encrypted, if that's the right word, so blow-ins from elsewhere can't listen. Jockeys only, narrowcast, description of, yeah, it's going well, boys, keep going, you're looking good, yeah. I use the word boys advisedly there.
Yes.
Obviously, some women will be riding as well.
Sure.
Team, you're going well, keep it up. The fans are loving it. Is that too much to ask? They're going to a lighting system which could break down. Sirens are ineffective. If you're concentrating, you don't hear anything. All you're doing is thinking about where you are in the race.
Yes. Look, I've thought about this for a while, HG, and it seemed to me that what you need is some sort of barrier, a wall that just emerges in the middle of the course, and it's impenetrable. So the jockey's going to think, oh, here's the wall. Maybe the race has been called off or something. Maybe something's happened.
Well, I think you're onto something.
Yes.
Infrastructure.
Yes,
you know, Australia does infrastructure better than anywhere else in the world.
I know.
People only have to look at the Baldy Bridge.
Yes, but if you had, say, the potential of a wall lifting, a barrier, I should say, lifting up, almost instantly, every 10 metres. Wow. Then you could orchestrate it pretty simply. That's where the horse has fallen. We've got to stop this race, boys. Boom. Press it. Boom. Up they come. Suddenly horses are stopped.
Who makes that decision?
The clerk.
The clerk.
Clerk of the course.
Now, can I ask, here's a few things.
So you just got to get a message to the clerk, I suppose. He's the one that's got to be awake, he or she has got to be awake, So the message would come, horse fallen.
Ding, 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 ding,
ding, ding, ding, ding, ding. That the clerk of the course would receive that. A little bell would go off nearby him or something. Bling, 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 bling. Bloody hell. Boom. Presses the barriers.
Yeah. Oh, yes, all the way round.
Yes.
Now, look, several things.
Sure, I know you're going to get, every now and again, there's going to be probably a horrible accident where a barrier comes up straight into the guts of a horse.
Yeah, well, that can happen.
But, hey, that happens.
That's racing.
That's racing. That's
now,
the glorious uncertainty. And if you can get bets on it.
So much the better.
Yeah.
Now, is the barrier, can you bump into the barrier without causing harm?
No.
In other words,
it's got to be a solid steel barrier, I think, HG.
A bit like the wall between Mexico and America.
Yeah, something like that, yes.
Can I suggest two other things?
Yeah. Although a rubberised wall could be funny.
Extremely funny.
With horses bouncing off.
Coming back the other way, crashing into the rest of the field. Yeah. Now, look, I'm wondering if we could have ramps, a series of ramps built into the hydraulic ramps.
Oh, yes.
So as the, let's say, it fell at the winning post, so there'd be a ramp go up before the winning post, meeting a ramp that allowed it to go down, so the horses could actually run over the problem.
Oh, I see.
Underneath the problem.
What, tunnel through?
Tunnel through, yes.
Okay.
But
well, how would you let the jockeys know, though, that, the tunnel's on today, boys? Go tunnel! Go the tunnel!
No. I don't think that's the way to do it. I think you have to build this into the course so seamlessly, like your barriers. Up they come. Up comes the ramp. All of a sudden, bloody hell, we're going uphill here. I hadn't anticipated this. Oh, all of a sudden we're going down here.
Yeah, right.
But must be a problem underneath. Eventually the message will get through.
Yeah, well, they probably hear the shotgun.
The Sporting Probe. Roy and HG on Triple M.
Yes, the Probe with Roy and HG. And Roy, this story that's broken today about racing, not to mention the problem of the barriers and the ramps and so on, which obviously I think...
Well, common sense will prevail. I mean, it's how many hundreds of years has it taken?
That's what I was trying to indicate.
I know you were. I know you did. You went back to the 14th century at one stage.
Now, look, and can I just say, people think we make these suggestions hoping to somehow gain from them. We don't. We don't. These are just free of charge. We make. Obviously, what we think is common sense.
Yes.
I don't want to steal Corey Bernardi's thunder here, but common sense solutions to difficult problems.
Yeah.
And problems that are largely unthought of up until the moment they happen.
That's right. That's right. I mean, I have no vested interest. I'm not putting in a bid to build the barricades, the baffles, the rising baffles in every racecourse in Australia. I'm not. It'd be quite a contract to get. Because when you think about it, I mean, the infrastructure involved is
the hydraulics alone would be worth an absolute fortune. It would take engineers months to work it out.
It would.
But nonetheless, what price when we save jockeys' lives and horses' lives?
Thank you.
Now, racing. Look, this does worry me, concerns me enormously, because I do feel as though the Sydney Harbour Bridge could suddenly become overused. You know what I mean? We've already got F1.
Haven't we got the hill climb happening?
We've got the hill climb on it.
Yeah.
We've got the F1 coming to it as part of a course. Now it's been suggested that horses could be racing on the Sydney Harbour Bridge next year as part of a stunning proposal to bring the sport of kings to the city of Sydney streets.
Well, okay. Yeah, well, I like the idea on paper.
I know, who doesn't? But, Racing New South Wales held a meeting with an English promoter last month, according to Chris Roots in today's Fairfax paper. Last month, who was keen to establish a worldwide street racing circuit.
Worldwide?
Well, now let's just think about this for a minute.
Right.
In Melbourne, the Balti Bridge selects itself. Or the Princes Bridge, which would be a sprint. The Balti Bridge might be a distance race. The Princes Bridge would be a real sprint. Then you go to Adelaide. And what I'm thinking of is the bridge across the Torrens at the, near the parade ground and the end of King William Street as it dips down towards the British Cricket Ground of the World, the Adelaide Oval.
Yes, that's ideal.
Another sprint, very short.
It would be short, and it'd be either would you run it downhill or uphill?
Well, that's up to others to decide.
Yeah, sure.
And let's face it, that might be something that trainers would have to consider.
Yes.
Is it downhill this year or uphill? Now, then you go to Perth, and they've got a couple of fabulous bridges across the Swan there, out towards the airport. Again, sprints.
Yeah.
The Sydney Harbour Bridge, though, I mean, are we really suggesting that they start, say, at North Sydney Station and run towards Wynyard? Is that what it would mean? I mean, just picking that. So up York Street at the end.
Yes. Yeah. Would you lay down turf?
You would. Now, the Harbour Bridge is a dream location for street racing in Sydney on a purpose-built surface which can be quickly laid and removed.
Well, it could be quickly done. How long would it take, I suppose, to lay turf over? What distance are we talking about? Let's say 2,000 metres.
You have to have barriers and
the barriers would have to be installed.
Yeah, they would. But you can drag them on with a tractor.
I suppose
they're not impossible.
Yeah.
Or maybe we could have permanent barriers lifted and lowered into position because there's plenty of headspace above that bridge.
That's true. Well, let's say it would take about 2 hours to set up. Then
I reckon 2 hours. But you probably have to ban the traffic for about 4.
Yes.
And then race and then tidy up.
So would the tunnel be kept open? There's no.
The tunnel will be kept open in Sydney, yes, for those who know it, the tunnel.
Okay.
And a second crossing would probably be built to cater for the racing.
Sure, in which case you could have the racing on the second crossing as well.
Now, Racing New South Wales is keen to hold a race meeting up to 6 races on the Harbour Bridge under the rules of racing. 6 races! Every half hour.
Right.
So that's 3 hours.
Plus the 2 to set up.
Yeah.
We're looking at a 5-hour traffic jam.
And 2 at the end to get it down.
Yes.
7 hours.
Wow.
Would coincide with the world's richest turf race, the Everest, the 10 million, although we've changed that to the Canoblus, to be held in October 2018. Now, it's understood Racing New South Wales want the concept to be held in Sydney at an iconic location as part of the carnival around its new race in the spring.
Right.
The racing surface will have to be tested. Oh, how will they do that?
Does it need to be tested? I mean, if you put turf down, it's going to work, isn't it?
Just strap it onto the bridge so it doesn't move.
Exactly.
You'd have your barriers in place in case something happened and the race had to be called off.
Yeah. Is there any chance of starting it at the Opera House, HG? Starting the race at the Opera House.
And then run it through...
around the Carl Expressway. You'd have to build a bridge between the concourse there of the Opera House up to the Carl Expressway.
But then you could pick it up on that turn, where the Carl goes back into that bit that comes on the Eastern Distributor.
Yes,
you could pick it up there.
Yep, it's doable.
It's certainly doable, yeah. And that could be a permanent thing, and the turf could be growing there all the time.
Yeah, I suppose.
Now, the racing have to be tested. Horse safety be...
horse safety.
Who cares about that? Now, the project would result in the bridge being out of action for a day, which has happened previously. Apparently, they had a breakfast picnic in 2009. Sydney Marathon, Formula One exhibition have all shut the bridge. These two firms are City Racing and GAG 403, which claim to have developed the technology to hold races on roads, and plans have been floated to hold London, Paris, etc. English entrepreneurs Ollie Neal and Andy King have patented a racing track system they describe as similar to a giant scale electrics model car system.
Okay.
And then you start to worry.
You do, don't
This is based on something that people have in their lounge room.
Yes, I know.
I just can't see it. I just can't see it.
I know.
Now,
No. The things don't overcomplicate it.
I know. Way too complicated.
Turf down, suspended barriers.
Yeah, drop in, have the race, then lift the barriers out, let the cars go over, clear the traffic jam. They can drive on grass, barriers drop in, next race. The only place I'm worried about is, let's face it, this is not really for, the ordinary person. This is for the rich. There'll have to be special, hospitality booths set up, hanging off the bridge, marquees, cantilevered off the bridge. Parking's a problem.
Yeah.
Simple things like horse floats. Where do the horse floats go?
Yeah.
Now, if it
they'd
starts...
have to get the Opera House car
Oh, no,
park.
the Opera House car park
Yes.
could handle them.
That'll handle all that, yeah. So that'd become a horse-friendly site. So you'd have to shut down everything at the Opera House.
So if Carmen was on that night...
Forget it.
Yeah.
Forget it. And maybe TAB booths could be installed around the Opera House. Maybe the Opera House could become a centre of betting excellence for those few hours.
What a great idea.
Really open it up for the people.
And, you could get the thoughts of, say, I don't know, Richard Tognetti on the first.
Oh, yes. Who are you backing, Rich? Who you on, dude?
Yeah, that's right. And then other stars. Let's face it, Michael Bublé might be here doing a show at night there, because that's the sort of thing this would attract. Big stars like that, big names, big acts.
Yes.
Michael, what do you like in the third, buddy? And I'm wondering if we could have a golf event connected to it as well, just for the sake of
What, teeing off at the Opera House?
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Playing through a specific nine-holer set out in the Botanical Gardens.
Well, that's
or
not
push
bad.
on, maybe make the 18 holes coming into the domain.
Yes. Or maybe, I don't know, maybe you drive onto Clark Island. You make that a green.
Whoa.
Huh. Eh?
Now you're talking.
Honest Australians. Is there something whiffy about your club? Is a fully invasive bi-nozzled shafting intruder required? Send your concerns to the Sporting Probe. Ryan HG at thesportingprobe.com.au. Full discretion is assured.
Yes, you're pushing on with the Probe this morning with Roy Slaven and HG Nelson. And Roy, the idea of street racing, according to Ollie Neal, emerged earlier this year. Obviously, he's hoping to have a portable track based on the model of the Scalextrics model in his front yard. Anyway, we're going to create a global circuit of horse racing events with high-quality local horses thundering down iconic city streets ridden by the world's top jockeys. We're going to do for horse racing what T20 has done for cricket and 3x3 has done for basketball, reinterpreting the sport of kings for a young, urban audience and dialing up on technology, entertainment, excitement and energy. Oh, Lord.
Ooh, that's ambitious, isn't it?
It's extremely ambitious. Can it do it? I mean, why aren't young people going to the races
Well, I
these
thought
days?
they were.
I think we're betting in bigger numbers than ever before.
Exactly.
I mean, sure, we are meeting resistance on our punting into schools program.
Yes.
But we believe that the, Minister
Common
of Education...
sense will win out in the
correct.
end.
Thanks very much. Common sense.
sense.
The only cashed up section of the community are kids.
Yes.
They've got to have that money hoovered out of them so they know what to expect in later life. Hoovered
bad.
out of their pockets.
Yeah, not
Now,
bad.
look, I think that what this is confusing is two things. People turning up to see horses,
Yes.
fall
Yes.
on the turn on the way in a Sydney Cup,
Sure.
and people punting.
Yeah.
They're two different audiences,
They
two
are.
different needs,
They
two
are.
different markets, two different understandings of
They
life.
are. Look, you could put a toe in the water, HG. Why not say at Rose Hill or
Warwick
Flemington?
Farm,
You have a day for hipsters only.
What a great idea.
You see what I mean? Just to put a toe in the water and
Okay,
see,
let's think about it.
how the younger set
Let's think
are
about it.
relating to horse racing in the 21st century.
Well, beards only for a start for blokes.
Beards only,
And
yeah.
barbers on course to get a trim if you need one
Sure.
to sharpen it up.
Yep.
How about fixed wheel bikes, admitted free?
Mm.
Drag them in, we park them, look after them.
Yep.
Siphon coffee on tap.
Yes.
Those sort of things. Is that
Yep.
what you're talking
That's
about?
what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
Avocado.
And, yeah. And if that works, sure, open it up to the streets.
Sporting Probe. Roy and HG on Triple M.
Yes, Probe-sters, it's our Easter special, Winks and the Resurrection. We've called the program today. Now, speaking of last Saturday, the events of the Sydney Cup, there was the incident where the two horses fell, or the two jockeys came down and one horse fell very badly.
Yes.
And Blake Shin was first to his feet of the fallen jockeys, and he looked over and saw James Doyle, and he said, exclusively to TSP after the event, he said, Roy HG, James looked to be in a bad way as a concern for him. He's one of my fellow riders, and the last thing you want to see is a jockey on the deck. It's something any jockey would do. You don't even think about it. Now, I notice Ray Thomas, who writes for the Murdoch People, said that Shin's act of compassion and sportsmanship reminded many of similar gestures, like the day when John Landy famously stopped to help fallen Ron Clark in the 1956 Australian 1500 metres championship before going on to win the race.
Yeah.
Now, let's say you can't do the maths quickly enough, but let's say 56. Is that 70 years or?
Oh, no, it'd be about 61 years ago, I think.
61 years ago.
61 years ago.
So if you were 15, then you're much in your late 70s now.
But kids still talk about it.
They do, true. True. You know, when you go to school.
Landy Clark.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I was going to say to kids, is that often the first question you get asked? Roy, were you there?
Yeah.
Did you see it? What's your memories?
Yeah. Yeah. I am asked that and I have to say, no, I missed it. Sorry, but I heard about it. Then I can tell you what I've heard about it, and it was great.
Yeah. The other thing, of course, was, Test cricketer Adam Gilchrist, who would often walk before being given out. Well, he was just considered stupid, wasn't he?
Well, he was a bit.
This is nothing like that. I mean,
it's not quite like helping a fallen colleague.
No.
Is it?
I mean, this is real Anzac spirit
is.
here. Come to the turf.
I suppose it is Anzac spirit. Yes, that's what it is. I mean, it's an Anzac Day story, not an Easter story.
No.
You know.
Well,
but
tell you what.
I don't know. It reminds me, it's funny how instinct works, isn't it? I mean, often if you're a rugby league player and you see someone down on the ground, your instinct is to go and give him one.
Yeah, tread on him.
Tread on him or, just smash him one. And that can happen, you just forget where you are, really, and, you're not on the paddock and you're just walking around the street and you see someone fall over. Instinct is to go over and just lay in with the boot if you're a rugby league player. So I take my hat off to those jockeys that, he saw someone fall and went over and helped him up rather than trod on him. I think that's great.
It is hard to make a comparison between ordinary life and
it
being
is,
on the
isn't
track
it?
or in a rugby
yes,
league.
I mean,
event.
you could say it's,
I mean,
it's like when Buzz Aldrin got down and met Armstrong on the moon. Well, you could say that, but you'd be an idiot.
Honest Australians. Is there something whiffy about your club? Is a fully invasive bi-nozzled shafting intruder required? Send your concerns to the Sporting Probe. Roy and HG at thesportingprobe.com.au. Full discretion is assured.
Yes, this is the Probe, the Easter special with Roy and HG. And Greg Miles, Roy, hangs up the binoculars today after, I think,
40 years.
40 years of calling and went back to 1980, I think, to call his first cup.
Yep.
Melbourne Cup, that is. And sadly, do you think it's because of the changing in racing that we've been talking about? The ramps, the walls, the racing across the bridge, that Greg feels as though the game's left him?
Maybe, yeah, maybe. There's, new generation coming.
Younger people,
different
days,
expectations.
Siphoning coffee,
sure.
cantilever marquees on the bridge. It's a different world.
It is a different world. And, I'm glad he's leaving, while he's still at the top of his game, top form. I remember the first time I heard him, Greg Miles. It was a funny weekend, really, because Rooting King had gone to Sydney from Lithgow for a race, and I couldn't be with him because I was playing a rugby league semi-final against the Orange Sims. Anyway, half-time coincided with the King's race, so we had a radio on in the dressing room. And I heard Greg for the first time, and it was funny because he actually called, because the King had a habit of sometimes mounting horses in the mounting enclosure, because he was always up for it. And so Greg called the King mounting a horse called Charlotte's Pass. And, eventually, King's been pulled off Charlotte's Pass and he's in the barrier now and everything. And we're all set and off we went. And so we were listening to the race. It was great. And he was calling the last few minutes. There's King, Rooting King pulling away. Rooting King by 1 length, 2 lengths. Rooting King, bloody hell, he breaks away and thunders home by 4 lengths with his frightened mount, Parrot Penrose, desperately hanging on.
The Sporting Probe. Roy and HG on Triple M.
Probe on, punters. This is Roy and HG here for the next hour. And Roy, this story that, well, it just gets bigger and bigger. The Greater Shepparton City Council is bidding to host the 2030 Commonwealth Games. High-profile support from people like John Stefferson, Lauren Jackson, City Council Mayor Dinny Adem says their plan will be to host the games across 11 regional cities, including Geelong, Bendigo, Wodonga and Traralgon, with most facilities only needing upgrades rather than complete rebuilds. Right. The 2022 event is still up for grabs after Sole Bidder Durban was stripped of hosting rights, and the 2026 host is yet to be decided. Now, I believe, as you do, that the permanent games home should be the Gold Coast, where the games are next year. In fact, there's less than a year to go. Less than a year to go. It's almost impossible to imagine.
You can almost taste it, can't you?
You can. Now, the last time the games were here, I think, was 2006, and it was in Melbourne, and people still talk about that.
They do?
Sure, they talk about 56 Olympics, but not many people can remember that.
No.
They only talk about the distant past. But people's lived experience of Australian winning everything on offer is the Melbourne Games of 2006. That is coming to the Gold Coast.
Yep.
The friendly games, although there's 10,000 police coming, I'm not quite sure what they're going to do at the friendly games, but be that as it may, the nude sections are all locked in, sold, tickets sold and so on. Do you think that...
Are the police... is there a nude squad within the police? Will they be infiltrating the nude areas, HG?
They will, but can I point out they'll be undercover?
Oh, okay.
They'll be, obviously, you won't be able to tell their numbers.
Right. Well, of course, obviously, if they're nude. But but where do they hide the nightstick?
No, I take your point. I think that the nightsticks will have to be left.
Might have to be a specialised squad.
A specialised dispensation to appear sort of nude. Nude in all but nightstick only.
Yes.
Now, what I was trying to get to, though, and I take your point, I think it's a serious issue, how they're going to police, because let's face it, the nude areas are just, I mean, as I said...
Well, they can go out of control.
They can, but can I say last week, I think we broke the story that all nude tickets had sold.
Yes,
and the games organisers were thinking of expanding the nude sections.
I know. There was a talk that the Commonwealth Games might just bleed into the nude Olympics.
Which you broke the story.
Yes,
that they were
it's moved south of the border into New South Wales.
Into Byron Bay area.
Byron Bay,
$20 million to that particular part of the New South Wales economy. It's an incredible story. What I'm trying to get to, though, is are you supporting in 2030, which, let's face it, is only 14 years away. Oh, in fact, it's 13 years away. The years dropped off it. Are you supporting a bid by the regional areas, 11 regional cities across Victoria, Geelong, Bendigo, Wodonga, etc., to franchise, if that's the right term, the Commonwealth Games from the mothership at the Gold Coast and spread them out in that way? Or do you think this is going to cheapen, disorient people, wonder where the opening ceremony will be? I mean, we're going to Bendigo for the opening ceremony. You get there and you think, well, hang on, we're nude, we're ready to go, we're ready to party. Sorry, it's at Traralgon. So all of a sudden you've got to make a dash down at Traralgon, often breaking the speed limit and looking for inside lanes.
That's true. That's true. Look, I'm in two minds about it, HG. I always like the intensity of the focus of, say, how the Gold Coast is going to be. So no matter where you go, you're reminded of Commonwealth Games. It's there's the venue there. Oh, there's that venue there. Look, there we go.
Flags.
Yeah, flags.
Bunting, public transport.
Athletes walking around. Tracksuits, all of that. Now, once you spread it through a whole region, it lacks intensity and it lacks focus.
Yeah. Now, look, can I point out, focus is a key point here.
Yeah.
Your main stadium, 100,000 people, deliriously with delight. Your nude section with the popularisation of nudism is coming back. Maybe up to about 30 or 40,000 nudists in there. Obviously, police with the dispensation to carry the nightstick. Maybe you're looking at 15 or 16,000 police. I don't know how these numbers work out.
Yeah.
Where do you place this stadium?
Yeah.
There's no facility, nearly as I can tell, and I don't think Cardinia Park can take, I think it can take only about 50,000, whatever that joint's called where the Cats play.
Well, look, maybe we've got to think outside the box about opening ceremonies. Maybe the opening ceremony could be more like people lining the streets and floats come past of different nations. You know, the Indians, obviously, with the little master driving and a lot of shooters sitting on the back.
Virat Kohli, boo.
Yes, of course. All of that. You know, and then comes St Kitts or Nevis or whatever they are.
Right.
Yeah, I love your work.
The islands. Thanks for coming.
So maybe that's the way of doing it. And they would tour all of these regional towns. I mean, the opening ceremony could take up to 4 days.
I know. And you'd have to start roughly the same time as the Queen, God bless her, farewelled the baton.
That's true.
Now, how about a different idea that somehow it's more like a Deniliquin Ute muster?
Yeah.
So I take your point, mobile, but it's got a completely different flavour. It's maybe some sort of motorsport component.
All right.
You know, because you'd need that to get from one venue to another.
Yeah, right. Okay. Yeah,
I was just thinking that. But what I'm more worried about is what happens to the 100 metres.
Where are you going to put it? Ballarat, Bendigo, or back up on the Gold Coast? You'd have to have it at the Gold Coast, surely.
So you might have your shooting, your pole vault. Your pole vault, and I mean, how about
pole
that?
vault could be at Mildura or Wentworth, somewhere like that.
But look at the focus you'd have on the pole vault. At the moment, it's lost in the
I know.
card,
But if one town, let's say Shepparton, is the pole vault capital of the world for that week.
I know, that's what it's going to be.
That's what it's going to be. Well, there you're turning a weakness into strength, because you'd have all your pole vault freaks, nudists, etc. You know, you the pole vault.
Yeah, just imagine the thrill.
And it would be specialised. It'd be just those who love the pole vault.
I know.
And there are many of them.
Yeah.
Many of them.
Well, they've got a pole as well.
Yes.
In each section now. You've got your 300-metre military rifle prone, and that's solo and team.
Yes.
Now, that could be dotted at one range. The next range, you know, say that's at Wentworth.
Yeah.
Then you might go to Traralgon for your 600-metre military rifle prone and individual.
Yeah.
And then you go on to your shooting. You might have 25-metre rifle individual. That might have to be, say, at Warrnambool.
Sure.
Do you know what I mean? Do you see what I mean? So
I do.
everybody's got a chance.
Yes.
Then a day to get from one to the other.
Yes, to take the caravan.
Exactly. Now, that raises accommodation. At the Gold Coast, of course, we know
there's plenty of high-rise. There's
plenty of
infrastructure there.
Infrastructure to handle it. They have Schoolies Week.
I know.
Thousands upon thousands of people, young, fit Australians, don't know what to do with that sort of thing.
They do.
But coming to Mildura, I mean, are we opening up caravan parks, the billeting process?
Yes, well, there'd have to be demountables built, I suppose.
Would you get the UNHCR?
To house the athletes. I mean, where would they have, the athletes can't, you know, where would they be? The bloody motel near...
Why, not the motel. That's taken over with official Coates' lot. Because they've only got so much accommodation. They don't have 5-star hotels at Mildura. I may be wrong about that.
Yeah, you're right.
I know they've got great restaurants and facilities like that and bottle shops, best bottle shops in the world. But, you know, it's hardly going to suit, you know, Coachie's crowd.
Yeah.
If Coachie's in charge of that, I don't know if he is. Now...
Well, maybe we've got to have high-rise apartment type.
That can be moved.
I don't know about moved, but...
Well, I just picked that as some
Well, I don't know how many high-rises there are at Shepparton or Mildura. Could I suggest none? Well, wouldn't it be great? Wouldn't they love to get a...
High-rise?
Yeah, something like an 80-storey bloody building. That could be dedicated, you know, opened by the mayor, all of that.
80 stories?
Yeah, well, why not? Why not? It's a chance to open up.
No, I see.
To turn these little, you know, towns that are humble, basically,
Australian,
to have a big bloody statement, a big bloody erect edifice that says, you know, just for a moment, just for 2 weeks, we had the shooting.
I know.
We had the prone.
I know.
We were the prone capital of the world for 2 weeks.
Now, just put all that on pause for a minute.
Yeah.
University tests. Now, these are lead researcher Dr. Keon West from Goldsmiths University of London a week or so ago said, stripping off and bearing all makes us feel happier, a study was recently found. That's Dr. Keon's work.
Well, that needed to be studied.
Well, people have
I mean, it's common knowledge. I mean, get your gear off, you start smiling.
Yeah. English researchers found that those who cast off their clothes and abandoned their worries at the same time.
Yes.
Scientists found people who took part in what's described here as naturist activities felt better about themselves, their bodies and their lives overall. The more time people spent naked or partially described, the happier they were. Imagine the joy in this nation next year, this time next year, when you see for the first time how elegant, how sophisticated, how international, how modern this country will be with 50,000 people sitting at the opening ceremony completely nude.
I know. With a lot of, and I tell you what, productivity goes up too. And I know this for a fact that more, you know, nude detectives and nude police people have more success than their uniformed colleagues.
Honest Australians. Is there something whiffy about your club? Is a fully invasive bi-nozzled shafting intruder required? Send your concerns to the Sporting Probe. Roy and HG at thesportingprobe.com.au. Full discretion is assured.
Yes, Probe-sters, Roy and HG here, and if you want to get in touch with us, go to Roy and HG at thesportingprobe.com.au. That's Roy and HG at thesportingprobe.com.au, and the following people have. Look, this is from Dave in Glenelg, who normally lives in Glenelg in South Australia. He's a layover in Dubai, listening to the latest podcast, and he's concerned that in a country obsessed with horse racing, he hasn't seen any Winx statues yet.
Well, that's true.
Now,
well, there's no Greg Miles
well,
statue.
you raised this earlier.
Yeah.
I saw a picture this week of Matt Hill, Greg Miles, and a statue of Bill Collins, I think it was.
Yes.
Gee, that brought those three together. That'll be a rare trifecta if they ever get those three together again. But a statue of Winx. And before you come to that, Roy, following your stunning revelations that Winx is to be serviced by the King, have you thought of a name of any progeny yet, which is a question on notice, which we may be able to get to. But wait for it. Winx to carry the Australian flag at the Gold Coast next year, 2017.
Wow.
2018.
Has that been inked in?
No, this is...
Because I thought Black Caviar had been approached.
Well, Jane Morley has written asking, has any consideration been given that? And lighting the torch.
Yeah.
Would it be possible? I'm not sure. I said this earlier. I'm not sure what the arrangements with regard flaming...
devices. Yes, was like... It's hard to see Winx getting a cigarette lighter going.
Well, look, can I just say, if
Unless
you gave it a diet...
Just attach something on the saddle that could...
Flare up,
yeah.
I was thinking of more or less along the lines of maybe using diet here to our aid.
Oh,
producing
yes.
a lot of noise at the back door.
Yeah.
And you could hold the Bic lighter there and blast a flame
Sure.
onto your bowl, so to speak.
So to speak, yeah.
Foulware bowl.
Yeah.
And the flame emerge out of there.
Right.
Much, let's face it, CSG gas, I know this, you don't need the last bit there, but anyway, CSG could provide us with the power or the source of the power.
Sure.
Just a pipe in the ground coming up.
Yep.
I mean...
Yeah, it's easy. I mean, wherever it's going to happen, you just do a bit of fracking underneath the ground. And
up it comes.
Bob's your uncle,
Bob's your uncle.
Yeah, everyone's a winner. It would be lovely to see,
Winx.
Black Caviar with the baton, pass it to Winx, and then Winx goes up, gives it to Greg. Yeah, gives it to Greg Miles, maybe. And Greg Miles could...
Light the torch.
Yeah. Because he'd be able to operate a cigarette lighter without any trouble, you'd think.
Hang on.
And he could call himself doing it.
That's right. Now, just let me get this right. Black Caviar is outside the main stadium, 100,000 people, 50,000 nude, etc.
Yeah.
The police with their batons, special dispensations, everything's set.
Mm-hmm.
They've seen some of the best acts we can provide. They might have seen Uncanny X-Men.
Yes.
They would have seen Barnesy, I suppose. I don't know if Jimmy would be available.
Johnny Farnham, perhaps.
Johnny Farnham, My Sex, JPY, etc. They've seen all those.
Yep.
In comes Black Caviar.
Yep.
We don't know what's going to happen. No. All of a sudden, Winx is there.
Yeah.
Winx and Caviar in the room together. I don't think that's ever happened.
It's never happened. I know, those two great champions. And then
together they approach Greg Miles with the whatever it is. He walks up the stairs.
And he walks up the last few stairs, calling it. Obviously calling it,
yeah.
And there we go. Yes, no, that can work. Now,
Winx statues. That's the next thing.
Yeah.
Do you think we need a Winx statue yet?
Well, I'd love to see a Winx statue done in the style of the statue of Ray Rabbit's.
Oh, Ray Rabbit's Warren.
Yes.
At Junee, I want to say, in New South Wales.
Yeah.
Region, New
That's
South
right.
Wales.
Yeah. It's the sort of statue you really can't recognise. You've got to look at what it says underneath. This is Ray Rabbit's Warren. You think, oh, well, fair enough, yeah. Not a bad try. So you could have Winxy there as well. I don't know if Winx has much to do with the Junee area. Wouldn't matter. Junee people would love it. Winx statues, what? It's coming here.
What? We'll be on the map at last. Exactly. Now, can I suggest, I think Glenn McGrath's got a statue of himself in the Narromine area made out of corrugated iron.
Has he really? Does it look like him?
Not really.
Not really.
No, you have to read the thing at the bottom. He's certainly not.
Well, it's like that statue of Ronaldo in that airport. Doesn't look like him. It's the same bloke who did the same people who did the Ray Rabbit's warrant.
I would have sent it back.
You could swap them both. You could put Ronaldo up at Junee and people think, "Hi, Rabs."
Now, can I ask whether you would think, and I don't like to suggest this because it is Easter weekend, but whether a statue made out of, say, horse droppings could be a possibility here.
Yeah.
Some sort of weird thing of Winx's, output is fashioned into a statue.
Yeah, oh, sure. Oh, you could do that.
Covered with some sort of papier mache.
Yeah, I was suggesting cover it with clay and fire it.
The Sporting Probe. Roy and HG on Triple M.
Yes, Roy and HG here for the Sporting Probe. And continuing with correspondence, and if you do want to get in touch, Roy and HG at thesportingprobe.com.au. And it's amazing the footprint of this program, Roy. We mentioned somebody listening in the transit lounge in Dubai before. Now,
Isn't that a terrific spot?
It's amazing. I think it's the best place to listen to the Probe. I mean, it costs you a fair bit to get there to take advantage, but given that often the layovers there can be extensive, having a couple of Sporting Probes to listen to could make the time pass a little quicker. Now, this one, Andy Lysett writes, "A deer in and out and the heavy lifter." That's lovely,
nice.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
Somebody listens very closely to the show. He's writing about TSP and he's in the UK. Absolute joy to hear hard-working Australian blokes talking about sport in a sensible and practical way. Well, he's gilding the lily there a little bit. But anyway, so much sport these days covered with irreverence, whereas your sensible, practical attitude to sport and therefore the association and by association the betting industry, open brackets, there is no sport without betting, close brackets, gives an insight that so many people miss. Anyway, he's trying to get a nude section at every Premier League soccer game.
Right.
And this is what he's taken out of the podcast.
Yes.
And he sees that the podcast is an inspiration to keep him working on this ambition that he's got. Any advice for, say, nudists who might be listening in England who would be thinking to, say, go and see Everton playing Chelsea this weekend? Should that be a fixture that's on?
Sure.
About weather conditions, when to take the clothes off, do you leave home nude? Are there problems, on public transport there where sensibilities are so different to Australia, where anybody turning up nude on a train in Sydney would be given a free ride, or a train in Australia would be given a free ride?
That's true. That's true. Look, you're right. There are different sensibilities. I mean, I'm amazed that Europe is so, generally speaking, backward in this regard. You think, Europe is the high water mark of sophistication. Well, it's not. You think that England, the UK, is the high water mark of sophistication. Well, no, it's not either. No. You look to Australia and you think, God almighty, something's happening there. I want in. I want to be part of that. I want to be part of something that says, all right, we're confident enough in ourselves to drop our togs and just stroll about and live an ordinary life enriched by our nudeness. And that's a terrific message to sell. But I tell you what, HG, it starts with civil disobedience. It's up to this bloke to gather a few mates together who are committed. You've got to be committed to nudity and committed to being natural. And it'll stand up in court in front of any beak, I would expect. And you say to them, Beak, my lad, how were you born? Were you born dressed like that, sir?
With a wig on.
With a wig on.
And cape.
Looking stupid, in front of me here. Yeah, and you're telling me that I'm untoward by getting on public transport, a la natural, as I came into the world, as I was designed by
whoever,
our Lord upstairs in his image, your worship, in his image. And you've got to take that message onto the terraces. See, if you're supporting Everton, okay, so you're going to be a small group to begin with. There might be only 4 or 5 of you nude, and people are going to be, they'll ask questions, and they'll ask questions of you. Mm-hmm. And, you'll get gobbed off and gobbed on and
people
all of that.
People will make comments.
Yep. But honestly, the next week, there'll be a dozen of you. The week after that, there'll be several thousand, because ultimately that's what people want. And once you've experienced soccer, once you've experienced football, once you've experienced life, be it fishing, be it butchering, be it shooting, but it doesn't matter what it is. Once you've experienced even being a judge. I mean, I've often said to judges, I said to Mark Tedeschi, QC, just the other day, I said, you that beak you've been dealing with there, if he or she were nude, they'd give far better
Judgments.
Directions.
Oh, directions and judgment.
Yes, and judgment, because you're clear-headed.
Clear-headed, yes. You're not encumbered by
Yes, you're not.
robes
That's
and
right. That's right.
Well, we can only suggest Andy Lysett continue his heavy-duty work there,
Yes.
encouraging nudism. Maybe a thoughtful piece in The Guardian might help too.
Yes.
Why I Nude, or something like that. You know, maybe 500,000 words on your blog, Guardian blog, could get people thinking.
Sure. And if
outside
you
the
can
box.
rope in a few prominent public figures, say
Like
Michael Portello, for example.
Well, an excellent choice. I was going to say Nigel Farage.
Yeah, exactly.
The
People on the
MP.
conservative end of the spectrum.
Who you wouldn't necessarily think. I mean,
No.
Farage is mainly known for smoking and drinking. as
That's
near as I
true.
can tell.
Yes.
And grinning stupidly at the camera.
Stupidly, that's
But he'd be
right.
a perfect person.
He would. He
And
would.
Portillo and Farage in the same room.
Together.
I don't think it's ever been done.
It's never been
Nude.
done. No.
I mean, now you're starting to get a movement. happening.
Yes, that's right.
The Sporting Probe. Roy and HG on Triple M.
The probe continues with Roy and HG. Now, final one from the email bag, so to speak, Roy and HG at thesportingprobe.com.au. This is from Andrew. He says, I took note that our DNF maestro, that's Mark Webber, chooses to pronounce the new DNF maestro and the DNS, as in did not start maestro, Ricardo's name differently to the rest of the world. Webber went to great pains to include an I in the pronunciation, i.e. Ricciardo, rather than Ricardo.
Well, that's how it's spelled.
That's true. That's true. Does the DNF maestro know something the rest of us don't? Sources on the web confirm that the second I is silent, and F1 commentators have asked the DNF prodigy, and he confirms this to be the case. Why would the DNF maestro continue to do it differently? Why doesn't the DNF prodigy pull him up on it?
Yeah, good point. Good
Sorry, didn't mean to
point.
bump the mic there, but
Good
I did.
point. But having said that, I don't think sports stars can control what commentators call them.
No, that's fair
You
enough.
know, it's a bit like Jeff Horn. Well, are we going to call him the Hornet? Well, no, we're not. We're not. He's the fighting school teacher. He might even become the fighting primary school teacher if we think about it and dwell about it. Now, he's got no control over that. The same with Ricardo/Ricciardo. You know, if Weber or Weber wants to call him Ricciardo, well, that's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine. It's up to him. He just looks a bit of a dickhead.
Well, if
It's
Weber,
like when people, golfing commentators, when they can't say Jose Maria, it drives me nuts.
because it's so easy to say it.
Yes.
Jose Maria Arbel. Now, speaking of golf, wasn't it amazing to see Sergio? I mean, this week you and I have carried a torch for him for so long, and there's a beautiful think piece in the Fairfax pages from the Washington Post, written by Tommy Boswell, whose work I love.
Yes.
He starts, no golfer wears the misery of his game's constant disappointment on the face more clearly than Sergio Garcia.
Well, hang on. Is that right?
Well, I'll read it again. No golfer wears the misery of his game's constant disappointment on his face more clearly than Sergio Garcia. How about, well, you know, names in golf? Shark.
You're a great white shark.
Aaron Baddeley,
Yes.
including the person we started the show mentioning.
Mark Hensby.
The forgotten golfer.
The forgotten golfer. Yeah.
Or-
Yeah, they all wear that disappointment. I mean, you can pick golfers in a crowd, can't you?
You can.
They've just got that look of, you know, my life's been a waste of time look about them, don't they?
They do.
And when you think about it, they haven't done much, have they? I mean, look at Sharky.
Just waddles about.
Just waddles about.
Sure, he tries to design golf courses, but no one plays on them. And
But
do
even
you-
if they did, so what? I mean,
It's still a waste of a life.
it is a waste of a life.
Now, can I ask...
How difficult it is to design a golf course? You know, we might have a green here. Oh, good thinking, Greg. Yep, okay.
What else?
How far away is it from the tee?
330.
Yeah, okay, let's make it 300. Yeah, I mean, how hard is it? You've just got to knock down forest, pristine forest,
Fine
and
water.
put in rubbish.
Now, nudism in golf, Roy, have you
Yes.
got anywhere with it at all?
No, I haven't. No, they won't countenance it. They won't. Yeah, the golfing community is what I'd call very stitched up in that regard, HG. You know, they won't even, they won't even allow you to bathe in the nude.
Right. So they're nearly nudes, are
They're
they?
near-
Like Entourage.
Yes.
No, is that right? Not Entourage, the other one.
Well, look, the only thing I can say with regarding golfers with any degree of confidence is that 9 times out of 10, when you're looking at a golfer, you're looking at a weirdo.
Honest Australians. Is there something whiffy about your club? Is a fully invasive bi-nozzled shafting intruder required? Send your concerns to The Sporting Probe. Roy and HG at thesportingprobe.com.au. Full discretion is assured.
Yes, this is The Sporting Probe, a regular sporting wrap-up each week here with Roy Slaven and HG Norson. Now, going back to Sergio.
Sergio Garcia.
Yes, this beautiful article. Every grey whisker in his stubble stands for a day he wishes he could forget, but he can never let go of.
Man, this Patrick Smith got Patrick Smith all over it, hasn't it?
It has.
Echoes of Hopkins again.
That beard will never regain its youthful colour, but the expression on his face behind it is changed forever. On Sunday, in his 74th attempt to win a major golf title, Garcia won the Masters. That trip to a contented expression has taken nearly 2 decades.
Wow. That's right. That's powerful. Who wrote that? Someone?
Yeah, Tom Boswell.
Yeah, good.
He does go on a bit, and obviously he's filling space, as you can see.
Yep. But that beard reference, that's great, isn't it?
It is. At first, many years ago, Garcia suffered from bad bounces and spike marks in his putting line, just as all of us do.
I thought he was going to say suffered from bad breath.
And gastric. And
gastric in the early days. Sergio, well, that was his problem. Caddy couldn't get near him because of the breath.
And then he couldn't get
near the green. Yeah, exactly.
Gastric.
Yeah.
But with time, he came to distrust sparrows that had not yet chirped, trees who limit not conspired when his ball entered their domain, and fans who might be deciding whether to heckle him. He was sceptical of the entire continents, for example, North America. Well, who isn't? He's not alone there. I'm telling you that for a fact now. It's beautiful writing. Beautiful writing, as only golf can, Roy.
Yes. Yeah, that's true. I mean, some of those descriptions of the shark over the years,
I know,
make you cry.
They do.
You know, the big golden-haired fellow.
That's right.
Fell again.
Took
like a lone tree in a forest. Lone tree in a forest of indifference.
Many doubted that a man so weighed down with self-doubt, suspicions that others or the fates were against him would shed his emotional swings from competitive elation to
emotional swings.
I know. Beautiful. Now those questions are answered. Garcia has won the Masters with a birdie on the first hole of the playoff with Justin Rose in one of the tensest, most dramatic swinging final Saturday's ever seen. Oh, I wish I had the Mariah Flamalord there to see it.
I don't know.
Cool golf.
Look, there was a little bit of drama there, but what about, Bob Tway Shark?
I know.
That was your drama, huh?
Now, how about the day Sharky hit it into the shed where the mowers were kept and tried to play on?
I know.
Or hit it into the water and stumbled into the water, rolling his trousers up.
I know. What
about the drama?
Yeah, talk about drama. What about the time he hit into the toilet? Straight into the public toilet. Doggy, 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 dog, boom, boom.
And then
somebody flashed, and there was Sharky with his head down there with a 9-iron trying to bloody fish it out.
The Sporting Probe. Roy and HG on Triple M.
Yes, Roy and HG here for the Probe. Now, Roy, Jordan Lewis is in trouble again, having punched Patrick Cripps in the head and broken his jaw. Jordan Lewis, former Hawk, now Demon. He's one of the most suspended current players in the AFL, having missed 12 games because of 14 guilty findings from 15 charges. He's got off once. Not a very good strike rate. This week he's demonstrated little or no remorse or shame for his jab, according to Greg Venom Denham in the Murdoch press, saying he didn't care what people, other than those close to him, thought of his actions. Don't pay any attention to any of that sort of stuff. Quite honestly, it doesn't bother me. I don't care. I know what I stand for. I know what I'm like as a person. I know what I'm like off the field. Roy, what is he like? It's a big call, isn't it?
It is, isn't it? Well, often players have, different personas. They change when they put on the togs and go out in the middle. They become different people, not themselves. Often they don't recognise themselves out there, and you show them replays of matches, and they say, "Whoa, is that me? I'm not bad, am I?"
Or it's not me out there.
It's not me out there. No, no. But you've got to ask yourself though, what does he stand for? And does he stand for something different when he's in the grandstand to when he is out in the middle playing? Is it a different bloke out there? Does he know himself out there? Does the bloke out there in the middle who's doing the thumping know the bloke, the mild-mannered driver who won't pass on the inside at Easter time? You know what I mean? This fascinates me endlessly, this. in terms of sports psychology. Because I tell you, we need these people. We need these people in the game because they are the lifeblood. They're the personalities. You've always got to have someone to fear. You've always got to have someone to fear out there. You've always got to have an enforcer. You've always got to have someone who's going to go a little bit beyond to bring about fear and discipline and developing a winning culture. That's what it's about, developing a winning culture. And if breaking someone's jaw 13 or 14 times wins you a flag, well, the end justifies the means, doesn't it?
Perfectly put.
The Sporting Probe. Roy and HG.
Roy, will you be passing on the inside this weekend much, do you think?
Passing
on the inside,
I know
as
much as I can, as I said earlier. It's an Australian thing to do because we know how to do it safely.
Yeah, that's correct. That's right, safely. Now, you made a provocative call earlier that you thought most of accidents this weekend will be called by foreigners.
They will be. Yeah, that's proven. That's a fact.
There'll be more probing next week.
Honest Australians. Is there something whiffy about your club? Is a fully invasive bi-nozzled shafting intruder required? Send your concerns to The Sporting Probe. Roy and HG at thesportingprobe.com.au. Full discretion is assured.
The Sporting Probe with Roy and HG podcast, brought to you by Yates Rapid 1 Hour Action Weed Killer. Kills weeds fast, roots and all. For more great gardening advice, visit yates.com.au.
Bonafide sports-mad Australians. Snakes alive. Is that the time? Yes, green and gold freaks, it certainly is. It's time for the Sporting Probe. With 2 diamond pythons twirled around the tree of knowledge across the nation.
Boys and girls.
Well, the young man ain't got nothing in the world these days.
The Sporting Probe, leading the charge up the eucalypt. With extra chili on the stick is the in-and-out maestro, rampaging Roy Slaven. And coming from behind is the heavy lifter with both feet on the ground, HG Nelson. Unleash the grunt and poke HG?
Yes. TF much, gentlemen. Jim Daniels in the TSP soundproof booth in downtown Fitzroy. Look, again, on public transport this week, on the way to the various sporting fixtures that I've been to, people have been bumping into me asking, TSP, what does it stand for? It stands for the Sporting Probe. Probe-sters, HG Nelson getting the Sporting Probe away for another week. And on that very point, let me just say that all our thoughts on the Sporting Probe, remember TSP, the Sporting Probe, all our thoughts are with Bruce McAvaney, who gave us away and let us use it for perpetuity, which we thanked him for many years ago, but he's on the sick list. And Bruce, our thoughts are with you. I just hope this illness that you have can be held in check, because we don't want to lose you saying away from the Tokyo Olympics. Well, what a week. What an incredible week. A week when too much water's barely enough. Tremendous to have you with us as we prod forward and push through the rubbish of the week's sporting action. A week of massive collects and massive disappointments. Right? Did you get on that massive collect on the cricket, wicket with a no ball? It was a special that screamed, I want a taste. And mercifully, I was there with the wallet open just prior to its being popped. And Winksy, of course, running this afternoon as part of the Golden Slipper Festival at Rose Hill. Winksy, we've got some figures later on, but if you'd put 100 on Winksy all those years ago, you'd have enough to buy several houses in any real estate market across the world you'd like to name. You don't have to do it in Melbourne or Sydney or Adelaide or Perth. You could be in Mumbai if you wanted to be, but you'd have a whacking collect. Now, of course, the Golden Slipper is part of what I've dubbed the Triple Crown. The Triple Crown being the Slipper, the Everest and the Cup. And my dream is to have a horse that can win all three. And it's not beyond the wit and the agility and the innovation of our training community to be able to, and breeding community, to be able to come up with a horse that can do that three. So wins it, the Slipper as a 2-year-old and then goes on as a 3-year-old to win the Everest and the Melbourne Cup. Tremendous result there for everybody involved in racing. And remember the Probe, that is the Sporting Probe, TSP. Have you forgotten it? TSP, the Sporting Probe, is brought to you each and every week by the people at Yates. Yes, turf and surf, a very tight fit. Speaking of the surf, Rose Hill, well, you could row a surfboat up it at the moment. To get us underway, let's lock horns with the brains behind Lithgow Hydro. This is a scheme, a renewable power energy scheme that is a solution to the energy needs of the world. That's right, of the world for the next 100 years. It's got to do with water and splitting the atom. Look, I don't understand how it works, but this bloke does. And that man is rampaging Roy Slaven. Roy, can we get the TSP bunny in motion simply by asking what highlights caught your restless eye this week, Barrow?
Yes, thank you very much, HG. There was movement at the station, for the word had passed around
that
the colt from old regret had gone away.
He joined the wild bush horses. He was worth £1,000.
The pride!
I know.
The pride!
I know.
The Snowy, she's back!
The leadership!
Flowing! Now, wonderful week to be an Australian. God, has it? What? Now, don't know where to start.
Take a breath, Roy.
I will. Now, I began last week by saying the great Jared Hayne was in the news. Well, he's back in the news again. Still in the news. He's got a month off with injury, which is good. It's come at a good time for the Titans because they might start winning. Well, they have. Now, it's time to work out, he says, what he really wants to do with his life, whether it's going to be rugby sevens in Fiji, rugby in France, squash, a commercial pilot, an actor on Home and Away, or a Titan. Now, he's got all these balls in the air. Let's just hope one of them lands in the right place. Now, the Commonwealth Games baton relay has been launched by Her Majesty. No one was prouder than HG and myself. It was a marvellous ceremony. Can't wait for it to get here. Gold Coast, whoa, you beauty. Now, I've already put some bets on. More about that maybe later. Now, is there a changing of the guard happening in men's tennis? Now, the Big Five have been bumped out recently by players ranked well over 120 in the world. Now, I'm talking of the Big Five here. The Big Five: Murray, Federer, Rafa, Djokovic, and Tomic. Isn't it good to have the word or the name Tomic
in the Big Five?
In the Big Five, eh?
Feather in the trouser.
Yeah. How does it feel? Bernard, Tanko. Now, the NRL has announced, this is a very good news story, very good news, very exciting news. It's announced that Melbourne is to get a State of Origin game in 2018, and I can't wait. I cannot wait. Mm-hmm. It's going to be fabulous. Now, the Indian crowds are very disrespectful, I noticed, to Captain Smith when he scored a 100. Beautifully controlled innings. Silence. No applause whatsoever. When he got his 150, still nothing from the Indian crowd. Very pointedly, they've chosen to be very rude to him. And the Indian crowds were very disrespectful, you may recall, of Andrew Simons. And the Indian crowds were very disrespectful, can I say, to Keith Stackpole and myself. Mm-hmm. Now, I do acknowledge that the great spinner Bishan Bedi did apologise to me and Stacky. But as I said to him, Bishan, I appreciate this, mate, but are you apologising on behalf of the Indian nation? He said no. He said no. Now, these things you don't forget. Now, and I know that's a very sober note to mention, and I just want to finish on an up here, or two ups really, well, one big up. That is that Ray Ruffles, you'd remember him, Ray Ruffles, our dynamo with the left hand with the racket in the Davis Cup back in the day, partnering Bill Bowery and maybe Alan Stone, giants as they were at the time. Well, Ray has had a chip. That is his son Ryan Ruffles, described as a golfing savant and a prodigy and an Aussie. And he's just two off the pace in the Arnold Palmer Invitational. Now make of that what you will.
The Sporting Probe is on the nip, and the only certain cure is Triple M.
It's the Sporting Probe here for another week with Roy Slaven and H.G. Nelson, the Sporting Probe, and Roy Cricket. Now, look, I read an article during the week, two topics here. The pitch, obviously, I need to get to fairly quickly. And I read an article here saying Australia, this is how Andrew Wu began his article from Ranchi. Australia have walked into an Indian-endorsed stitch-up. As suspicion grows, the hosts have delivered a tailor-made wicket designed to blunt Australia's pace weapons and dull the effect of Nathan Lyon.
Wow. That's a difficult pitch to come up with, isn't it?
It is. That's an extremely difficult pitch. That was before a ball was bowled.
Right.
Now, I know you gave the pitch at the first test.
8.
You gave it an excellent grading, and I couldn't fault that. And I thought that people were very unkind, international, commentators like Ian Botham and so on. I thought they were very down on it. I thought it was an excellent pitch. The second pitch in the second test was a fail from my point of view because it just didn't work. It just had no bounce, no turn, it offered nothing to no one.
Yeah.
And it was no surprise to see the Indians win. This pitch, I thought, hello, they've done something really different here. And I thought at first, well, it looked like a very attractive pitch from our point of view, the Australian point of view, and I gave it a quite a high mark early, especially when Smith got that 150 and so on, and, the next attraction, the coming attraction, the big attraction, the next big show, got the 100 for the first time ever. I gave it a very high mark. Now I'm starting to reconsider.
Yes.
Are you doing the same thing?
I am. I am. Look, we've got so much to learn from the way curators work in India. I mean, they really are masters of it. I mean, if you asked me to design a pitch that wouldn't take fast bowling and wouldn't take off spin, but would take leg spin and would take different sorts of finger spinning, then I'd say, well, I don't know how to do that.
No.
I mean, we've got to learn. We've got to learn. These are masters, and I can see India. This was the toss to lose. Because I can see India getting 500 or 600 or 700, not having to bat again, and Australia, when the wicket will inevitably deteriorate and become, it'll become ideal for the Indian quicks and the Indian spinners, on the 4th and 5th day, should it go that long, then we're going to struggle. We're going to be really in trouble here.
Can I ask, did you ever think of making a pitch out of mud alone and no grass? I mean, that seems to be the genius that the curators here have come up with.
And you just throw a bit of sawdust and a bit of dead grass on top at the end to make it look as if
something was growing there once.
But nothing's ever grown there, as nearly as I can tell. It's just been mud. And it's a curious, I don't know if it's a pedicol or a pedalfa, but it's one of the two, and it won't take life. You can't get life into it.
Wow.
It's an extraordinary soil, HG. I mean, if you exported that soil all around the world, nothing would grow anywhere. It's incredible, and it gets so very, very hard, and yet at the same time gets dusty and breaks up.
I know. Do you think the curators should have gone to Yates and got something from them to go and have a go at?
Well, I think this sort of pedalfa, let's say it is a pedalfa, I think it would challenge the people at Yates to get something to grow in it, and I would put that challenge to them to get over there with a box of seeds or a bag of seeds and see what you can do with it.
Now, the other big story, of course, concerns the Indian skip.
Yeah.
Virat Kohli. Look, he did take a tumble while fielding, and obviously Indian fans were quite rightly devastated when local reports emerged that the big bloke had a ligament tear in his shoulder and was risked to miss the rest of the series. Right. Mercifully, that wasn't the case. No. I understand he's going to back at number 4 when play resumes. And now, Kohli's condition was attributed to a doctor in the Ranchi hospital who turned out to be a bit of a fake. Now, I know New South Wales employs a lot of fake doctors, and I'm just wondering if this chap had some experience of working in the New South Wales health system before he got the job as a technician in the hospital at Ranchi. Yeah. The man who addressed the media was outed for not being a doctor at all. He was a hospital technician. He pushed the buttons on the MRI machines. Well, he was close to the action, obviously, and he did have a view about what he was looking at. Local journalists thought they had a scoop, but the man who pushed the trolleys around and buttons, obviously was very keen to get involved with international media. He said he suffered from an injury to the right shoulder, bones intact, ligament tear, maybe out for 15 to 20 days.
That was his call.
Yeah, it was his call. Okay. Now, Roy...
The MRI button presser.
That's right. Yeah. Now, I'm just wondering if this does speak to a certain sort of, that experts get it wrong, that is sweeping the world, that they don't know what they're talking about anymore, that you and I would have a view about all these things which could be just as valid as somebody who studied.
Without doubt.
Yeah.
Now, we saw Kohli go over, and I said to you, he's done a ligament there, didn't I?
You did.
I said he's going to have to bat lower down in the order. I can't see him back out here fielding. I said that to you at the time, and you said, "Can we get some money on it?" I said, "Of course we can." Next thing we knew, ding ding, fat wallet,
big collect. Now, can I ask? You and I mean, let's face it, you and I dabble in sports medicine.
Yeah.
We have a lot of people come into the clinics, but one thing I refuse to do is give, the media access to my thinking.
I won't.
Thanks.
I won't.
Look,
I won't.
we're professional sporting commentators.
Yes.
We feel as though we have a code of ethics that we uphold. And one of the things is we won't blab about injuries to the media. They want us to make an opinion. They want us to give it a diagnosis. But one thing I've learned from years of being a fake doctor is that the initial diagnosis can often be wrong.
Yes, well, that's very true. But it's a delicate thing, HG. We have a responsibility to call it as it is. To call it as we see it.
That's right.
You know, and when I look at Coley, I see an idiot. And I've just got to say it.
The Sporting Probe. Roy and HG on Triple M.
Yes, the Sporting Probe with Roy and HG. And the Gold Coast, Roy, in the news, as you mentioned in your opening comments about the games there. Now, it appears that something happened in Durban. I would have loved to have got to Durban for the games in 4 years' time, 5 years' time. It would have just been a treat to get over there.
It's a magic city, Durban, isn't it?
Absolutely. On the coast there, on the Indian Ocean coast, it's got everything. Plenty of sharks in the water, and people remember Durban poison all those years ago. I mean, it's just wherever you go, there's magic. Now they got stripped of hosting the Commonwealth Games for 2022, and it was suggested that the games come back to the Gold Coast in 2018. Mayor Tom Tate has ruled out backing up in 4 years' time. Apparently, English cities Birmingham and Liverpool have expressed the idea of splitting the games between Birmingham and Liverpool. Not a million miles.
That never works.
No, it never works. And there was a suggestion that, late in the week, that somehow, while initially they were against it, that they might, this is the Gold Coast, might consider it. But can I go one further, Roy, and suggest a permanent home for the Commonwealth Games and suggest the Gold Coast be the permanent home? It's a boutique event at best, and Australia wins everything. And so I'm not opposed to the idea of Australian kids going up there in big numbers and just knowing their way around the place. Yes. Everything's there. Most of them will have been there for schoolies.
Yes.
They've got an idea where the swimming pools are. They've got an idea of where, say, the best hangouts are, and they've got to use to those conditions, those very Australian conditions. Would you support me in that goal?
I would support. I think that's an inspired idea, HG, because it would then justify putting a bit more infrastructure in.
Infrastructure, yes.
In terms of public transport and perhaps another stadium somewhere on the Gold Coast. But I can see it a magnet every 4 years for people wanting to go there just to look at champions, Commonwealth champions. And it would take a lot of mess out of it. It would give us certainty, Commonwealth Games certainty, because we've been living with uncertainty for a while. We're never quite sure
if it's on,
if it's not. Where's it going to be? How many nations are involved? Is Fiji back in, or are they out? What's going on there? But if we have that certainty that every 4 years, let's go to the bloody Gold Coast and watch Aussies winning.
I know.
And I think Her Majesty herself would approve of that. I mean, I haven't raised it with her. I haven't.
No.
But I'm sure she would see reason here.
And simple things like this baton relay, which I've never been convinced by completely. I must confess, I always see it as a bit of a try-hard, effort in the shadow, of course, of the torch relay.
Which is fantastic.
Fantastic thing for the Olympic Games.
Yes.
Obviously, Olympic Games owns that. This baton relay with a bit of a hand scribble message from Her Majesty shoved into a cylinder and off it goes.
Yeah.
But again, certainty in the baton relay would mean thousands of people could work out in the Commonwealth where they have to be to see the baton go past every, say, June or every July as it heads towards the certainty of the Commonwealth Games, which would always happen in the same weeks every 4 years or in the same 10 days or whatever it is every 4 years.
And it would be the shot in the arm that the Queensland economy needs, HG.
Well, they lost the nude games.
They lost the nude
I think you broke that.
I did. The nude Olympics, they've lost that. Yeah. And that's a $40 million hole that's got to be made up. Now, the Commonwealth Games, obviously, it's going to bring an enormous amount of money, and I've estimated somewhere between 100 and 120 million it's going to bring into the economy in that magic fortnight. It might only be, but by golly, people spend when the Commie Games is on.
And it'd be a great thing for Australians if we could coincide maybe school holidays, maybe get annual holidays fixed now to the Commonwealth Games period, or at least half your annual holidays fixed in that period. So
could Schoolies Week be brought forward, HG, to coincide with the Commie Games? And can we open it up for betting opportunities?
Oh, you get betting? I mean, what are you talking about? I mean,
good.
You could probably get if you put $1 at the start of the games on Australian win and let just that roll through
Let it roll
every
over.
event.
Yeah.
I mean, you'd end up with enough for a house.
Yes. Well, you would. Well, you would. And also, I'd love to see, as you enter the Gold Coast, there'd be a sign, the Gold Coast, the Commonwealth Games City.
Wow.
Eh?
That's incredible. You mean something on the side of the road or a
Yes.
banner going over
A banner
the top?
going right over the freeway.
Wow,
Right spanning the whole freeway with a big photograph of maybe some past champions or Her Majesty herself, and maybe a permanent message that's blaring out through loudspeakers welcoming you, a message from the Queen. You can just wind your window down and any time hear her saying, "Welcome to the Gold Coast,
the home
of the Commonwealth Games."
Just the Commonwealth Games, sorry, should I say just the Commonwealth as a concept, do you think we bedded it down enough? And does it still talk to kids, or do they just see it as part of the build-up to the Olympics?
Yeah.
It's an easy win on the way to the Olympics.
Yeah. Look, I'm not sure. I think the Aussies know that Australia is a Commonwealth. So it's a bit confusing then when you get the idea of the larger there are two Commonwealths, really, isn't there? There's the Australian the Commonwealth of Australia, and there's the Commonwealth Games, but they're not the Commonwealth of Australia Games.
Well, they will become.
They're the United Kingdom Commonwealth Games, and that's where your confusion is. Yeah. And that's why I think if we had it permanently at the Gold Coast, people would get to see it as the Australian Commonwealth Games, which essentially it's been since about 56.
That's right. And the one great thing, of course, is they've had hundreds of shooting events and lawn bowls,
yes,
which distinguishes it neatly from the Olympic Games.
Yes.
I can tell.
It does.
Now, one big story this week, and I can scotch this pretty well straight away. A big story broke concerning the moving of the Melbourne Cup.
Not to the Gold Coast to coincide with the Commonwealth Games.
There is suggestions. I'm not ruling this out.
Right.
There's a lot of weirdness going on in Melbourne racing at the moment. I mean, I noticed that there's a lobby that wants to make the Caulfield Cup a weight for age event, which is disturbing.
That's madness.
Yeah, madness. Well, now, the authorities, Victorian Racing chairperson Amanda Elliott says there'll be no messing around with tradition. This scotched the News Corp report. To the contrary, it's unfounded and ill-informed, according to Amanda. Elliott says the Melbourne Cup Carnival is internationally recognised and considered one of the great Australian carnivals of the world, and she can assure all Australians are good to be on. Well, now, where's there's smoke, there's fire. My mail is it's going to be put up for the highest bidder anywhere in the world.
That's what I heard.
Yeah.
That's what I heard.
So it could be run in Argentina, where they love horses, Italy, Japan.
Dubai, I've heard.
The Melbourne Cup
in Dubai.
Live in Dubai
yes.
At the same time as the Commonwealth Games.
That's what I've heard.
Corrupt officials and administrators? The gloves are off on the Sporting Probe on Triple M.
Yes, this is the Sporting Probe. The Sporting Probe, the show that puts chili on a stick and then goes to work. And, of course, it's brought to you each and every week by the very good people at Yates. Yates. Now, a lot of seeds have been sown in the AFL because we head up to round one in the coming week. Two topics I wanted to get to, Roy, or maybe just open the batting with two topics. Firstly, it appears that the captains met this week and suggested that the only teams that can make the eight, or the teams most likely to make the eight, are Sydney, Giants, Eagles, Crows, Bulldogs, Cats, Hawks and Saints. So that's Sydney, Giants, Eagles, Crows, Bulldogs, Cats, Hawks and Saints. And this means that certain teams who've had fairly long-standing coaches will be somehow on the outer by the end of the home and away series. And their suggestions are, through this, obviously by suggesting who's going to make the eight and who's not, that coaches who are currently at the helm of Port Adelaide, Collingwood and Richmond may be, what would I call it, coming into view. On the nose, coming into view as maybe being replaced. Of course, the Collingwood coach, Nathan Buckley, Ken Hinkley, has puts the polish on the Port Power, and Damien Hardwick at Richmond. Now, Roy, obviously you were lucky enough to have almost a one-person coach for your whole career, Grass and Grenell. Yeah. But was there any suggestions, when the Lithgow Shamrocks slipped down the ladder, that Grassy's position was under threat? And if so, how did he handle that pressure?
Look, it's always a tricky thing, actually. Often a coach is only good as the cattle he or she's given. So you've got to factor that in. But often you do get a time, a coincidence of a pretty good lineup in the team and indifferent performance. And when that happens, obviously the emphasis, the spotlight goes onto the coach, and quite rightly. I've always felt with coaches that to be a successful or a good coach, you've got to be smart, you've got to be sensitive, you've got to be tough, and you've got to be tender.
Wow.
And if you've got those four things, HG, you've got a lot going for you.
Give
But
them
most
again.
importantly, you've got to be smart, sensitive, tough and tender. But by and large, you cannot mollycoddle players.
No.
And when a lot of, you get big names, especially at the Shamrocks, you get a couple of big names coming from Sydney, big names, think they're big, because they've got big names, big raps on them, they've been playing.
Big boots.
Yeah, big boots. And they try to put it all over the coach. You don't need to train. I want to do it this way.
You're not
sort of
suggesting
stuff.
Jared Haynes.
Well,
in
I
this-
don't want to
No,
go,
fair
well,
enough.
we can open that up.
Yes.
We can unpack the Hayne problem in a moment. The problem with Hayne is he doesn't know who he is. It wouldn't matter who the coach was. You get introduced to Jared, you don't know who you're talking to.
I know.
If you're talking to Jared Hayne, the
Sevens
international sevens player, the superstar from the Dallas, whoever they were,
I think the 49ers.
49ers. Yeah, anyway. But the thing is, you can't mollycoddle players, and Grassy, to give him his due, whenever we had blokes that came with big raps, smart-ass types, on big money, big contracts, if they didn't perform, he didn't mollycoddle them at all.
No.
What he'd do is put the whole team into reserve grade if we weren't performing. And, some of us say, well, we'll get him aside and say, well, listen, Grass, I've been trying hard. And he said, no, it's the other blokes this is about, mate. It's not you. It's about these smart-ass types that have come from...
Big names.
Yeah, big names, big noting themselves. Well, let's see how big their notes are in reserve grade. And if I was Nathan Buckley, I'm not, but if I was, given his lineup, Collingwood should have won for the last 3 years. But they've done nothing. If Buckley had any courage, if he had any guts, if he was coaching the way he played, he'd have all of these blokes in reserve grade or just, running relay in reserve grade, cutting the lemons in reserve grade until they put in. That's what you've got to do. You've got to get the players wanting to put in. And at the moment, the Magpies don't look like they want to put in. And the Titans don't look as if they want to put in with Hayne wearing number 1.
Yes, they certainly, without him, they played a lot better.
They did.
Yeah, last night.
As was predicted.
Now, the other thing is the moving of the AFL Grand Final to a twilight fixture. Now, we've talked about this before, but one of the and obviously there's a lot of business involved in this because let's face it, the world at large is getting cross with the number of ads for punting in sporting programs. But the later you push it, the more that might be able to open up again. So a twilight Grand Final.
So you
makes
mean
perfect economic sense?
Start the game. Start the whole day at twilight so that the Grand Final's on, say, at 11 o'clock at night. Is that what you mean?
Now,
because then you could run wall-to-wall gambling ads from start to finish and no one would be worried.
I think you're heading in the right direction, and I think it'll come to that. But one thing that was suggested as a great, what would I call it, argument for it is the halftime. Lord knows why you focus on this. The halftime entertainment would look so much better at twilight.
But it would.
Can I point out that Meatloaf looks shithouse whenever you put him on?
He does pretty well, doesn't he?
I
Although
don't care
good lighting can lift meat a bit, but it doesn't change what comes out of the gob, does it? It doesn't matter how you light him,
2 out of 3 ain't
2
bad.
out of 3 ain't bad every
Yeah, took
time.
the words
Doesn't
right
matter
out
how
of it.
bright the torch is.
Are you in favour of focusing on, the halftime entertainment? Because let's face it, in the old days, by the time you had the sprint and a couple of, incidental things like awarding something or, best club person or whatever it is,
yes.
it was time to get the footy on again.
Umpy of the year. That's
That's right. It's time to get the footy back on.
Yeah.
But these days they seem desperate to get some sort of musical emphasis into the game.
right.
Because people feel as though the football isn't enough. Is that right? Or they feel
Well,
as
I'd
though...
be disappointed if that was the case. I mean, what's wrong with the 3 o'clock bounce? Hey? Isn't that tradition?
2:30.
2:30
Yeah,
bounce.
2:30.
Around that time. I mean, it's a family time, isn't it? They've got to decide whether the AFL is for family, whether football is for family, or whether football is for something else. Now, if they're relying on people staying up and glued to their sets to watch Meatloaf, better lit, at half-time, you got to say the code is drowning.
The Sporting Probe with Roy and HG podcast brought to you by Yates Rapid 1 Hour Action Weed Killer. Kills weeds fast, roots and all. For more great gardening advice, visit yates.com.au.
It's the Probe, the Sporting Probe with Roy and HG. And look, if you want to get in touch with the Sporting Probe, and you can head at TSP if you like, I won't mind. The Sporting Probe, Roy and HG at thesportingprobe.com.au is your all-purpose address. That's the Roy and HG at thesportingprobe.com.au. Head there and we'll get it eventually. Now, Andrew Dodd, regular correspondent, picks up on the problems of Durban losing the Commonwealth Games and notes that now that the Queen's Baton is on the way to the Gold Coast for the next year's game, he says he thinks that we should be looking 4 years ahead and suggests one of our great rural regional towns could be the home of the Commonwealth Games instead of a permanent base on the Gold Coast, which you and I are advocating a while ago. And he suggests, for instance, Dubbo.
Well, yeah. That
could be a place for it.
Well, that'd be a real shot in the arm for rural and regional Australia, wouldn't it, HG? But you'd need to. I don't know what the Olympic pool's like there at Dubbo, but probably it would need to be
extra.
There'd have to be a bit of infrastructure put in, you'd imagine. But as part of rural and regional Australia development, you'd imagine. See, why can't we have a tendering process, a competitive process, whereby rural and regional towns put in a bid for the Gold Coast's Commonwealth Games. So it stays under the umbrella of the Gold Coast.
Brilliant.
But other towns, perhaps Orange, Wagga,
say Barossa Valley towns, Tanunda and Uriutpa,
Leeton, or
Bunbury.
Yes, yeah.
You know, even I'm not excluding Queensland towns.
No,
either.
no.
Mackay, Caboolture.
Yes, yeah,
fantastic.
Yeah, Longreach. Yes,
and as you point out, the infrastructure help there, and I know Barnaby Joyce will be right up behind this.
He would.
And getting more diversity, getting things away from the Canberra swamp.
Yes, but that's not to say that Canberra couldn't bid for it. You know, there'd be a lot for the nation's capital to have the Commonwealth Games. Wouldn't be untoward either. You know, they've done such a wonderful job with, let's say, Floriade and the Summernats.
The Summernats, they certainly have big credits when it comes to those big events, unusual events. And, of course, they have the Raiders there.
Yes, they do.
Sticky's lot.
They do.
A.K.A. the Angry Ant, A.K.A. Carla Smith.
And the Brumbies.
Oh, the Brumbies, you forget them too so easily.
Yeah.
Look, a mate of his came up even with a terrific logo where they took Durban and just wrote Dubbo where the R, a B where the R is, and a no for the A in. It's
yes,
terrific.
I looked at that, and it looks good, doesn't it?
It does.
It does. It does. Dubbo 2022. It's got a ring to it, and I tell you what, it'd garner a lot of interest in some of the overseas Commonwealth countries that would be participating. You know, a lot of the players would be scratching their heads thinking, Dubbo, what's that? You know, I want to get involved. I'll train harder. I want to see this Dubbo. I think it'd be great.
Now, another
they might be disappointed once they arrive. But
that's a separate issue.
Yes.
Counselling will be available. Now, Chris writes, why can't we bet on the tanking? We should be able to bet on if he will tank, how he'll tank, as well as how far he'll get into the game before he tanks. Get some value out of the tank.
This is Tomic the Tank he's talking about.
Tomic the Tank, that's right. The tennis player, sometimes known as Bernie or Bernard.
Bernard, yeah. Part of the Big Five, I hear.
Now, look, what I was going to say was that speaking of big events, apparently both Justin Bieber and Adele have caused problems for...
They're not an item, are they?
No. From nearly as I can tell, Adele revealed while she was in Australia that she was actually married, not to Justin Bieber, but to someone else.
Right.
Which shocked a lot of people.
Yeah. Do we know the bloke?
No, I don't personally, but then it's not something I take a particular interest in who people are married to. That's their business, not mine.
Of course it is.
Now, the Etihad, this is Etihad Stadium. Obviously, they've got to worry about AFL season beginning, I think, next weekend. Etihad Stadium turf managers have 6 days to repair the surface after 2 Adele concerts in the middle of the Oval this weekend. I think tonight and tomorrow night, Saturday and Sunday nights, she'll be there.
Right.
Now, she plays in the middle. She sort of plays in the round.
Right.
It's not an
Yeah.
end-on act. And so there's obviously staging requirements. I think the next Saturday, St Kilda play Melbourne in a twilight game. So they've got to basically from, let's say, Sunday night till Saturday to get everything
Adele's
ready.
not performing at half-time, is she? Because of the great lighting that'll be able to be
Well,
put in there.
what a wonderful bonus that would be.
Wouldn't it? Because the lighting would be tremendous with that Twilight
Twilight game.
kick-off or bounce-off.
Well, that would be absolutely fantastic. I don't know if Adele's management's taken that on board, but that would be fantastic.
I'd say go through Adele's husband. That'd be the thing. Approach him about it.
I wonder if he likes AFL
He
and if
probably
he's
does.
and if he's been given a footy jumper and somebody photo in them, say the Herald Sun or something like
Something
that.
like that.
Him out
Yep.
the front of I don't know Etihad. Now, the manager Billy Lane says it's less than a week, but we're confident the surface will be up to standard. We will replace the turf as required. We've been to India and had a look at what they're doing there and love everything about it. We've got the experienced turf management team from Mumbai, and we're mindful of the areas that could come under stress, like the 22 metres, etc. And we'll replace what's needed. Turf protection covers will be laid over the oval to keep foot traffic off the surface, as is usual for concerts and events on the oval, but the turf does suffer stress, especially when heavy stage equipment is used. The AFL has now taken ownership of the venue. Now, there was some suggestions that the Dockers played Carlton in an AFW and a pre-season match at Fremantle last weekend, and this had been affected by a concert, and some big divots were kicked up, and one of the players, I think from memory, Hayden Ballantyne, stumbled on a piece of recently relayed turf and did a hamstring, or somehow connected with a hamstring injury. Now, it raises the question, Roy, can we have a purpose-built venue for these big acts who come, who want to do things at twilight because the lighting's so good, who also want to be playing in an oval shape out in the middle? Can't we?
Well,
don't we have the wit?
Yeah.
Can't we quarantine one of these bigger venues so Justin Bieber, Adele, whoever wants to come, Cheap Trick or the Chili Peppers or whoever it is, can have this venue for them?
Yeah. See, I would have thought, aren't there two wonderful horse racing venues in Brisbane?
Hang on. Horse racing venues in Brisbane.
Yeah.
Eagle Farm and Doomben.
There. Now, they're perfect because usually the centres are just used for a circular act.
Yes.
For someone who likes to work in the round like Adele, Eagle Farm would be perfect.
Do you mean that if Adele was in Sydney this weekend, imagine the double of the Golden Slipper and Adele on the same night?
Yeah, well, there you are. At Rose Hill. Or Warwick Farm.
Well, Warwick Farm, that's true. They could go to Warwick Farm and just have Adele.
Yes.
If they could go from Rose Hill after the Slipper over to Warwick Farm for Adele.
Yes. Yeah.
Wow, I hadn't thought of that.
See, this drives me crazy, actually, to see, dedicated venues for, AFL and rugby league and other
Being
associated
ruined.
sports and cricket being ruined by these blow-in performers, whom I love, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
It's great having these international acts come and entertain us. They're wonderful, Meatloaf was just extraordinary.
I haven't forgotten it.
No, exactly. Poorly lit, but because it was daytime. We get that. We understand. And that can be
Been
solved.
corrected.
But if Meatloaf was to appear at Warwick Farm, say, twilight event, have the horse racing
Yes, in the daytime.
and then it just blends in the last race. The last horses go off. Out comes the truck and out stumbles Meatloaf.
Magic.
Honest Australians. Is there something whiffy about your club? Is a fully invasive bi-nozzled shafting intruder required? Send your concerns to The Sporting Probe. Roy and HG at thesportingprobe.com.au. Full discretion is assured.
Yes, this is the Probe with Roy and HG. Now, big shake-up in the world of tennis. Little Leighton Hewitt is not happy as the tennis officials move ever closer to scrapping the best of 5-set matches from the Davis Cup. Elite players are increasingly boycotting the 117-year-old competition, and International Tennis Federation has endorsed reform to reduce the rubbers from the best of 3 sets to the best of 3 sets, possibly to be played over 2 days instead of 3. Dear. Roy, how outraged were you when you
Look,
heard
very
this?
disappointed. For all of those who've championed Davis Cup and played Davis Cup and believe in Davis Cup and the Davis Cup values and what Davis Cup represents.
And phrase.
And phrase and all of that. And now Rusty, you know.
Cockalichi kid.
The Cockalichi kid, Johnny Fitzgerald, he obviously put in. And all the effort of those players over the years, you know, J.A., Ray Ruffles, we mentioned him earlier, you know, Alan Stone, these great Australians. And Fraser.
We might have mentioned Fraser.
We might have.
Can we mention him again?
Who can forget, you know, when there was a reconciliation between amateur and professional and, you know, we had, you know, the Rockhampton Rocket, Roddy Laver and Johnny Newcomb and Mr. Muscles and, you know, an absolute champion team that blitzed the world with Davis Cup and Davis Cup glory. And remember those days, actually, when the Davis Cup would be put onto the back of a truck and driven around Australia and crowds would line up as far as you could see, just wanting to get a glimpse of the Davis Cup because we'd won it again. I want those days to come back. And out of respect of all those champions who've done it so tough over the years. I think it's got to stay a 5-set competition over 3 days, and people love the middle day when the doubles is played. They love that. It's got a festive atmosphere. It reinforces the values of tennis, which is honesty and professionalism and being a good bloke and being a good Aussie citizen and believing in the Anzac spirit and loving green and gold and loving wearing a big hat and going around the Snowy River and being proud of the project. The nation-building exercise that was, you know, the Snowy River scheme that's provided so much electricity for all of those people who wanted to watch the Davis Cup on television. You know, everything's come together. I mean, Davis Cup to me is as Australian as Gallipoli is Australian. And it seems to me that it'd be great, you know, while the Prime Minister is getting on board the Snowy River train, why couldn't we have a reenactment, rebuild the Kokoda Trail on the Snowy Mountains so that when you climb to the top and look at all that pride, you see you can reenact what the Kokoda blokes did, those champions all those years ago, with the same spirit of the Davis Cup, and right at the top you can have a reproduction of the Davis Cup and really appreciate the effort that's been put in by great champions like Ray Ruffles and all of those great heroes that put in for 5 sets all of their lives.
The Sporting Probe with Roy and HG podcast, brought to you by Yates Rapid 1 Hour Action Weed Killer. Kills weeds fast, roots and all. For more great gardening advice, visit yates.com.au.
This is the Probe, the Sporting Probe with Roy and HG and Roy. International football news. And Ange Postecoglou is taking our team to Tehran to play Iraq on March the 23rd. That's coming up this week. And then they fly back 5 days later, so it'll be about the 28th, to play the UAE in Sydney. So 2 great fixtures coming up. And he suggested that a couple of new, teenage prospects should come into the team. Riley McGree is one of them, and another suggestion that should be playing is Mustafa Amini. So that's fantastic news there for the next generation, the next golden generation, I might put out. More importantly, though, Roy, the 1,000 Hooligan Tour. Remember last week we broke a story here on the Probe, the Sporting Probe, that was suggested by the Russian, I think, Minister of Defence, that a long parallel tournament from the 2018 World Cup.
The Sporting Probe, Roy and HG podcast, brought to you by Yates Rapid 1 Hour Action Weed Killer. Kills weeds fast, roots and all. For more great gardening advice, visit yates.com.au.
The events and the football matches as they go along.
This was Igor Lebedev.
Indeed, it was Lebedev. Now, I'm just wondering, and I'm glad to see that...
is there any talk of 1,000 Aussies?
1,000 Aussies are going.
Going to Tehran?
As I understand it from the DFAT, I got an email this week from the Foreign Minister suggesting the Howard Maliki Trophy is up for grabs in the 1,000 Hooligan. It's a terrific concept.
Wow.
And
that's
obviously,
fantastic.
The Howard Maliki.
Yes, a lot of people may not remember Maliki too well. He was what I'd call Iraqi strongman there for a while.
In a
very fixed ideas of order and law.
That's right, and how it worked.
Yeah.
Look, that's a terrific bit of breaking news.
Yes.
I haven't seen a team selection for the 1,000 who would be going, but I know, look, I will say with absolute certainty that Iraq's 1,000 will be pretty good.
Oh, yeah, they will.
We'll have to be on our game to be able to take them down and bring the Maliki home, the Howard Maliki home. This will be the first time people are asking me often when I'm in the Bassett fixtures, who has the Howard Maliki at the moment. This is the first time it's been played for.
It is too.
And I'll be watching the 23rd with
What does the trophy look like, HG? Is it one head fused to the other?
The Sporting Probe. Roy and HG on Triple M.
This is the Probe, the Sporting Probe, brought to you each and every week by the very good people at Yates, where the surf and turf marry so beautifully together. Now, Roy, rugby league, and let's face it, the season's getting underway. I think we're up to week 3 this weekend. It's a very interesting competition so far. One of the great success stories, of course, is Lotto Land, which we'll get to in a moment, because there's been trouble in Lotto Land this week. I think they've smoked the peace pipe at the weekend.
Good.
And things are looking better there. But
I heard civil war.
I know, certainly civil war during the week.
Good.
But I think people have gotten there and banged heads and got the bowl of the pipe backed and the flame lit, and they're passing it round as we speak now.
Now, when you say Lotto Land, you're talking about Manly, the Manly-Warringah area.
I am. I'm talking about the Sea Eagles. I'm talking about Brookvale Oval. I'm talking about Fortress Brookie.
Used to be Fortress Brookie.
Now
Lotto Land.
Now, Andrew Fafita, what a character he is. I believed he was the best player in the grand final last year.
He was.
Certainly his try that early in the second half broke it wide open for the Sharks to go on and win.
Yep.
And he had an excellent match, really set himself for it and deserved the Clive Churchill medal in my mind.
Mm-hmm.
This week he opened up. That's what Adrian Prezenko suggested in the Fairfax Press. Andrew Fafita has opened up about how close he came to walking away from rugby league, describing himself as, quote, this is what Andrew Fafita thought of himself, the world's most hated man during the tumultuous premiership season last year. The world's most hated man.
Wow. And I tell you what, that's some comp.
It's an incredible comp. I had a look at the betting on that, and I'm not sure when the deadline for, acceptances, etc.
Yep.
But by golly, it's got some people on it.
Yeah. Kim Jong-un.
Yeah, he's
there.
He's certainly there.
Yeah.
Putin's there. Vladimir Putin's there.
Yep.
I know, this will surprise a lot of people. Tom Cruise is very highly rated, highly fancied.
Yep.
So there's a lot, that's a big card.
Yeah,
and
Fafita's in there. He saw himself as the worst of the worst.
Worst of the worst.
The most hated man in the world.
And I had to go to America just to check this out during the week.
Yeah.
And I didn't find anybody who knew who Andrew Fafita was.
No, but they still hated him.
The Sporting Probe with Roy and HG podcast brought to you by Yates Rapid 1 Hour Action Weed Killer. Kills weeds fast, roots and all. For more great gardening advice, visit yates.com.au.
Yes, the Sporting Probe with Roy and HG here for Yates. Yates, those people who have lots of seeds. Now, Roy, a little bit more NRL, and this concerned a bizarre thing that often happens early in the season where somehow players take it upon themselves to customise their playing pants and shorts and so on. Oh, yes. Now, Mitchell Moses last week, Mitchell Moses from the Tigers and Penrith's Dean Ware warned they risk a fine if they don't address concerns of the governing body about their outfits. Moses decided to cut his socks and wear them as leggings. So cut the feet out of his socks and wear them as leggings. So pull them up a bit. Yeah. Caught the NRL. It's understood Moses wears ankle socks with special grip at the bottom to avoid slipping that often occurs when wearing footy socks. Now, I didn't realise this was a problem.
I didn't realise there was a problem.
I mean, surely the NRL needs to address this non-slip socks but make it everybody possible.
Yeah. What's happening with sock technology? I
thought Explorer socks. I thought
Explorer socks, I think they're a New Zealand sock.
I didn't realise that.
Aren't there socks that, or didn't I see a sock being invented that instead that fights gravity, that actually the more you wear it, the higher they go?
I know. Sometimes they end up around your shoulder.
Yes, that's what I heard.
The rules state the modified equipment must be approved for use by the NRL of football or his nominee before that item can be used in a match. Moses has been getting away with it for some time, came to light in the loss against Penrith, Ware, who's been dogged by calf injuries the past couple of years, wore skins and compression stockings underneath his socks. No. They were clearly visible and in breach of the game's rules, which state identification of manufacturer and non-standard apparel of protective is prohibited.
Oh, dear.
Now, where do you stand on this?
Well, I've got a simple view, HG, and that is a uniform is a uniform.
Mm-hmm.
A uniform is there for everyone to look the same. The only difference is the number on your back. And that's the only variation I would accept. Now, I think it's up to the coach to go around and watch each player getting dressed to make sure the sock goes on the right way, so that the left sock isn't put on the right foot and vice versa. So there's compliance there, compliance with sock, compliance with underpants, compliance with shorts. You can't have players changing the height of the legging of their short. Ditto with socks. Socks should be 1 inch below the knee, no less, no more. Same with boots. It drives me crazy that people can wear different coloured boots.
I know, that's
They should
madness.
all be the same colour.
Now, remember, of course, when you were playing with the Shamrocks, a number of players who were excellent players couldn't wear the Shamrock sock and couldn't play. Remember that lad
That's
you
right.
lost on the March to Orange?
Yes.
That bloke.
Mick Benson, yes.
Mick Benson, that's right, that's the name.
Yeah.
I understand he had problems with his feet and the socks just weren't right for him.
He did complain about his socks a lot. I don't know why that. I don't know if that's caused him to go missing, though, HG. This was a famous walk we did from
Lithgow to
Orange. And Mick just disappeared somewhere en route, and we never heard of him again, and that's a fair number of years ago.
You know,
we had a reunion some time back, and that's how it came up, because, you know, it was a terrific reunion, great night, and then someone towards the end of the night said, did anyone see Mickey tonight? I said, no. Has anyone seen Mick at all? And we realised no one had seen Mick for 40 years. So that's when the police got involved.
Do you know, I've been not wanting to mention this, but since it's been brought up, is that Four Corners, you know, that program on the ABC.
Yes, that Como show.
Yeah, that Como show. They've been pestering me to reveal what I know about the Mick Benson case.
Oh,
and
really?
I've got to say...
Well, you wouldn't know much at all. You weren't on the walk.
I wasn't on the walk.
You didn't mention my name, did you?
I didn't know.
Good.
But they seem to suggest that they had vision, some Super 8 footage of what looked like a big cat.
Not the Lithgow Panther.
The Lithgow Panther.
Did he have a winger in his mouth?
He did. And the other image was a very disturbing image of a person with the number 2 on their back being pushed into the boot of a car.
Right.
And they wanted me to, you know, go on camera and reveal what I knew. Well, I said, look,
with a pixelated head?
This is the Sporting Probe. Punching through the sludge on Triple M.
Probing on with Roy and HG for Yates. And look, that story we broke last week, and I think we were the only media organisation to pick up on it, was the second tier in the FFA. You know, obviously got the A-League. Now they want the AB League running if they can.
Yes.
Did that get a wriggle on this week? I just thought when we broke that story, nobody would pick it up.
Mm-hmm.
But now, second division, according to the Fairfax people, the second division is off and running, whether the Football Federation of Australia like it or not.
Good. I like that sort of positive anarchy.
The people are speaking. Semi-pro clubs from across Australia are about to gather in Melbourne. That was obviously on Monday, so it must have happened during the week. To kickstart a process could see the formation of this second tier by 2018.
Right.
They're tired of waiting for the outstretched arm of the FFA. The more ambitious semi-pro clubs are taking matters into their own hands. It was always going to happen in a vacuum of leadership and strategy. The only question was when. So now the ball's rolling.
Yes.
The smart roof from Whitlam Square, that's the FFA hierarchy, who was sitting on their hands, would be to step aside and let events run their course. The worst move would be to crush the spirit of adventure. The truth is the FFA have had very little interest in doing the heavy lifting to create the nationwide second tier. It reckons it's got far more important issues on a plate, so why not let others do it? Now, it gives you an idea. Remember, this is predicated all on the idea of the problems of gambling in China. You remember, of course, I think Four Corners, that Como show, that broke the story that the high rollers are not allowed to come to Australia from China because they're breaking the law about high rollers and gambling in China. It was a business model that James Packer cooked up for his Crown Casino outfits.
Right. That's right. It's against the law for a Chinese citizen to lose money overseas. Now,
the great wriggle on this was that if they own a football club in like Fozzie's lot,
they can come here legitimately.
They've got a reason to come every week for the whole season. Now, the season runs from October to May, so they're here every other week.
That's right.
So what a great wheeze it is now. I'll give you an idea of how many Chinese firms and Chinese interests they're going to be. These are the clubs that are putting their hand up to be part of the second tier. Sydney United, Edgeworth Eagles, South Hobart, Perth SC, Hobart Zebras, West Adelaide, Canberra FC, Adelaide City, Sunshine Coast Fire, I love them, Marconi Stallions, Brisbane Strikers, RPA Leichhardt, plus the Lithgow FNs and the Barossa Grapes. So it's a very diverse footprint, every state represented except the Northern Territory, I think, there. And imagine that.
So
I think the only problem will be is when South Hobart has to play all its matches either in Melbourne, Sydney or Perth.
which is going to be the case, isn't it? Now, is there any Chinese money supporting these clubs? HG?
No, I think what they're doing is it's a flag raising exercise saying, yoo-hoo, China. And isn't this great? This is so refreshing. It gets beyond DFAT and all that Julie Bishop rubbish and all that sort of stuff.
I know.
Yoo-hoo, China. We're South Hobart. We want to be in the tier. Do you want to get involved? We offer you the opportunity to come to Australia every weekend from October to March or May or whatever it is with legitimate interests here, i.e. supporting us.
Yes.
When you're down here, don't forget, if you want to drop 100 million, we've got facilities available within walking distance.
That's right. Yeah.
That seems to be the...
Okay. Now, So the Chinese have expressed interest in this second tier, this Australian second tier HG. I suppose they would have done.
Well, remember, I
but
can't
none of the
go to
teams,
my
none of the
records.
look, I haven't seen a team like there's the Wallerawang Great Walls.
Are they interested?
They're interested. Now, that's the sort of team that might appeal to the Chinese, the Great Walls.
Now, let me get this
I
right.
can
I just lost my concentration there. I love the idea of the Great Walls, the Wallerawang Great Walls.
The Wallerawang Great Walls.
It speaks China to me.
Yeah.
Now, get this.
Their colours are the same colours as the
Suns.
Gold Coast Suns.
Red and yellow.
Yeah.
The Chinese colours.
Yeah.
Now, look, get this. Last week when we broke this story, we got a terrific text from the Jia Wan Property Group saying, yes, we're prepared to support Fozzie's lot and Mr. Soccer, that's Les Murray, to the tune of 800 million. Now, that's the sort of money that we're looking at here. I've got to say is I can't speak for the Hobart side, let me get this right, the South Hobart side. I don't know what they're going to get, but they're going to get millions and millions of dollars from Chinese interests who want to be able to do the two things. Obviously support local industries in terms of football and so on like that. Soft power, we've got properties in Hobart, etc. Plus, come down with a legitimate reason to travel.
Yes. Yeah.
The fact that they're going to Melbourne to play matches for South Hobart's neither here nor there.
No, that's right. Now, has the Chinese government green-lighted investment, HG, in Australian second-tier soccer? Do we know? Is that official? Because I can see problems there if someone, they're not all stupid in the Chinese government. They might think, on paper this looks pretty interesting. What are they? The Wallerawang Great Walls. Okay. And how much are we putting into them? 80 million. I see. Good. And what do you got to do? I've got to go to Wallerawang every second week.
Yeah.
You think they might? I don't know. They might twig that something's going on. I mean, this was the problem with James Packer. He thought everything was going tickety-boo. Oh,
I
yes,
know,
they're just coming here. They're coming here to look at the dancing.
Are they?
Oh. How come they're losing so much money?
Yeah, no, I understand all of this, but I'm just trying to say that this is the next step. They have a legitimate reason to be here. Yes. We have 800 million
No, I get that, but I think each of these clubs have to send a delegation to China, to Beijing, to walk into the Great Hall when they're having one of those conventions when everyone's together. And
they're all there.
They're all there.
You get authority from the top.
And put the case to them. Hello, I'm from Wallerawang.
How about it?
How about it? Yes.
The Sporting Probe with Roy and HG podcast brought to you by Yates Rapid 1 Hour Action Weed Killer. Kills weeds fast, roots and all. For more great gardening advice, visit yates.com.au.
Yes, we're into the final furlong of the Probe today. Now, Roy, brought to you, of course, by Yates. Look, what worries me about the Great Hall and the gathering there, I know where they've just recently finished their big powwow in the Great Hall, is there's going to be a lot of people knocking at the door and saying, can I have something to say here about, football in Australia and
I know
the part I'm from.
And there appear to be about 2,000 or 3,000 people there.
They do.
And they'll all want to say something. They'd all have an attitude towards Australian second-tier soccer.
Now, one thing that worries me is last week when we broke the story, and like I say, I was so shocked when Moore didn't pick this up, is these were the teams that, obviously Mr. Football and Hosey we're talking about. Their one was the Southern Expansion covering Southern Sydney, Illawarra regions, etc.
Yeah.
That's the Gear 1.
That's not the name of the team, is
No,
it?
it's
the
not.
Southern Expansion. It's a bit
I think it's going to be called the Gear 1 Stars.
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah. Anyway, they had the Wollongong Wolves, the Victorian Patriots, likely based around Geelong. Wollongong speaks for itself. South Melbourne, obviously former NSL stars. They're looking to expand in the Southeast Melbourne corridor. Good luck with that. Brisbane bid involving NSL club Brisbane Strikers, and then the Tasmanian bid. Now, what happens is
That's South Hobart, isn't it?
Well, wait a minute. This is just my worry, is that some of these appear to want to go into the A-League.
Oh, dear.
And some of them want to obviously be the lesser tier.
But who'd want to stay in the lesser tier? Obviously, they've got to have ambitions, these clubs. Each of these clubs see themselves in the A-League.
Without
Surely, strutting their
doubt,
stuff
without
on
doubt.
the international stage.
Yes,
you
playing
know.
against the,
Yes.
Taiwan SPG.
Yeah,
or
the
whatever it's
Beijing
called.
Bears, all of that. Yeah, that'll happen in time. But what I'm more interested in, HG, is what's happening with the third tier?
Now, can I nip this in the bud and say straight away, is the second tier is immediately seen as a pathway, which is the thing that you're worried about,
Yes.
a pathway to the A-League, and there
Yes.
will be relegation and promotion.
Yes.
So should the Aussies lot,
the expansion, the Southern Expansions.
dominate, then they go into the A-League.
Yes.
And one of the A-League teams, like, let's say, for argument's sake, Central Coast Mariners, no, I'm not picking on them. They might be turn the corner and become great again as they were once. Anyway, they might have to drop down for a couple of years into the, the level
that'd
below.
be a come down, wouldn't it, for the Mariners? They're not going to want to get in a bus and drive to South Hobart.
To play matches.
To play a match.
No, I suppose I
What a
hadn't thought of
come
that.
down that'd be.
I know. But remember, you've got to put this in perspective. We've got a Gear 1,
Yeah.
800 million.
I know.
Well, the Mariners will have to go up to the Great Hall and make a bid saying...
Argue their case.
Argue their case and say, well, they're blokes, you're blokes, you can come down and watch us, October to March or
Yeah.
October to May, whatever it's going to be, every week. We might be going to different parts of Australia, but rest assured it'll only be home matches, and away matches will be always played in Melbourne, Perth and Sydney.
Right.
No matter where we're from.
Right.
Wink, wink.
Wink,
Tap
wink.
of the size of the nose. Hold out an ace of spades.
Yeah, look, I hope this doesn't become a sort of tail wagging the dog. I mean, we don't want the Chinese government determining, who our clubs are in our second tier. It's not going to get to that, is it?
Well, hang on
we've
a
got to
minute.
get approval from Beijing.
Just have a look at what's happening in real estate across Australia. That'll come to football.
Oh, Lord.
The Sporting Probe with Roy and HG podcast, brought to you by Yates Rapid 1 Hour Action Weed Killer. Kills weeds fast, roots and all. For more great gardening advice, visit yates.com.au.
And the probe is here for Yates with Roy and HG. Roy, just a couple of quick things to finish up with the Lotto Land fiasco. How did you see it? Was just simply a new person coming in, not knowing the culture of the joint?
I think that's right. Tim Cleary, I think, HG's new CEO. And I don't think it was the right thing. The first thing he did was sack Bozo Fulton's daughter, Christy.
And why do we call him Bozo, Roy?
Because he's a clown. Anyway, which didn't go over well with what I'd call the Bozo faction, the clown faction in Lotto Land, who seem to have suggest a disproportionate influence on what's happening at the club there. But anyway...
Do you think somebody should have tapped him on the shoulder and said, for God's sake, don't fire anybody with the name Fulton?
Yeah, that would have been a wise thing, yeah. Mind you, I don't know what Christie was doing there, but many were saying she's doing a terrific job.
Now, of course, a big day today before Adele is in Melbourne is the Slipper.
Yes.
There's two great races, though. There's the China Horse Club Notice the words I said there, the China Horse Club. It's happened already even as we were speaking. George Ryder. Are you going for Winks in this one, Roy?
Yes, I am going for Winks, and don't the Chinese love Winksy?
It's incredible.
It is incredible. How many are coming out to watch this race? I think, a few 100,000 are coming out?
I think that's right.
Yes.
They've had to put Cathay Pacific and China Southern,
Yes.
if they're still flying, have had
They
to
are.
put on extra planes
Yeah.
to bring people here.
Qantas is the kangaroo route?
I think the kangaroo route now is basically Beijing, Sydney.
Yes, it is.
Now-
Or Chengdu, I think. I think Chengdu, Melbourne.
Chengdu.
Chengdu, Melbourne, twice a week.
Wow. That's really opened up. Now, in the slipper itself, I know you love the slipper. Sadly, it's a bit wet, but what are your early thoughts? I know you'll get on track.
Yeah.
Change your mind a bit.
I'll solidify my thoughts between now and then, HG. But I bumped into. I was doing a little bit of work at one of the primary schools nearby, where I live. I just dropped in to see what was going on,
You're reading
and to
and
see if I could, help out in any way, offer some advice. And a couple of kids came up to me and said, "Mr. Slaven, do you bet?" And I said, And they said, "Listen, single bullet and invader, it looked terrific. What do you reckon? If you had some money, would you be putting it on that?" And I said, "Well, I'd have to think about it, but I'll look into it." And I have looked into it, and I think those kids are right. Single bullet and invader do look a nice couple.
Oh, that's an excellent Quinella. So the Slaven Quinella is horse 4 and horse 7. You're not worried about the draw in the invader. And I know
How wide is it, actually?
Well, it might be in the best of the going, really, way off there in 15. And Huey Bowman, of course, and Ty Anglin, both excellent jockeys, Roy.
They are.
Winning jockeys.
But always a wet track, actually, evens things out, doesn't it?
It certainly does.
Corrupt players, you're on notice on the Sporting Probe on Triple M.
Well, Roy, it's been another wonderful locking of the horns here. I think we've cracked, boxed and buried a fair few items in the probe today.
Pretty much. And we haven't really had much time to dwell on the cricket, how well our Aussies are doing over there in the third test. And the curious bowel condition that's got him out of playing Roger Federer in the semi-final, it might be.
And, of course, the bowel condition, it was spread from Renshaw.
Yes.
He had another, eruption at the back door. I got some money on that and it really cleaned up. I'm going to put it all onto the slipper today. That's it for the probe for this week. And join us next week when we'll be probing on with more issues to put under the microscope and more solutions for simple problems right across the world. I'll be joined by the brains behind Lithgow Hydro, rampaging Roy Slaven, and I'll be delighted to see you then.
The Sporting Probe with Roy and HG podcast brought to you by Yates Rapid 1 Hour Action Weed Killer. Kills weeds fast, roots and all. For more great gardening advice, visit yates.com.au.